그때
악마로군. 당장 쉔 사부님, 마임 사부님과 상의해야겠네.
그럼 전 혼자 가서 맞서 보겠습니다.
정의로운 영광.
아이오니아 전역에 나타난 가면 쓴 악마들. 축제 중 갑자기 들이닥친 악마들의 공세에 혼비백산한 마을을 구하고자 달려간 신짜오는 데마시아산 강철로 베려진 자신의 창을 휘두르며 악마의 물결에 홀로 맞섭니다.
지금도 꽃을 바라는 어둠이 깔릴 때 헤매어도 나아가게 널 비춰주는 것. 바래도 바래왔다 해도 나지 못해 두 눈 감을 때 잊히고 잊혀도 영원히 비춰 뒷불이 될 테니. 밤에도 오늘 바래는 영감의 시간에 검은 꽃을 어두워도 피워내는 것. 황혼의 영향 앞에서 그 따뜻한 비품 모두도 새색빛으로 물들어 잊히고 미쳐도 기억되길.
위기의 신짜오 앞에 나타난 무녀 유나라. 한때 킹코어 결사단의 일원으로서 아이오니아를 수호했던 그녀는 오랜 세월 깨끗하고 평화로운 성품을 지닌 아이오니아의 수호령 칸메이의 사원을 돌보며 세상으로부터 단절된 채 살아왔습니다. 그러나 과거 아이오니아에 재앙을 불러왔던 악마들이 다시 나타났다는 것을 알게 된 유나라는 수많은 악마들을 처단했던 킹코어 유물 에이온 에르나를 손에 쥔 채 사람들을 지키고자 지금 이렇게 신짜오의 앞에 서게 된 것이었죠. 공동의 적 앞에서 힘을 합쳐 사람들을 공격하는 악마들을 정화, 그들의 리더까지 처치하는 신짜오와 유나라. 하지만 그들이 진실을 깨닫는 것은 오래 걸리지 않았습니다. 이 모든 습격이 곧 다가올 혼란과 파괴의 시작에 불과했다는 사실을
황혼의 눈에게 물어볼 게 있는데. 유나라? 사원을 비우다니 상의도 없이. 황혼의 사원에서 종소리가? 아무도 모르는 곳인데. 사원이 침입당한 게 분명해. 당장 돌아가야 해.
꽃잎은 떨어지고 검은 장미가 피어난다. 네가 이 이야기의 주인공 같나? 온 세상을 구하는? 이미 승패가 결정된 게임에 꼭두각 씌울 뿐이야. 열심히 싸우겠지. 훌륭한 병사답게. 그리곤 무너질 거야. 여느 필멸자처럼. 끝까지 버텨봐. 그 이야기의 끝이 궁금하다면.
everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Hoodie Bank LCK Finals. It has been a long, long road, but we're finally here. It's been a unique traveling path, but it's number 1 versus number 2. Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports, the champs of MSI, the champs of EWC against the reigning LCK champions. Degon here alongside Wadid and Ox to break down this huge matchup to decide one legacy.
I feel like this is the new sort of classic matchup we're starting to get. You know, we had this in the LCK Cup, we had this last summer for the finals. We also had this in the upper bracket in the road to MSI, and we're getting it once again. As you said, path was a little bit different for how we got here, not what people expected, but the outcome has ended up being the same.
Yeah, I mean, we all know what happens if these two teams play against each others. So we're gonna have a banger series today.
Yeah, let's get into it as we take a look at that unique path here in the 2025 LCK playoff bracket. It started with Gen G getting surprised, getting caught out, and losing to their second organization of the year in KT, whereas Hanwha Life Esports, they took care of business in the least amount of games as possible. 6-0 in game score, haven't lost a single game yet.
Yeah, and I think it's a great showing for HLE, very decisive, which gave a lot of confidence, because I feel like that Legend Group performance wasn't super inspiring. This really sort of solidified their position. They are in the top 2 right now. They have shown that they're very deserving of that first seed and the first spot in this finals.
Yeah, I mean, especially what they showed in the regular split, HLE. I mean, they were not that good enough, you know. They finished with the rank 2, but like everyone is saying that, oh man, maybe T1 is slightly better than them, but how they prepared for the playoffs were just phenomenal. Like their strategy, their draft was on point. So I have no doubt that they prepared for something for today as well.
Well, these teams are loaded with experience, specifically in the finals, as these squads have rosters and organizational history here with championships abound. Hanwha Life Esports, the reigning champ, last time they were in it, back in summer 2016, they won as well, and obviously Gen G, their 7th finals appearance in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that streak from Gen G is just absolutely insane. Obviously, HLE starting to develop, trying to make a little bit of a streak, but I feel like Gen G's dominance, that big run, those 4 championships in a row, and the fact they've had such a long just appearances in the finals is just unprecedented.
Wait. Don't you remember who stopped that unbeatable record from Gen G?
You tell me.
That was HLE last year.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Everyone expected Gen G to win the final.
Everyone expected.
Everyone, hold on.
Literally everyone, I would say.
Literally everyone. There was one man who knew, one man who wagered it, and we'll see what that prediction is later on in just a bit. But again, it was that Hanwha Life Esports squad that stopped Gen G and put that dash aside for Zeka, and now he's labeled a champion, 4 of them returning part of that roster. Zeus comes on in. He does have an LCK championship, but he's won all the other trophies more recently.
I think it's also interesting to see how like Peanut and Delight were big parts of that Gen G win streak, and you see those championship streaks they've had. Zeus, when he was on T1, obviously matching up against Gen G, but regularly being that runner-up. And then Zeka, just a Giga Chad, 1 appearance, 1 win. That's all he does.
And that was against Gen G, so that's more special.
Yeah, and we saw this one yesterday. It's littered with experience, specifically in the mid lane. Chovy has been there time and time again. However, the last time it was there for Ruler, he did win back in summer 2022 before making that move over to JDG and Duro. He'll have something in there, whether it's finalist, whether it's champion, but it'll be up to that Gen G squad to try and change things up here.
I mean, I think it's crazy, Duro, with just so much less experience and all the counterparts, but also Keen, so much smaller than so many of the other players. It's hard to think of, obviously, because he's had such a long career, but he really hasn't been in these finals that often in comparison, but it doesn't show when you look at his play.
I mean, I don't consider Duro as a rookie player anymore because like it was only LCK, right? So when you consider international tournaments, like he was just insane in the finals as well. So I have no doubt that he's not gonna have any pressure in this matchup.
Well, when you think about experience in finals, it starts with the 2 most experienced players on these squads. It is Peanut and it's Chovy. I mean, Peanut has been here throughout his career, back in summer 16 with the Tigers, and then moving on through all the different organizations he's been able to bring to the finals. And then Chovy on the opposite side, having to do that through multiple different chapters in his career as well.
You know, we've seen these two players have great performances individually and together, and now going up against each other as well. I feel like both of them having such fantastic legacies. Jovi's been such a main character since he came onto the scene, but Peanut has been a part of so many amazing rosters, so many amazing stories, really, as such a fantastic player that we've been lucky to have in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so rare that it's gonna be his last final in the LCK. I mean, after the military, maybe he comes back, but yeah, anyways, it's probably the last one. And yeah, Chovy, he already proved a lot in the LCK, especially like how he was good in the regular split, and like he's just the icon of the LCK right now. And yeah, he's probably the best mid laner in the world right now.
Yeah, and to help build that, Peanut was a part of it back in the 2023 year.
Yeah.
They rose to the top, and then it was in 2024 where they made the switch over to Canyon and Peanut over to Hanwha Life Esports. They found success early, did Gen G in spring, but then in summer, it was Peanut's chance to get revenge and turn the script on over. Just a great, great rivalry between these two squads. We take a look how it's been head-to-head against each other, because in 2025, these two teams, they go the distance. They always bring the best out of each other, and no one ever lands a knockout punch when it comes between Chovy and Peanut, when it comes between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G.
It's been just so many battles. I feel like especially the LCK Cup was where we saw just absolute bloodbaths between these two teams, and it was the narrow advantage for HLE that put them ahead. But it's just been non-stop back and forth between these two teams that I see no reason to suggest that that's going to end today.
Oh, definitely not. Here's the head-to-head. It started out great for Hanwha Life Esports, that LCK Cup win. And then it's been all Gen G as they've solidified themselves as the most dominant team in the world, until recently a couple of the hiccups. But I mean, that 7-2 series record is pretty huge.
I mean, I only mentioned about the last year finals, but you gotta remember that the recent BO5 that happened against HLE, Gen G won against that, and it was road to MSI, and it was insane, like bounce back after them losing 2 games in a row. We didn't expect them to have those kind of insane series, because Gen G, they were never like come back after 2 games losing streak, right? So it was insane series. Just,
you know, I feel like we haven't seen that many reverse sweeps in Fearless. It's been hard to pull off.
Oh yeah.
That was a big moment, and I think HLE suffered as a result of that. You know, the next series they then got 3-0'd, and we haven't really seen that return to form until this playoffs. It really felt like they were off kilter until recently. They took that series hit hard. We even spoke to Zayas in an interview, and he said that was a big loss. That was a really big loss for them, and as a result of that, they lost to T1, they didn't go to MSI, and it felt like they were reeling for a while.
Yeah, and let's take a look on how they've been able to do that with our first point of the match. It has been Chef Hanwha Life Esports with a team-by-team recipe. They've focused their strategy against T1, they focused their strategy against KT, and let's see what they got left to cook here against Gen G, who has been the best team in the LCK, the most dominant team of the world in 2025 until that hiccup against KT.
I mean, I think they're the best team when it comes to the lane kingdom. So I think the reason why HLE was struggling is because even though they win a lot of lane matchups, normally though they don't get the objective. So that was the issue, you know, because the main meta is all about getting the objective, getting the dragon cycle correct to your tempo. So I think it's really important to think about the objective, but they were not good at it. But right now, they're back in form with the laning phase, and also on top of that, Peanut is controlling all the objectives on the map. So that's why HLE is just so good as a team right now.
I think something to me as well is the fact that very clearly HLE has 2 really strong side lanes they can play around with Zeus and Viper, and depending on their opponent, they can really leverage heavily who they want to support, who they want to set up. You know, if they do want to heavily punish Doran, they can do that. Whereas if they want to lean on Dokdam when they were going up against KT, that's also really viable. And the fact that when they go deeper in Fearless, they can lean on either side really gives them a lot of strength.
Yeah, not many teams are able to do that, and that is one of the strengths of Gen G. You can play towards Keen, you can give him counter pick, or you can put him on a tank and play towards Ruler. You can also play towards Chovy in the mid lane, whereas there hasn't been many teams that have been able to do that consistently, Hanwha Life Esports showing that they have the strategy to be able to do that in both the T1 match and the KT match. Now, on the opposite side, which is going to be a huge, huge task for this Hanwha Life Esports squad, it is Gen G who are one of the best preparers of strategies in the world. Head coach Kim saying we've prepped tier picks over counter picks, and let's see how they adjust the draft against Hanwha Life Esports.
I do feel like with the loss against KT, there were definitely some holes in some of the drafts that they brought out, and I think that sometimes Gen G has gotten away with some drafts which have had some issues, but they've kind of made them work just because they have such excellent players. I really think the team has kind of shown that they've reevaluated a lot of things coming on the back of their loss to KT. I think it's honestly been a positive overall because they've gone, okay, maybe there are some weaknesses that we have to look at. I think often Gen G benefits from being such a strong team, but then doesn't have to reflect as much. And going into the series, particularly against T1, you can see they refined their drafts in a lot of ways, and it felt like they had big draft advantage. Some of the engaged compositions they were playing, things like that. Camille Galio, again, not too complicated, but just so straightforward to play and really shut down T1 very effectively.
Yeah, so, and also they try to use red side more to have more counter picks, and I think that helps a lot because you have Duro who wants to pick Blitzcrank or Pike in the BO5, and I think that definitely helps in the draft. But also, I want to mention that maybe in the regular split they had the different playstyle, but in terms of like playoffs, I feel like they just rely on team fights more. So I don't think they're good on like snowballing from the laning phase. I think the game goes like 50-50 until like 20 minutes whenever you watch a Gen G game, you know? But after one objective team fight, they're just so far ahead. So I feel like it's two different team playstyle team is playing against each other. So I just wonder what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch the KT series, that's basically what happened. KT
all right,
had
mega
the
banger.
choice of the first fight almost every time.
Oh yeah.
And then after that, Gen G
I got
shut the
food,
door
I got
and
coffee.
never let them back in. Now let's go in through lane by lane because these are two star-studded rosters, and we start on the top side of the map. And we're claiming this one as the dream matchup because you have the coach's dream in Keen. You can pick him anything. You can peek him strong side, weak side. He'll be there in the draft. The opposite side for Zeus, he's the ultimate question because everyone has
Fly
to
Chicken
answer
Force
his
here,
moves.
yo.
I mean, his ultimate dream for every single top laner, by the way. How he
Fly
plays his
Chicken
lane is
Force.
just insane. So his snowballing skills are just so good, so you can't really match him. But if you like mention one player that who can actually match against Zeus, is actually Keen. And it's just battle of spear and shield, in my opinion.
I feel like for me, Keen's so impressive because you get a lot of players who they're like the carry player, but they can play tanks, or they're the more tank-focused weak side player, but they can play carries. For me, Keen's so impressive because I feel like he's like a chameleon that he can play tanks or carries so
Chat, how was
effectively.
LTA?
It never feels like he's one playing the other, that he can play, but he's kind of just doing what he's not as good at and he's forced to. It feels like he's so good and he can flip a switch, and whatever the coach gives him, he's confident, and it's just so powerful in Fearless to have that ability to flip between the two styles at any time.
Now in the jungle, it's all about trends, and we've got two very different trending jungles here, especially when we take a look at the stats.
What are these
Minion
lost?
was the league. He was running the league in rounds 3 through 5 and early on in the year. However, in playoffs, he's the biggest question mark and probably one of the greatest opportunities for Hanwha Life Esports to take advantage of. And on the opposite side, Peanut, he's peaked. He was struggling during the regular season and has found his form in the last 6 games.
What are
The
these
issue
lost?
comes from the champion pool mainly. The reason why like
How?
Pina was struggling in the regular split is because he couldn't
Wait,
handle
Vivo
an AD
Key Stars
meta junglers
are the
that
fathers of
well.
NA.
So like you have to give up something in the draft, so it didn't work out. But in the playoffs, they prepared the draft, they prepared the champions, so that's why Peanut looks so much better. But in the opposite side, yeah, Gen G, they need more poke picks, right? So that's why they tried to do some Kiana pick, but it didn't work out. So he's definitely struggling. So I wonder how they figured it out.
Viper's
because
yawning.
After game 3, I think they're gonna pinch the jungle pool. So I feel like they prefer like tank engaged champions. So it really depends on how they build up the mid jungle champion.
Yeah, let's take a look. There it is, the defending champs and the reigning MSI champs. A
Where's
lot of
Chovy?
questions going to be answered in just a little bit for those squads. How the drafts are going to go, how the players are feeling. Speaking of how they're feeling, let's take a look at the mid lane because these two guys are the heartbeats of their team. Chovy is Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's been so fantastic for this team. Looking first, though, Zeka, I think, has had a big resurgence for the side of HLE, and it's been super important because I think he has generally been one of the bigger underperformers. But in that series, particularly against T1, he was a massive factor. You know, I think the mid jungle was really important because Owen's been having an absolute tear, and Zeka started to show some of
Chat,
the
I'm gonna run the ads now and then after draft deal. I apologize. Sorry.
in
Sorry
the
for getting
latter
by
parts
ads.
of the year. But we started
Not
to
much
see,
time to ramp them up.
especially him and Peanut being a stronger pairing. We're seeing things like the Silas, some of those picks really come to fruition. And I think if Zeka is on his picks,
I want to watch the
still
LTA
do
highlights or some
those
shit.
phenomenal performances that we saw.
Like, how the
bring
fuck
him
are they
that World
losing to-
Championship title he won before.
Yeah?
I'm still impressed by Chovy because like he called it off. Like he didn't want to pick Mel in Game 5. He picked Vax over Mel right there, and that was correct choice. So
The
it
low lights.
showcases that even though coaching staff knows about
Was the series
draft and
quality
prepare for
good
the
at
draft,
least?
Players is the last one who calls it off, and I think that decision making can change the history. And I think this series is also really important to be awake in the draft.
I think it just shows so much confidence from these players, especially since I was
So it
talking
was
about
disgusting,
how it wasn't
Int.
practiced, and bringing out things like the Cassiopeia, which he hadn't played in the LCK
Nice.
before. I think Fearless we're seeing is really testing players, and it's players like Chovy who just have so much confidence, so much ability to just bring out these
It was a
picks and
bad
be like,
day
you know
to have
what?
eyes.
I am ready. I think this is the right position for it in Game 5, and are willing to do so. Very impressive performance from him.
Now down to the bottom side of the map, the big narrative here that's been happening with DID is the lane swap meta. It is returned in a different way, whether it's
Oh, I
top
hate
laners
this
going
lane swap
bot,
meta.
bot
I
laners
hate it.
solo
I hate
top,
it with a
it's
passion.
The support's making sure they're there after 3 minutes. It's been all over the LCK.
Yeah, I already explained yesterday like why it's good in this meta, because you can actually able the matchup that you want. But the one thing I really want to see today is how you want to react to it, you know? So I'm expecting them to actually match AD carry on the top lane, because normally when the lane swap is happening, if you want to still play that matchup, then you match the bot lane on the top lane, right? But it's not happening right now with the Viper swap. So
You're live?
both
Yeah, I know.
teams are really good on this swap situation.
Bro, it's
So
crazy.
I really want to see if they
Kai
are
Cenat
gonna,
is
like, battle on the top lane,
he's gonna
one
make it
versus
to
one.
1
which
million
then
subscribers.
allows
What the
supports
fuck?
then to have a lot of agency
Look at how many
around
people are
the map
gifting him.
here.
Yeah, and I
Look
feel
at
like
this.
we've seen two different sides from the supports in this series, because I feel like Duro has honestly just been so phenomenal. I can't sing his praises enough, and I feel like so much he has just really been in the right place at the right time. So often we see
What the fuck?
him honestly serving as like the second jungler for Gen G, when Canyon maybe hasn't been as proactive. It's been Duro the one setting up the plays. Or
What the
when the enemy
fuck?
team is trying to make a proactive play and punish one of the members of Gen G, it's Duro turning up and counteracting that and getting a massive advantage for the side of Gen G as a result. So often he's there when the team needs, and here's another great example, turning up with a heal for Canyon. And as much as Canyon goes down, it sets up a favorable play for Gen G once again.
Yeah,
And then
I-
here-
Get well
here
soon, yeah, I'm a
as
bit
well,
sick.
Delight.
I'm quite
I
sick
think for
actually.
me,
I couldn't
he's
sleep
always
last
been
night.
such a good team fighter, and we often talk
I have like a
about
bad
Ricard
cough.
being a
I don't know,
phenomenal
man.
pick for him,
What
but I think
happened?
it's like Ricard.
Is everyone getting sick right now? Is it like the change in temperature or some shit? I'm cooked.
He's just so good at setting up plays, so good at engaging, and I feel like it's so hard to team fight against him, particularly protecting your backline when he has these. It just feels like his engage abilities are longer range. It feels like his AoE, unlike his Alistair Q, is bigger, and I just feel
I'm
like
cooked.
his engage capabilities are so much better than any other support, and I feel like that's like the kind of difference between these two. Both phenomenal
gang,
players,
thanks for the
both
prime, much
able
love.
to do so
Much
much.
love.
Quick point we did.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's two different style of players, right? Team
Yeah, I don't have
fighter
any
or
honey.
tempo
I don't have any
master.
honey.
Yeah, all right. Well, there it is. We've gone lane by lane, the strategy of the teams. Nothing left to do except the predictions of us here on the desk. So let's get to it. What do we have?
I would
y'all?
love to see the
Any
predictions.
believers? Oh, it's just me? Ooh. I don't, that's not good. Ox is the one that got it right last time. He was
HD
all
Gen G
alone
is always
against
going to
the
5
dominant
games.
Gen G Tiger Nation, and he called it correct, but he goes 3-2 this time.
Yeah, so the reason I'm going Gen G this time is if you actually look back at how the series has sort of played out for HLE.
Oh, this is gonna be great, chat. I hope you're cozy. I hope you've got a good snack.
For a game or game 5.
I hope you're
It's been an
fucking
LCK Cup,
ready,
'cause
because
they
this is gonna
obviously
be
had
some
that
wild
5-game
shit.
series against Gen G in the road to MSI, but they got reverse swept, and then it was losing 3-0 to T1, and then their recent series have been 3-0 wins, so we haven't seen them win deep in Fearless in a
This
very
is gonna
long
be
time.
some
And
wild
that worries me
shit.
because I feel like we're not going to have a 3-0 today. I feel like it's going to go deep in the series. It's going to be a big test, and when you look at Gen G, they have consistently proven themselves when it's gone deep in Fearless. We've seen them do it domestically, we've seen them do it at MSI, going up against teams like AL and T1, and for that reason, I give them the edge
I feel
today.
weird that I can see the tie go around the neck here.
I mean, I was thinking about the key point of the today.
But I
and
guess it's
think
supposed to happen, right?
actually
'Cause it's not
red
like a
side.
tie.
So I have no doubt that the first game, I think blue side is better because you can prepare something to first pick. But when it comes to game 2, I think it's red side benefits more because Gen G already proved themselves that they prefer red side, so they can.
Chat,
actually,
just so
like,
you know,
counterpick the
if you're
top lane.
thinking of getting up
Also,
soon,
I
go
think the
quick,
reason why they prefer
because
red side is
LCK
because
opening
the
ceremonies are some of the
mid lane
best
champions are
opening
not
ceremonies
good enough
ever.
right now. It's just
Ever.
Orianna, and you just ban out Azir,
4 minutes.
and rest of the champions are just whatever. You can trade. for
They
it.
know
And
how to get
I
it done,
think,
though. They know how to get it
Gen G
done.
already,
The LCK are
already showed so
crazy.
many times that the red side counter pick works well, and that's why they picked so many times. Last series, they just put key in on the R4 and R5, and the win rate already shows that red side is OP in the playoffs, especially.
I think for me, after doing the interview with Peanut, it's just a great reminder that it's one final time to see Peanut climb the mountain and have the opportunity to do something great. And they are standing by right now with the captain's interview.
네, 안녕하세요.
Peanut, talk to me.
하나생명에서 정글러
Peanut,
맡고
talk
있는
to me.
피넛 한왕호입니다.
We're on Team
저희가
Peanut today.
결승전에서 자리할 수 있을까를 상상하곤 했었는데 그것도 제일 먼저 결승전에 오게 돼서 너무 좋고 그리고 그 상상을 실현시켜가지고 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다. 여기 경기장에 적응하기 위해서 직관도 하고 그랬는데 일단 젠지가 어떤 뱀픽으로 하는지에 대해서 좀 더 이야기를 많이 나눴고 그런 걸로 오늘 잘 준비할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 장점은 이 피어리스 뱀픽에서 저희가 준비했던 픽들을 좀 많이 안 보여준 게
Didn't
장점인 것
expose too many of our
같고
picks.
단점 같은 경우는 이제 저희가 무대 감각이나 경기 수가 젠지보다는 떨어지다 보니까 젠지가 좀 더 경험이 좀 더 있지 않을까, 그게 좀 단점일 것 같아요. 앞선 플레이오프에서 3대0, 3대0으로 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 결승전도 3대0으로 해서 9대0까지라는 이런 기록도 세워보고 싶은데 그래도 젠지가 워낙 저력이 있는 팀이라 3대1 정도 생각하고 있겠습니다.
A 3-1.
SK 마지막을 결승전에서 치를 수 있게 됐다는 게 굉장히 너무 좋고요. 네, 굉장히
No.
운이 좋은 선수라고 많이 자각하고 있고 운이 오늘 하루만 더 좋았으면 좋겠고
I
마무리까지
hope my luck
잘해서
can
꼭
last one
우승으로
more day.
네, 마무리하고 싶습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재혁이라고 합니다. 아까 이제 시즌이 시작하고 나서 좀 좋은 성적이 나와서 결승은 무조건 넣어야 된다라고 생각을 하고 있었는데 이렇게 힘들게 올라올 줄은 몰랐는데 되게 올라와서 많이 기쁩니다. 뭔가 의미보다는 그냥 선수로서 이제 최선을 그냥 다 하고 그냥 좀 뭐랄까요, 그냥 되게 늘 되게 엄청 큰 의미가 있다 생각합니다. 일단 선수들 컨디션은 막 체크를 한 건 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 제가 조금 잠을 설쳐가지고 네, 그렇게 컨디션이
I
좋지는
couldn't get
않다고
good sleep,
생각합니다.
so I'm not feeling my best.
3대1로
Hey.
이기는 걸로 생각하고 있습니다. 솔직히 오늘도 좀 되게 자신감이 있는 편이라서 저도 그렇고 저희 팀원들도 그렇고 오늘 팬분들 많이 오셨을 텐데 되게 기분 좋게 귀가하실 수 있게 오늘 꼭 이겨서 멋있는 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Great to hear from those legacy players. One final time for those
Okay.
players and an opportunity to etch their name in the history books here in 2025.
Okay.
It is a packed Inspire
Okay.
Arena here in Incheon. And I know my comment before was one final time. It's not just for Peanut. It's for our friend Chronicler as well. It's for our friend Cayenne as well. The last time that we will have them here in 2025. So thank you to them. So for everyone, sit back and enjoy the greatest league, the greatest players, and the greatest champion write a new chapter in the One legacy. It is Hanwha Life Esports. It is Gen G in the 2025 LCK Finals. Get your phones out and join us. We'll see you in game number 1.
Oh. Watch this opening ceremony. Holy fuck, I'm ready. They always cook. Holy.
I like it when the blind marks cut through the skin.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I like it when the blind marks cut through the skin.
Hey! Oh, I didn't expect that.
Tell me the words are closing in into the fire and burn again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the blind marks. Tell me the words are closing in into the fire and burn again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the fire burns.
Katarina Ulte.
I like it when the fire burns cut through the skin. 영원히 나를 감싸네. 길을 찾아 다시 만나니. Can't you hear them? 바람이 나를 불러 떠나지 않는 영혼의 속삭임.
I'm the backup singer.
눈물 모아 and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the call?
Holy. W Minju. Big W Minju.
4-1 레거시. 단 하나의 전설이 되기 위해 오늘 하루를 기다렸습니다. 1년 중 단 한 번뿐인 이 순간, 이 무대를 영원히 무한히 밝혀줄 오늘의 주인공들을 여러분께 소개합니다.
Caster Jun.
밴쿠버 MSI 우승, 리아드 EWC 우승, 정규 시즌 29승 단 1패, 글로벌 파워랭킹 당연히 1위. 하지만 영혼까지 베인 승자전의
Holy
상처,
Chovy.
그 상처를 견뎌낸 호랑이는 더 날카로운 이빨로 돌아왔습니다. 너희 오늘 잘 걸렸다. 오늘 우리의 재물이 되어라. LCK의 호랑이 내려온다.
Genji.
그 누구도 막을 수 없는 파괴전차, 불타는 바퀴, 강철로 무장한 본체는 그 어느 때보다 단단하게 완성되었습니다. 왜냐? 오늘의 피넛의 마지막 LCK. 그가 10년간 몸담았던 LCK의 마무리는 무조건 반드시 우승이어야만 한다는 강한 의지로 끝까지 밀어붙여 디펜딩 챔피언 한화생명.
Holy. The final nut.
과연 LCK에 군림하던 젠지가 다시 한번 그 영광을 되찾을 수 있을지, 아니면 디펜딩 챔피언 한화생명이 장단 첫 연속 우승에 성공할지. Let the finals begin. 하나생명과 젠지와 하나생명의 우리은행 2025 LCK 그랜드 파이널, 사상 첫 단일 챔피언을 가리는 대결을 여기 이 순간 인스파이어 아레나를 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Boom! Boot it up! Holy! Boot it up! Boot that shit up now! There's more.
Don't wait on me, 'cause I'm already done.
Holy.
There's a chemistry, I see it, madness lies.
Okay. Toby and Peanut. Genji. Defend. HLE. Holy. Holy fuck. It's just... you can't make this shit up.
작년에는 이제 서머 때 하나랑 만났었는데 그때
This is the trash talk segment. This is where they shit talk each other.
너무 완벽했던 것 같고.
They never really do, but hopefully someone does.
젠지가 엄청 우세할 거라고 많은 사람들의 이제 생각 속에서 저희가 3대2로 우승한 거여가지고 굉장히 기뻤던 것 같습니다.
젠지가 패자조에서 되게 고생을 많이 하다가 오긴 했지만 그래도 정규리그에서 항상 강한 모습
They
많이
just
보여줬고
glaze each other.
결승전도 항상 가는 팀이기 때문에 가장 확률이 높을 거라고 생각은 했고 네, 역시 또 살아서 돌아왔네요.
남은 일정이 빡빡하다 타이트하다 이런 느낌을 받아서 확실히 압박감이 좀 있다 그런 생각을 좀 했고 좀 부럽다. 하나생명 되게 부럽다 생각을 좀 했습니다.
근데 힘겹게 올라오셨을 텐데 결승전에 저희가 있기 때문에 되게 막막할 것 같고 작년에 이어서 또 그런 상황이 연출되는 게 좀 미안하기도 하고 저희가 미리 사과의 말씀.
You can't apologize in advance. It's a trash talk segment.
좀
Just
아쉽게
call them dog shit.
젠지로 돌아온 만큼 CD 보여드리겠습니다.
제우스 선수랑은 23년부터 되게 많이 만났던 것 같아서 크게 별다른 감정은 없는 것 같습니다.
인정. 김 선수가 단단하게 좀 묵직하게 잘하시기 때문에 배우는
Say
점도
stop
많은 것
glazing them.
아니요.
그런가요? 금시초문인데? 그랬더니
그 약간 예시가요?
그건 아닌 것 같은데.
Who's that?
제가 기인 선수보다 제가 이제 나이도 좀 어리고 하니까 피지컬적인 부분에 자신 있는 것 같습니다.
경험 자체는 오래돼서 짬바나 뭐 그런 나오는 게 제가 더 좋은 것 같습니다. 네.
제가 이제 중학생일 때부터
He's been a pro since I was in middle
기인
school.
선수가 되게 좀 교과서적인 플레이 많이 하고 좀 노잼.
He's boring.
서로 똑같은 우승 1회긴 하지만 그래도 정규 시즌 성적은 제가 더 좋다고 생각을 해서 LCK에서는 제가 더 위라는 걸 증명하겠습니다.
짓궂으시네. 이해는 가지만 안 되는 건 또 안 되는 거고.
뭐 제우스 선수 별명이 뭐 신이라던데 제가 신 위에 서겠습니다.
I'll stand
기회 되면
above
제가
God.
한번 업어드리도록 하겠습니다.
저는 일단 정글러들 중에서 뻔하지 않은 정글러라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 캐년 선수가 그래도 잘하는 장점들이 워낙 다양하지만 설계를 잘
As a
한다는
planner.
거는 잘 모르겠어서 설계보다는 좀 더 성장형 스타일이라고 생각하고
그렇게 보인다고 해도 저는 제가 맞는 플레이를 한다 생각하면은 그게 개의치 않아서 그냥 피너 선수님이 뭐 3렙갱을 간다던가 그동안에 좀 변수 플레이를 하시면 제가 정글몹 다 털어먹겠습니다.
걱정이 되네요. 네. 그것까지 감안해서 잘
keep that in mind.
판단해서 하겠습니다.
피너 선수님이 이제 마지막 LCK라고 들었는데
아쉬워요. 이제 왕호는 어떻게 보면 나이도 똑같고 폼도 굉장히 좀 좋다고 생각을 하는데 그래도 결승은 제가 우승해야 된다 생각을 해서 미안하지만 잘 가고
갈 때 가더라도 우승 한번 괜찮지 않나. 네.
이번에 꼭 잘 준비해서 인스파이어 찢어놓겠습니다.
Can you stop it?
예상했던 것보다 이제 플레이오프에서 좀 도전을 많이 하시던데
스크림을 아무리 많이 해봐야 연습을 보내고 실제 경기력이 중요하다고 생각을 해서 경기를 많이 한 것도 좋다고 생각을 해요.
뭐 사실 그런 장점도 있지만 그냥 경기 다 이기고 이렇게 편안하게 먼저 와 있는 게 개꿀이긴 하잖아요. 뭐 작년도 그렇고 올해 초에도 그렇고 결승전에서 많이 만난 것 같은데 뭐 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 저도 잘해야 된다 생각하고 있어서
제가 선수가 큰 무대에서 강점이 있는 선수란 건 맞는 것 같습니다. 이미 큰 무대에서 증명을 한 선수니까 그 부분 별로 이슈가 아닌 것 같습니다.
신경을 좀 써주셨으면 좋겠는데 그렇게 방심하시다가 작년 때처럼 초비상 납니다. 조심하세요.
저희가 질만해서 졌다고 생각을 해가지고 이번에 결승에서 다시 이길 수 있도록 하는 게 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 뽀핏은 과거의 영광이고 저희 발등에 불이 떨어져가지고 이게 솔직히 그걸 생각해 본 적이 없어요.
그럴 여유도 안 가지고 올라오셨으니까 그렇게 이제 빨리 집에 돌아가시는 겁니다.
HK 결승전 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 아무래도 결과가 증명해주겠죠. 작년에도 그렇고 올해도
Chobi
그렇고
okay?
결승전에서 일단 저희가 다 이겼기 때문에 이번에도 또 이기도록 하겠습니다. 바이퍼와 룰러는 취향 차이다. 저는 조금 룰러 쪽 취향입니다.
저는 그런 취향은 아닙니다.
도윤이 형이 더 어깨가 넓고 도윤이 형이 더 키가 크고요. 도윤이 형이 게임 더 잘하는 것 같습니다.
What the fuck?
말 안 해도 이거는 다 아실 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
저는 개인적으로 제가 더 잘한다고 생각하고요.
바이퍼 선수는 플레이적으로는 사실 폭발력 있는 선수라고 생각을 해요.
통찰력이 있으십니다.
저는 좀 뭐랄까요. 그래도 노련하지 않나. 피지컬은 그렇게 좋지 않지만 늙은 여우 같은 정말 좀 능구렁이 같은 그런 느낌.
This sly old fox, that's what he thinks of himself?
상대방을 되게
Ruler's mechanics are crazy good.
열받게 플레이를 잘 하시는 것 같아요.
원딜의 신? 경력이 제가 조금 더 기니까 어떻게 보면 제가 그쪽에 불려야 되지 않나?
요즘에 되게 견제하는 분들이 많은 것 같아요. 그래서 진짜로 한번 범접할 수 없는 그런 높이까지 한번 가보고 싶습니다. 늙은 여우의 목을 확 그냥 뱀처럼 물어 뜯어드리겠습니다.
결승전을 가면 일단 승률이 좋더라고요. 왠지는 모르겠는데
민규가 확실히 실력이 많이 늘었어가지고 LCK컵 때 비교하면은 진짜 사람이 180도가 바뀌었잖아요. 딜라이트랑 하는 대결이 그렇게 걱정되진 않다고 생각합니다.
딜라이트의 압승을 예상합니다. 모든 부분에서.
첫 풀주전으로 데뷔해서 결승을 오게 됐는데 당연히 기쁘고요. 기대도 됩니다. 제가 큰 무대에서 그래도 약간 1세트 때는 긴장하는 모습이 많이 보였었는데 긴장을 빨리 떨쳐내는 게 중요할 것 같아요.
뭐 그냥 안타까운 거고 긴장 플레이 전에 뭐 제가 다 이겨나가야지.
딜라이트 선수 특징 이니시에 특화되어 있는 선수인데 그거 말고는 뭐
딱히 생각이 안 나는 것 같아요. 임팩트가
Beyond that,
없어서.
not much.
딜라이트 선수가 렐을 잘하시긴 하지만 썸네일로는 못 본 것 같아서 제가 이긴 것 같습니다.
Okay, dude.
썸네일 정도만 기억하는 것 같고 플레이는 기억이 잘 안 나네요.
썸네일은 금지. 그만 나올 때가 됐습니다.
결승전에서는 제가 대머리가 되고 제가 말이 되겠습니다.
What the
딜라이트 선수 지금까지 결승전 전승이신데 이젠 그 기록이 깨질 때가 된 것 같습니다.
LCK 우승은 먹어도 배고프다.
하나생명 뒤로 와.
뒤로 와.
작년에 하나생명에게 너무 아쉽게 패배해서 너무 슬퍼하는데 이번 LCK 결승전은 꼭 기쁘고 싶습니다.
이번에도 작년에 했던 것처럼 똑같이 작년의 기억이 나게 해주겠습니다.
사실 LCK 이제 대회 자체가 이제 바뀌어가지고 1년에 한 번밖에 우승을 못해서 다시 한번 그 감정을 느끼고 싶은 것 같습니다.
하나생명 e스포츠의 2회 우승과 저 개인의 4회 우승을 위해 꼭 열심히 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
이번에 LCK 결승 이겨서 5번째 우승 만들 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
오랜만에 온 소중한 기회이기도 하고요. 왕호 형의 이제 또 마지막 LCK 결승전이기 때문에 저희 팀한테 되게 간절한
They gotta win
기회라고
for peanuts.
생각하고 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 제우스 화이팅! 하나생명이 이번에 만약에 우승하게 되면은 2연속 우승이라는 그런 타이틀을 얻게 되는데 좀 배 아프잖아요, 그런 거. 그래서 이번에 좀 막고 싶네요. 내 손으로 뭔가 널 보낸다는 게 좀 되게 슬프지만 잘 가라.
잔인하네요. 잔인한 친구네. 네. 마지막 경기를 결승전에서 치를 수 있다는 게 저는 진짜 운이 좋은 선수라고 생각하고요. 그거를 또 우승으로 마무리 지으면 더할 나위 없이 좋을 것 같고 좋은 마지막 장이 되지 않을까 싶어서
Let's go peanut.
우승하고 싶습니다.
Let's fucking go peanut!
Boot it up. Boot it up. One more time for the road. The final LCK day.
To the Uri Bank
2025 LCK Grand Finals. We are here at the Inspire Arena in Incheon. I am Valdez, today joined by Wolf and Chronicler for the final cast of the year to crown our true champion.
The final LCK day, the
year.
final Peanut game, the final
today?
Chronicler
It is
cast.
a glorious day here at the
in
LCK.
It's a year of LCK.
We go out with a
in the
bang
making.
today.
No longer spring and summer seasons that led us to this moment. Ups and downs, a lot of upsets along the way here in these playoffs, and yet we still end up with the same finals matchup we ended the year in
go out
2024
with a bang.
A chance for revenge here for Gen G and a chance to defend for Hanwha Life Esports.
These two teams narrowly entwined throughout the history of the players, history of the orgs. I can't wait to see who is going to take it here today. I think also one of the finals where for the first time in a long time it really doesn't feel like there is a clear favorite, and I think
It's gonna
the
be
predictions will
split,
reflect that.
but it's gonna be
Let's take a
Genji
look at the
favorite.
predictions. Are getting a little spoiler behind us, but you
Hey,
can see
yo,
that
hey,
it's
yo, hey,
very
yo.
close here. We got some 3-2s, 3-1s, no 3-0s across the board, but it is pretty heavily in
HLE
favor
wins
of Gen G
today.
still.
Yep, 10-4 in favor of Gen G, but as you mentioned, no 3-0s.
Peanut
No one's
wins
expecting
today.
this to be a one-sided grand finals here. If you Hanwha Life voters, myself included, I think judging the form of these two teams coming to this is very difficult, but Gen G come off of the most recent victory yesterday against KT Rolster, where they looked extremely dominant. I think that tilted the scales for a lot of people.
There is also the fact that Gen G this year has just been the LCK team, right? They were exceptionally at
That stage is
anything
cool as
besides
fuck.
the very start of the year. LCK Cup at this point is ancient history, doesn't really feel that relevant anymore. And if Gen G still looked shaky yesterday,
Oh,
I think
shit.
this would have been a very different
The
prediction
switch
round.
up.
But they dispatched off KT just as handily as Hanwha Life did, so the predictions make sense.
And KT wasn't the best opponent for sure, but I like to give a slight edge to the team that's coming up from the lower finals. You know, we heard a lot of the Hanwha Life Esports players even mention that, you know, it's nice to be up here and have all this extra time, but at the same time to have that presence on stage, to have all that experience up there the day before. I think that's going to help Gen G here as they're slowly building up to the finals.
At the same time, what impressed me most for Hanwha was their prep. The level 1s, the lane swaps, and the drafts. And they do have a good amount of extra tape compared to what Gen G is sitting on.
Yeah, remember
I want
also
Viper
Hanwha
to
Life
pop off
Esports
today.
were able to dispatch of T1
I need Viper
with a
to go
one-sided
fucking
victory
crazy.
as well. If you take only the KT Rolster thermometer, a temperature gauge for these two teams coming in, sure, they both took a one-sided victory over KT, but it was a much cleaner victory for Hanwha Life Esports where they showed a little bit of strategy there, but it was a quick series. And I do think that the reads that Hanwha have in this meta seem overall stronger.
Remix.
But Gen G haven't shown all their cards just yet.
We're getting into game 1 of this draft, and just this entire
What?
best of 5, I think, is going to be a very close one. If we
What?
get 3-0, that would be the most surprising result. Nobody predicted
Galio
it.
Baron Blue.
Only a couple of people went for 3-1s here and there, and it really will come down to the preparation that you guys are
Galio
talking
Baron
about.
Blue, Azir ban,
As we go
Yunara
into
ban,
this
you know the
draft here,
drill.
Galio and
Blue
Azir
side can
kicking away
target.
already.
Just feels wrong to expect one of these teams to sweep. Even
Hanwha
with
Life
Hanwha
drops
Life
the
obviously
second
does far
ban,
not losing a
Yunara.
game. There's just too much tape of
Wukong
these
ban
teams
from
going
Gen G.
the distance. And with the performances of Canyon and Chovy, which was the
Still a lot of
biggest
champs
weakness of
up.
Gen G at the beginning of the playoffs, I think
Pantheon
Canyon
ban,
still a
okay.
little bit
There's
on
Sin
thin ice,
Poppy.
but Chovy in that last
There's
series
Aurora,
against
Annie,
BDD, where they're
Rise,
performing exceptionally,
Talia,
was just
Rumble,
incredible. As
Jarvan
the
out,
Jarvan ban is
Nico.
actually going to come through here, which has been one of the most highly prioritized junglers in the playoffs.
What's their highest prio
Something
champ?
like
It's
but still
Orianna.
gonna lock it in here first. This has been the most common mid lane pick
Makes a lot
on
of sense.
B1 through the playoffs. So flexible, so much zone control, and a strong laning phase to boot. Now,
You have
on
many
red side
options
here,
into
Gen G
Orianna.
will be able to snap up 2
You can
picks.
play
Will they
even
grab their
Victor
own
into
mid
Orianna.
jungle, or will they look for some bottom priority? The Nico is available, and it's a quite
They're
rare
gonna go
to
for
be
the
up,
Rise.
especially in game 1 of a best of 5 like this. The Rise,
Rise
to be
open, Rumble
prioritized here
open.
for Chovy instead. So looking for that mid counter right away.
Yeah, the Rise coming out here early. They're spending a lot of time thinking about
Could
maybe
go
what their
Rise
next
Rumble,
pick
could
is
go
going
Rise
to be
Sin.
to go with the Rise. We've seen a lot of Annie as well in response to the Orianna, but not here in this game number 1. They're going to save that for a different type of draft.
Could
And
go
I like
Rise.
the Rise a lot more, even though I do think the early
Corki.
lane phase still will be a bit rough. Rise to me does become very beefy later on. And
Rise
Chovy,
Sin,
I
Rise
think his
Corki,
biggest
Rise
strength
Rumble.
has been navigating rough early lane matchups. and
Rise
then
Vi,
turn
but
that pressure.
Peanut Poppy's open.
This is
What?
a big surprise to me though, because we have seen the priority on the Vi really go down. I do think Vi, that specifically
Vi.
with Rise, is a
Into
strong
Peanut
combo.
Poppy, he'll take that
It makes
any
me
day.
wonder if they want to prioritize something like an Imbessa on top, because we've seen that specific combo come through a lot.
Yeah, and it's not a strong
Come on,
mid-jungle
Peanut, lock in,
synergy.
this is you.
It's not the strongest we've seen,
This
right,
is
in terms
you.
of Rise Vi, but it feels like a great denial for Peanut.
Take the
because
Poppy,
he's
take
relied
the
on this
Poppy,
pick
Peanut.
lot
You're
more
a good,
heavily.
you're a good
But it looks
Poppy.
like
You're
he
a really
might be
good
going
Poppy.
to one of his old favorites here in the Poppy early, so often banned in the first phase. He's going to bring it out here in game 1. Could technically still be a flex.
The
for
Rumble
Delight
here
in
feels
the
pretty
bottom
bad. I
lane,
think maybe
but likely to
Corki
go into the
or
hands
Zaya
of
or
Life's jungler here in his final LCK
or
series.
I don't know
that
really.
third pick is going
I don't
to be
really like
the
Ambessa.
mid
Nico
flex
feels
jungle
weird.
on lock, and the Corki is still available. Will get locked down, and now I think that Nico priority is jumping through the roof.
There's also the fact
They
that
could
we
pick
denied a
Rumble.
Corki from Ruler that he has been
They could pick
absolutely
Kai'Sa.
devastating on, and with Peanut on the Poppy, Peanut's biggest edge, as he himself mentioned, is his early jungle pathing. That's been something where he historically has been great, and him being able to be on a champion like Poppy that has some of the best level 3 dives in the game, I think is definitely a showcase of what Humble Life are going to be looking for. And as you highlight, Wolf, I like the Nico pickup here.
I think the
because
Lights
it
will
both
find
denies
something
the
though.
Corki
He has
and Nico,
Nolt, he has
which is
Rel, he has
insanely
Leona,
strong.
he has
I think it
Alistar, he has
provides
Rakan, he has
flexibility in the bans.
There's
Bard.
definitely some neutralization
He
as
will
well
find
that
something.
you can get in the Nico into the
I
Corki
don't
there
think
in
he
the
will play
bottom
Karma.
side. Really takes a lane that can be quite dominant, especially if it has a Nico in its own hands, and neutralizes it quite heavily.
I think AD bans for
difficult
HLE, you
here
gotta
for
ban
Genji to
Kai'Sa,
ban
surely.
efficiently now. They could protect a pick here for
Kai'Sa
Keen
Jhin maybe
in the top side
into
if they
Ruler.
want to, but again, that flex Poppy is still looming.
I think
I don't
Kai'Sa
think
Jhin
you
is
want to
good
be playing
bans.
Poppy in the support role though anymore with Nico now already on lock, because you're going to be playing melee. Genji agree, and we'll take away Delight's Alistar here and focus on support instead.
Yeah, I do like that these two comps are already beginning to form somewhat of an identity between the two of them. You've got Vi and Nico for the heavy engage, the Rise for the follow-up damage, and then you've got a lot of zone control with Orianna, Poppy, the Corki, who can always create some room for himself. So the
Kai'Sa
Alistar gets
good.
banned away for more zone creation denial, and the Kai'Sa for that follow-up
Maybe a
on the
Nolt ban
engage
from
will be
Genji
denied
feels
away
good.
from Genji.
And my guess is that they're going to ban
Not
another
sure.
AD carry. We're probably saving Keen counter pick for
They
R5.
could just ban a
pick
top
an AD
laner.
carry on
Yeah,
4
okay,
here.
Ambessa.
There's still a good amount of picks left that are okay into Corki. But
Do you ban
obviously, it
Cassante?
really
No,
depends
you
on
don't. You
what
just ban
matchup
Jhin, I think,
Delight
here.
will get. Knowing Delight, I don't really think that he's going to be playing for Ling too much. Just going to be looking, I imagine, for maybe like the Rel, just any engage support that synergizes well with the Orianna and allows you to really go for these big wombo combos.
Genji right now have a strong big engage tool in the Nico ultimate,
Severe.
as well as single
Actually,
target
good
with
ban,
the Vi. So they can lock this Corki down even though it has good escape here. Having a stable
I do
AD
kind of
carry
like
that can
Jhin and
scale
Genji's
well
comp
and
though.
help, you know, front to back in these team fights, regardless of what Zeus is playing, is going to fit the bill. They took the Kai'Sa away, which is super safe with the Nico. Now the
Ambessa
Sivir is
ban.
gone here for Ruler. So Ruler's pool thinned out a little bit here in terms of consistent damage he could look for. And the Ezreal is
okay,
the
yeah.
safe pick he'll opt for. Very
Anything long
difficult
range.
to get value into this pick as Orianna because of his arcane shift and his ability to
I
do
think
damage
Nautilus
from
is
so
strong
far
now.
away. You know, normally you see this into a more clear dive
Rel
composition,
and
but with the
Rakan feel hard
expectation
into
that something
Ezreal,
like that Rel
but
is
Naut
coming
feels a bit
through,
better.
Feels a lot safer here to lock the Ezreal
I don't know
now.
what
Also means
Rat Boy is in a
that
blind.
it
He could
frees
blind
up the
Rumble,
room
but
to make plays on the map
I don't
on the
really know
Nico.
if I
Nico
like
can
it.
be really
Rumble Rel,
obnoxious to deal with when you go to other lanes.
a bit mobile.
There
Aurora
is
blind.
now the
Ooh,
blind
that's
pick
nasty.
to come through here for Zeus. Aurora makes sense.
That
It's
is
one of the hardest
nasty.
champions to actually shut down. It takes away a lot of power from some of the expected picks.
What does
that
Keen
normally
play
Keen
into
go
Aurora?
towards.
Does he
The
just play
Rumble, I think,
Cassante
is
and take
always
it, or
the
does he play like
biggest giveaway,
Jace?
as Rel for
I feel
Delight
like
should come
Aurora
to the
top is
surprise
so
of no
hard
one.
to
I think
counter.
Hanwha Life's draft has really strong identity. It's got a lot of
They could
upfront
put
burst
Ezreal
damage
top
and
into
the Corki to
Aurora.
follow up from range and then clean
And just
up
pick
house.
Sion here.
Great engage, plus the extra stability that the early game Poppy can give you, and the objective control that Peanut will be able to provide with his ultimate. Gonna take a lot of convincing for me for this final pick here for Keen to think that Genji can actually turn the
Oh, they're
tides.
gonna do it.
And they will look
Chat,
for
I'm
just
on
a
ads. If you know about ads, you can
robust
use the on
line here
subscribe,
of the
subscribe to the channel.
Sion.
You don't have to
This
if you want to. You
draft
buy for the
does a
game.
lot
Does
of
big
different
kiss.
things
If you
for
sub now, you
Genji.
won't
You
get
can front to
ads
back a little bit, you can poke for
all day
objective control
and
with the
for the next
Ezreal,
30 days,
but when
including the
Humble Life
first
press the
couple
but
weeks
when they
of
press
Worlds
go,
2. I'll see you in a sec.
Even a Scion isn't going to be safe. Even a Scion can be burst down so quickly into this composition.
I think they're gonna put Ezreal top level 1. And I think that Corki is gonna go top level 1 as well. So we might see Aurora Rel versus Sion Nico bot lane level 1 here.
Camille or even Aurora that's on
Which
the
is
other
gonna be
side.
very strange.
Genji Coach Kim said, we look for tier in our drafts more than counter picks. I don't think they got counter picks here, and they didn't really get too much tier outside of the Rise and the Nico.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Wolf. I think Homolife Esports definitely a more solid identity. It feels like Gen.G somewhat got lost along the way. They definitely still have very strong tier picks, but even our desk was talking about counter pick and how strong it can be. Wadded really nailing that point home about how red side is very strong right now, but they banned the Mbessa. The Sion was a little bit face up, and they're like, well, Aurora's still up. We can just pick that and have an awesome lane into Sion.
Please get some
totally
nasal
fine.
spray.
So for me, I do agree. I think Homolife got the edge in this
No,
one.
I don't have COVID. I don't leave the house, so I can't get
shown us
COVID.
that they're the only team that's consistently been able to pull off 2 carry compositions, right? And that for me is kind of the X factor here. What is the laning phase going to look like, both for mid and jungle specifically? Eventually, Keen will be fine, right? Early levels against Aurora are going to be hard, but once you finish your first item, I do think
I
you're
think it's
okay
just
in
because
that
I had
lane.
one night where I was
Can't wait to
sleeping,
see.
and I was so cold,
Here, guys. Game number 1 starts right
and I think
now.
that got me sick.
하나 생명. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Oh.
젠지. 하나, 둘, 셋. The stage is set, and we are ready for this best of 5 to decide who will be the champions of the LCK for this entire year. It all comes down to this. After the format change, it's 1 grand finals.
All right,
at
lock
the end
in.
of the year. Will Homolife get the back-to-back from last year's summer, or will Gen.G look to shut down that streak?
Our 2 international title defenders as well, with Gen.G being able to win MSI
Is
and
Ruler gonna go
Homolife
top?
being the first stand champions.
Yeah, and LCK
No, he's
before
not.
that, the LCK Cup, that is, and of course last year's LCK.
They're just gonna keep
we had
standard
Hanwha
lanes,
Life
no
start
level
off
1
the
swaps.
year
Interesting.
With a big, continuation of the form we saw from them at the end of 2024, but there was a bit of a dip and it became Gen.G dominance through the middle, and yet Hanwha coming as the stronger seed here in the grand final. So it feels like we have a lot of balance here amongst these 2 squads who, as is already previously mentioned, have a lot of shared history amongst players as well. So people, I think, forget the Hanwha Life Esports Chovy days, but it wasn't that long ago. This guy was representing Korea on a lower seed LCK team alongside Morgan.
Morgan, good shout out. Ooh, Ruler missing Q.
And the fact they made quarterfinals
Viper
of
hits him.
Worlds.
Yeah.
Very
Doesn't
silly.
miss a minion.
Well, they did have Chovy on the team.
Barrier's
and
the
he's here on
first
this
Estral
team,
Q.
And I think his role
I
as
mean,
the
it's low
Rise
cooldown.
in this draft, it was the first pick on red side to handle the Orianna and to be a farming menace and to just control the side lanes. I think a lot of the onus in this game will come down
Viper
to
is clicking, man. You can
Chovy
see
as
his
one of the
character
2
is
carries in the
completely moving
composition of
everywhere.
Gen.G.
The one advantage that I do think is they're early for Gen.G
Still getting hit,
is
though.
that outside of the Poppy, I think their single target lockdown with Vi, Rise, and Nico specifically is really lethal. I'm also going to be looking
Well,
close.
Zeus
As I
is
say
murdering
that,
top.
look at that, already in the bot lane. Peanut is waiting, just clear the spot side jungle. This should come as no surprise. He's been very consistent with this, but I think that Gen.G, I have a suspicion.
It's a kill.
Comes in, Duro is
Surely
in
it's a
bit
kill,
of
right?
trouble. He is going to get away, but now the
Oh, he
follow-up
eat
from
backwards.
Peanut is right there, and Duro with the red buff ticking.
Oh, first butt to Viper. Nice gank by Peanut. They love these level 3 ganks, man. It's just such a common thing in the
He
LCK.
sees a lane that has prio, and he hits straight there in his early pathing. Heads
He should
down
base
near
here, I
the
think,
bottom lane,
Peanut.
knows the pushing Nico is there, and even
Nice,
though there's
Peanut.
a ward
Good
there
job.
for Gen.G, they're unable to react quickly enough. A little bit of greed with that strong push in the bottom lane is punished heavily by Peanut.
Peanut
Now, they
doesn't
did have
base.
to commit
He's gonna gank
summoners in
mid
order
now.
to get this done, but they got both of
Fuss.
Duros as well as the kill.
And now we got Hex Flash maybe in the mid lane. Peanut setting up for this one. Chovy probably gonna have to flash.
Another
Peanut
kill!
do it.
Another
He
kill!
sees his fate, and Zeka picks up a kill. Both
Peanut's
the
just
carries
farming the
already
map.
online for Homolife.
And in the trash talk video, Kenyon said, that's fine, Peanut. You can do whatever you want. I'll finish your jungle. He can't. Peanut just going to finish his entire top side. He's going to clear without
The
a care
nut
in
god.
the world. And already Homolife popping off. And I was talking about the expectation for Gen. This is a 2-carry composition. You need your AD carry.
Now he
and
needs to
your
clear
mid
camp,
laner
so everyone
do
needs to
well.
chill out a bit.
They've both been killed already.
Don't die,
You can
guys.
see
Don't
Peanut's
die to the
stats on the
ganks.
Poppy, but it doesn't tell the full story of how much experience he has on this pick. It is an iconic Peanut pick over the years. Has the flash here to catch Duro, post flash.
If Duro
and he is
E's
given-
correctly, I
he
think
gives
he
the kill
might
over
live,
to
you know.
Viper. And then the
Not live,
immediate
but like
follow-up
Corki will
in
be
mid with the
rooted.
Hex Flash. He catches Chovy off guard here as well. And secondly, not taking the kill, giving it right over, hand feeding it to Zeka. So as you mentioned, both of these carries already
Who do you want to win?
accelerated here.
HLE? HLE?
4 minutes in the beginning of this series.
But you should have known. Well, it's being the Poppy.
Peanut gotta get a trophy before he leaves, right?
Gen G for the entirety of 2023.
But why does it feel like every time he plays Poppy, the opponents just don't seem to get a read? It's like, oh, well, yeah, he's playing Poppy. We don't know where he's going to come in. We don't know where he's going to gank. It's like he's invisible.
It's an additional passive. It's just, we forget about Peanut Poppy.
Chovy is kind of like
seen it before.
trying, even though he died to a gank.
We knew about it in the draft, yeah.
And the thing is, he does this so consistently, but it's both the lanes that had the pressure point, right, where Gen G were pushing a little bit too far, and he's just like, no, you can't be there. And now we have the teleport here for Zeus, who's also winning his lane. He doesn't need help.
Viper is dodging.
He gets back up here to the top side to continue that advantage. Canyon is going to try to start this Dragon up here. Does not have the backup of Chovy, but it looks like with the control that Nico provides in this bottom lane, he will get away with it.
Interestingly enough, the stats we just had on your screen was that Rel is on a 5-game winning streak, whereas Nico's on a 5-game losing streak. So in playoffs, that's kind of been the way it has been rolling for both of those supports. Doesn't necessarily mean that it'll continue, but either the streak continues or it gets broken right here for both of those support picks.
We also have Keen just struggling against Zeus, which again is to be expected. That's just a given in this matchup. Again, I think that once you finish your first item, you're in a much better spot. Once you get Hollow Radiance, I don't think Keen is really going to be too bothered, and when you have enough stacks on
God, if I was a top laner, I would one-trick
But
Aurora.
that means that basically right now there's 3 losing lanes for Gen G, and that's where we've really seen them struggle, when they're still trying to make those classic Gen G plays, play aggressively
What a great champ.
for objectives.
My Aurora.
And I think that they're still in a position now where we could see them go for the trades, where we could see them go for the cross map. But a couple more kills go in the way of Humba, and this composition
Sion's
is just going to
gonna
get
ult bot
snap
here.
checked really hard.
I mean, look at
Gen
how
G
much is already going to be
swapping.
lost here for Keen. He does not commit
Yeah,
his
he's not gonna lose
ultimate, at least
anything.
not initially here, to get back to that bottom lane. He is going to use it now, but still a lot of farm lost here in a lane where he's already 15 CS behind. I think the idea with this Sion pick, we know it's not going to beat the Aurora. Obviously, you need to go grasp here. You're not going to get that many stacks, but you know, a lot of melees will
Look at
actually go
Chovy, man.
electrocute
He
the counter
died,
like
but he
Ambessa
still
does in
has
this
push
matchup,
and he's
but
up
you
10
can't do that
CS.
as Sion. And he's like, well, I'm going to have 2 winning lanes, so I can just be the rock here in the top lane. But Peanut said, you're not having 2 winning lanes because I visited both of them and took that advantage away. And so the Sion is not functioning in the draft as it was supposed to here for Gen G in this early game.
Yeah, no, we didn't have any Viper swap in this game, so the 2 bottom lanes are just going to end up in the top lane at this point in time, just joining each other. Gen G did end up with the first Drake. They got that first Hextech Drake on the board. And so that is one thing they've got for themselves, but still a pretty big deficit early on.
The 6 spikes for Gen G are really strong, right? Vi in particular, but even Chovy being able to make a quick roam. So I imagine Gen G is
Pretty
going to be
quiet
looking,
game,
even
you
though
know.
right now their position is
Peanut
great,
explodes and
to
then
try and get a numbers
the
advantage,
lanes, I
use
think,
the
are just kind of
crazy amount
losing for
CC and
Hammerlife.
single target burst that they have available to kind of play from there. There's also the fact that we have seen mid lane has actually been equalized decently because Chovy has been Chovying. So even with the kill, gold lead has shrunk a little bit. We'll see whether Zeka can utilize that. Chovy was also looking for a play on top earlier, but Hammerlife did respect that very nicely.
Ooh, Peanut.
Yeah, he's not going to see this on time, I don't think, as he's clearing out a ward. And actually, Canyon decides to just back off of the play. I mean, Zeka is Orianna, but he's got Flash,
grub
and with the
should
jungler
be-
right there, they don't want to commit to it. So
I mean, it's
The composition
4v4.
for Hammerlife is so reliant on setup here. It's going to be difficult for them to actually gain access to these grubs here. Chovy does not have prio in mid for the moment, although that will change in just a second here. But if Gen G gets set up with those strong level 6s that you mentioned, Chronicler, it's tough for
Canyon's
Hammerlife,
being
but
a complete
instead,
rat.
looking for a bit of a wraparound here on the Vi, setting a trap for Peanut.
yeah, I mean, they
No,
should know
Peanut.
that he has started this one up, as now Chovy going to be spotted. They just go on a delight here as the follow-up just not there. And now in comes Hammerlife Esports, just going to knock away the one guy that's
Peanut.
the follow-up here on a Canyon,
Is it good?
who is in a lot of trouble. Does get that shield up, though, and a bit of health on the follow-up. The damage
It's
not
fucking
quick
great.
here. Finally, they
But
get it,
Zeka's getting
Zeka
cooked.
is going to immediately bite the dust. Viper also on the run.
Viper
Chovy
movement.
looking for more.
Oh.
Needs a Q, needs something,
No,
and they
can't dodge.
finally do get him down. Chovy collects the kill, and Gen G do strike back.
Just like that, Gen G back on the board here. A big win in the fight.
Peanut
After the
gets
initial
smite.
setup looked pretty good for Hammerlife when the engage was on to Delight. They get the chase
What happened
down
to
kill
Zeka?
there,
What happened to
pick up a
Zeka?
ton of much needed gold.
And I do love that it ended with Duro just stealing away the crab. As we take another look, they don't want to invest too much.
What's happening on Zeka? He just fighting Chovy and just dying or what?
Nico being knocked away at first, it looks
oh my god, an
Astro
Astral
here for Gen G. Kenyon's able to stall
now
us.
Peanut's fighting Kenyon in the pit.
Yeah, we
got a fight in
oh,
here.
the
It
flip.
looks like Kenyon wanted to fight for the grubs,
no
but
flash.
he's by himself against
Killed the Viper. Killed the Viper. 2 grubs to HLE.
But not the 1v4. And eventually, we see that he gets 1 grub, but he
Bro,
loses
Kenyon's
his
getting,
life. That's not
Kenyon,
worth
what
it.
is he
There's
doing?
no support for him here, even though Chovy had TP on the back, doesn't commit it. He's walking back to lane here, and just gets kind of unceremoniously collapsed on there and taken out. Fairly greedy play from him, but he thought he had the space. He thought he was safe.
Sorry,
Instead,
chat,
it's another
XGG.
kill going over to Viper here on the cleanup.
My guess is that he made a misread on the timing of the
He must have thought that Poppy's not here.
going in on this and just
because I think Peanut lost the crab and then Hex flashed into the pit. So he thought that Peanut was in base probably.
Interrupted on the charge Q.
Yeah, but let's be real. You know Poppy is going to try and block you. You should see the collapse coming. So to me, that must be a miscommunication because obviously big mistake by Kenyon. But it also doesn't really make sense for him to go in there and try and fight when it's very clear that he is getting collapsed on.
And Chovy, you know, was backing at the start of that. And like he had teleport, but obviously the timing wasn't going to work out for him to join. So I agree with you. Definitely feels like a bit of a miscommunication, as
Ruler
you said.
and Chovy are Chovying.
Because now the gold lead is growing again, which Hanwha is going to be very happy about.
Yeah, all of a sudden, just a bit of a weird play from Canyon ends up making it Humble Life Esports' game to control at this point in time.
Grubs are super valuable when you have a strong side lane threat like the Aurora as well, so this can be a huge issue for Gen G later on.
I guess they did get 2. I mean, I'm not going to call worth, but...
Yeah, Humble Life Esports did pick
Everyone
up
is
2,
scaling.
so.
It's double
At the
tier,
end of the day-
double
yeah,
Roa.
my bad. I'm looking at the roses. I got
It's all good.
pranked.
Yeah, the roses are very pretty. Easily distractible as Chronicler as well.
It's also because it's 2 to
1.
1 on the other one.
Yeah, sure.
fine.
Yeah. It's
Come on,
okay,
guys.
Chronicler.
Come on.
It's game 1.
Be
you
nice
know?
to me. Be nice to me. I'm like, Dura, I gotta
What, is
warm
today
up.
like kind of a special day for some reason?
No.
I didn't hear anything about that.
No, it's
Peanut Blast comes in.
Just a normal average
Pink
grand
ward from
finals.
Kenyon.
Delight is wrapping around here with his ultimate.
Peanut starts
and we'll
the
be able to clear
dragon.
this ward. It's very difficult to challenge this as Gen G right now, although Chovy has a little bit of a window.
Forever control.
Zeus wants to use his
looks
TP
like
advantage,
Zeus
but he's getting
is kinda
cancelled
away,
by
so he's
Keen.
fine there, but denying the TP is what's
Gen G
important.
take over the dragon.
If possible. And Keen is just running down here with this ult, so he
Sion's
can join
gonna.
the fight
I think they
if
have to give this
necessary.
HLE surely.
As now we do have
Never
the
mind that
teleport
TPing
coming
in.
out, and the Sion is going to be
Oh,
ulting
Poppy
in.
ult
They try
missed.
to go in onto
Vi should die
the
here.
front line here. A ton of damage into Canyon, and he will be
Nico's
going
one.
down.
Zeus
but
missed
it's
his
in
whole
the trade for the
combo.
support as
Peanut's
Peanut
low.
super low himself.
Dead.
Keen frontlining for the team. As Zeus kind of just has to get out of here. Zeka just zoning the rise, but not good enough. And Zeus will have to flash away, looking for the double dragon.
Don't
Is Gen G. And can they actually lock it down? It's a
Oh, Zeka.
Shockwave comes in from
Oh,
Zeka.
Zeka.
He only
Viper
gets
trying to
the
steal
one,
it.
though, and it is going to be the dragon going the way of Gen G's. For
Oh, if
double
Zeus
dragon.
just hit his combo, this fight would have been a lot cleaner.
Steal away there by Viper.
But he completely
at the end.
whiffed
He's not
everything.
Quite able to secure it against the smiteless squad, but very, very close to really backfiring there. Massive shockwave from Zeka. If Viper was on the other side of the fight, that could have been more disastrous for Gen G. Instead, they take the double dragon here.
Like Peanut ult misses
As we
here,
move
but
into this
Canyon's a
fight, you
free
can see
kill.
Delight has a pretty good angle here onto Canyon. They're looking for the single target blow up.
And then look at Zeus here. He arrives, tanks a Sion ult, ults,
And the big
QE
difference maker
misses
is
onto
Keen,
Duro.
because this early on, he doesn't
Who I guess
really
sidestepped
take that
it.
much
And now what?
damage, as we
The
can
Aurora's
see,
useless.
tanks multiple people, and even though Canyon goes down and that target fire is nice, the damage dealers of Gen G are still alive, and that's what it always is going to boil down to. As the fact that Zeka lives there as well is kind of perfect. With Gen G, they can't afford to get out there because then Viper would probably steal the dragon. And this is what I want in my game 1 in the grand finals.
Yeah, I don't know. As much as I appreciate the Aurora champ, I'm looking at the scoreboard and the Sion's up in gold. And the Sion is Sion.
Looking for these more drawn-out fights. Kind of crazy. Even Rise is going to become really beefy as the game goes on.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like this should favor Gen G. This Soul, it's not the strongest, but we're going to like it, especially with these 2 Drakes that they have picked up. And you take a look at where the gold is here for Gen G, even though they're behind overall. Ruler's getting really fed. He's 2-0-2. He's got double buff, and this Ezreal's going to hit his 2-item spike very early. Right as I say that, maybe I cursed him, is now trying to go in and take down Viper.
Oh, Viper.
Trying to take the 1v2.
Oh, Ruler.
Does get the kill, and now Zeus is like, well,
I guess maybe I'll take him out eventually.
Holy
here,
fucking
but
Ruler.
still,
This guy says
the
his
fact that he
mechanics
was
are
able to
bad.
get a kill in that circumstance
He said
is
his
big.
mechanics are
When
bad.
you have a 2 carry composition, it's looking pretty good if Ruler's one of them as he gets the trade, and that allows the cross map to be favorable for Gen G.
Didn't end up being a caster curse at all there, Chronicler. He just outplays it.
The sly old fuck.
Sure, whatever you say, Cronny. Little crazy.
You're outnumbered here on this desk, Chronicler. Be careful.
Oh, normally it's 1-to-1. Oh no.
Yeah.
So Viper goes in here, and Ruler ends up doing a ton of damage. He loses his barrier. Ruler looks for the fancy play with a redirect on the
The
true shot
sly
barrage,
old
tries to trip
fox,
him up.
he
Ends up
still
getting
got
the-
it.
The kill because he has enough damage here with the lead he has to take Viper out. Is
Sion
of
no
course,
demolish.
a trade in kills, but ideally for
Sion had
Hanwha,
demolish,
you
he'd
kill
have
him
first by
and
tower
nobody
right now.
dies.
Feels like a bit of a over-eager play from Viper there as well. If he plays that a little bit more respectful and doesn't face tank the Ezreal that was already really chunking him, I think that just with the damage from Zeus, who is sitting at a really big spike with his first item and Electrocute, probably could have been enough. But Ruler able to find the kill. The rest of the map still looking good for Hanwha though. But it's these fights. I think in the last fight we saw as well, if Peanut can't find anyone to ult, and Keen can just draw attention in the back line. They don't have necessarily the best tools to
The
kill
game
a
is
Sion
still
in
pretty
mid-game,
even, I would say. The
particularly
only
first
real
item is
thing that's
finished.
hurting this game for Humble Life is the Dragon
might end up
situation.
going back to that tier list versus
Actually have a lot of
counterpick,
damage,
conversation
though.
from
They
Coach
have a
Cam.
lot of
If he
damage. They need to
feels
get
like
past the
Sion
Sion.
is just that good, and it felt good in this draft. He says, well, I don't necessarily need a counterpick if we have Sion.
I think it gets a lot easier when we get a little bit later into the game, and the Leandries that Zeus has picked up here already will really help. But man, Keen has gotten so much alone time with his turret. He's actually almost taken the whole thing out here, by the way. First brick on the line.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get it, and that means that they're one objective away.
Yeah, first by tower to Sion. Oh my god, Peanut just flashed E Ruler and missed. Knocked away the Nico. He's gonna die. He's gonna die. Dead. Oh, Peanut, what are we doing?
Up that kill. And
Peanut saw an angle on Ezreal but failed it.
Keen is having a ball down here in bot lane.
He's just ulting Zeka. He's like, I took your turret. I'm going to take your health.
Yeah, Herald's gone. Bot tier 1's gone.
Might have
Feats of
actually
strength are gonna go to Gen
interrupted
G.
Because Zeka's TP or Zeka's teleport rather is on cooldown.
Yeah.
I don't think he was able to join. Maybe that was why Hanwha Life played that aggressive because they got the ult on Duro. And then if Zeka's able to join the fight, they could have played with a numbers advantage. Now Gen G takes the gold lead.
Gen G really just taking this game, grabbing it by the horns and forcing it into their favor. We didn't like the draft identity as much here, but they do have a really strong mid game, and they are powering through it despite some of
Sion.
the early advantage Peanut gave.
Yeah, it doesn't clip Ruler on the wall.
As you say, you can see, in fact, it is available now. It's going to be
If
interrupted
it hit,
in the minimap. You
I
guys
think
can
it
see
could
by
work, yeah.
Kane's ultimate, so he's unable to join the fight as Peanut goes in a bit too deep here, and is kind of unceremoniously chunked out of the fight.
Yeah, I think the interrupt on the TP was great. The fact that he TP'd in front of a Sion is another question, but it felt very forced, that fight. You know, Peanut went in very far ahead, and I think even if the TP comes through for Zeka, I don't think he gets there on time. I think Peanut just dies anyway.
Maybe they could have looked for something on the exit. Delight did have some
5 seconds on soul point. Zeus has
I agree.
TP.
I think that was it's a big deal because Dragon is about to spawn, and now Gen G have tempo.
I think Zeka might not have even had ult, right? Because he ulted the wave to try to defend the turret moments before. Either way, going to be a big charge here.
Well, that's going to be a canyon right in the middle of all of them. Doesn't seem to care, though, as everybody's here for Gen G, and they want another turret. They will get it. Zeus does not join up for a fight. He's just going to take his time on this top turret, but maybe now another Drake.
I mean, Gen G, get the free bottom turret, stop the teleport, win the fight in mid, get
Top tier
Herald,
one's
push
dying.
into mid, and then now have Dragon
And it's not
Prio
started
as
yet.
well. Won't necessarily be able to keep it, in fact, with some retreating members here in Canyon. Not quite in the area just yet, but Gen G can absolutely fight for the contest here, which would be sole point for them. What a turnaround in this game.
And you can see as well, Keen, with the itemization that he has, doesn't care about
When did I ever
either
say,
Zeus
I
or
didn't say
Zeka.
HA
But at
Trio,
least
stop making
Zeus
shit
has
up.
the tools to get
Look at
away
this
from
Sion
it
champ,
easily,
look at it.
As we can see there with the dodges, and the longer trades are still okay, but particularly with this build, Zeka is just not going to damage Keen. It's just not happening. He's looking to go for a build that makes him really strong when he's focused, but he's not going to be able to chew through the Sion's health bar unless you get like 15 free rotations as Gen G trying to play for soul point.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, just on that point, what tanks can do when they're kind of
I mean, HLE are getting a fight, which is good. They need a fight
Sion
here.
and Cassante, those are the two I feel that really can take over games if there's no threat onto them. As yeah, a lot of setup here once again. Prio on the Drake for the side of Gen G. We do have push in top, and so Zeus with TP is just going to rotate up there. And
Waiting
it's
for
just
Sion.
the Salt Point Ocean Drake, so Gen G aren't going to take any big strides toward this unless
crazy
they
that
have a
Chovy can take
perfect
that
setup,
pink. That is
which is what
criminal.
they're looking for right
I
now.
mean, they have it with this. They have a flash on their Nico, right? Ruler used True Shot Barrage to gain mid prio. They have full control of both entryways, and Chovy can roam over to the other side of the fight. And so basically they're saying, Hanwha Life Esports, we're not going to start this Dragon just yet, but eventually you will have to respond. You will have to force your way through. Both top laners with teleport available at a moment's notice here, but Gen G, so much power with this control because it means that Ruler can poke, he can chunk. It's so hard for Delight to find the engage angle here when everyone
Still
is so
no Dragon
split.
start.
And it's kind of insane that Gen G was able to take that early game deficit, get a couple of really good skirmishes, and be consistent in their objective setups, because their lanes were struggling early on, right? Peanut actually had a really big impact. But now what we're seeing is that in many plays, Duro's the one that's there first. Chovy's able to get prio consistently.
Duro?
Duro, kind of an interesting spot here, but they don't want to go
Chilling.
all in just onto the support. This damage already done for this Dragon. The TPs are coming in. The Scion from the left side is Delight not really finding an engage angle. He's just rooted forever, and now Keen is in the front line. And Delight is just
Oh, he
dead.
whiffed.
He's just out of the
Oh,
fight.
and he's one
And
shot.
now the front line
Oh, it's
is
so cooked, this
immediately
fight.
burst down.
It's so
Down
cooked.
goes
Zeus is
Peanut.
cooking though,
As
a
bunch
bit.
of damage coming in
Zeka's
from the
also
side of
cooking a bit.
Zeus, but he can't do it all by himself.
No,
Canyon
it's
gonna
so
get the
cooked for
Drake.
Hanwha Life, so
Only Duro
cooked.
goes down. Viper
Peanuts
hits the
insta
ground
one
as
tapped
well.
and missed
It's
his
a
ult.
triple kill for Chovy.
Triple kill for Chovy.
This is the
It's
fight
Atakan,
Gen
it's
G
Soul
was
Point,
looking
it's
for. They're able to
GG.
eventually
It's GG.
force Hanwha Life Esports to make a call, make a decision.
It's a
Delight's
Gen
trying
G
to find
red
the
side
engage
win
angle, but
game
can't
one.
find anything. Is
That is
rooted
not a
and
good
blown
sign,
up.
especially
Gen
after
G
that
gets
early game that
Soul
Peanut
Point.
had.
They get the team
Peanut
fight
was
win,
frying
and
early.
they'll take an Otacon on top of all of it.
And Hanwha Life was aware. They are the ones that need to pull the trigger, right? Because you will actually get poked down.
God,
into Nico,
enemy
into
carries,
Ezreal,
Ruler and
particularly
Chovy. How
Ezreal's
unfair
fed
is
us
that?
this.
I think
You
Duro played
can't
this fight
afford
really
to
well.
just sit
He was very
around.
patient.
But as you look here, I want you to pay attention to how well Gen G is splitting up this fight. Even though Keen doesn't find anyone, it doesn't really matter. Peanut
Canyon
kind of
smurfed this engage.
There, the turn is inevitable. Duro creates
God,
so much
Chovy's like a
backline
machine
space.
gun in this front
Despite
line.
Zeus' best efforts, can't do enough because the fight setup is so Gen G favored.
Yeah, and this is another example
Jesus.
of Gen G piloting a 2-threat 2 carry composition incredibly well there, dismantling Hanwha Life's engage, picking them apart piece by piece, utilizing that prio, that control over the objective to allow the damage to come through from Chovy and Ruler, even though Zeus
Chovy, Ruler on
even though he's looking for the big
Chovy,
ult, the
Ruler
big
on enemy
burst
team,
there,
Cat Despair.
just not able to pull it off.
I believe this is our performer.
Minju.
Minju from Islet, who did do the performance earlier on today. Hope you guys
W
did
Minju.
enjoy that. She's here watching the games. And we'll see if her favorite team ends up winning.
And for Hanwha
Wait,
Life,
who's
the
our
big
favorite
thing
team?
now is
Is it
finding
Hanwha Life?
multi-man engages. Right? We're talking combos for Delight. We're talking Zeka finding a big shockwave. The damage is still there. The team fighting power is still something that needs to be respected. But it feels like Hanwha Life haven't perfectly been on the same
She should watch
page.
DK
In a lot of
more.
these
I think
fights,
she
it
could be
kinda
a DK
started with
fan.
a mid-moment where Peanut went in too deep, the interrupt came through, and now Gen G in control, it doesn't allow you to really play the game.
Someone should tell Minju about DK.
All right, Peanut
Peanut?
again trying to make something happen. They turn on him, but it is a trade for Canyon at least.
Peanut,
but
you
still,
good?
this mid lane turret
Whoa,
is going to go
Peanut
down.
is like-
The damage is being done by Zeus into this
Peanut is
Scion.
like
He's
full
got the
sending it on
Diandries, but
cooldown.
it's just not enough, especially when Zeka's not here.
This is one of those trademark Gen G moments where, like, okay, Scion doesn't have TP. We got to play around mid
Top
and bottom
tier
lane
one,
here.
not bad.
Sure, they're going to push. They're going to get that top bounty. We're not just going to give it up for
Chovy's
free.
level
Let's hard
15
commit
and his
mid.
Roa
He
hasn't
can actually
procced yet.
rotate
He's going to be
over.
level
He has his
16 at
ultimate available. He can
23
split
minutes.
Hanwha Life in half if they try to defend
What
the
the
mid turret.
fuck?
So we'll either get a fight win there, or we'll get more. We'll get the inner turret.
How is
Hanwha
that
Life
balanced?
Esports are forced to respond. Sure, they were able to get that bounty gold for Zeka in the top side of the map, but Gen G gets so much more.
The big thing for Gen G right now is to keep using the power of this sign. I think he's the strongest
How
now
is that
he's
balanced?
going to be, unless they get Ocean Soul, because I think we're seeing Viper is going to go for LDR. We see Criploom coming through for Zeka. I think this was an attempt at trying to save the turret. Obviously didn't end up working out. They're still down a member, and as highlighted, I think they do make the right call, just keeping Zeka in that side lane. But they need to win this soul fight, because I think that Keen eventually, once those
Yeah, if they don't win the soul
10
fight, they
items
lose
are
the
gonna be
game.
finished, is not going to be as beefy as he is
do
now.
be like that,
You still have
sadly,
to
for
deal with Chovy
HLE.
and Ruler, but at least Keen, I think, is
I don't
a little
really
bit more
think anyone on
manageable.
HLE is
If he
strong.
gets
Even
Ocean
Zeus,
Soul,
I don't
though,
think he
I don't think that'll really apply.
Hanwha Life, if they can win this
I think
next
he can
Dragon
really
fight
carry
and
the
secure
fight.
Dragon itself, it buys them a little bit of time. It doesn't outright
2-item
win
canyon,
them
big.
the armor pen and the big damage.
Man,
that's gonna
Chovy
come
is
through
so,
later for
like,
Viper,
demonic
some of the
right
magic
now.
pen that's coming through from Zeka,
Look at his
but
items.
this is definitely going to be the first step they'll need of many to get back into
Look
this
at his
game
items,
with the double
man. What
AP
the
comp
fuck?
that they have. And I'm most worried about the carries here for Gen G, how well they've been played for here by Keen, by Canyon, and Duro, who's had some incredible zoning ultimates, as well as just really good position, threatening roots, threatening collapses, and has been able to get away with it most of the time here. That's so threatening. Like, if you have these Fed carries protected so well, set up so well, it's so hard to fight for Hanwha Life. It's
No
hard
demolish.
to find those burst angles.
Ooh,
And
ruler.
it's good
Whoa,
zoning
whoa, whoa,
ultimates,
whoa.
you know, it's not us going,
Guys,
oh,
sold
that
in 50
was-
seconds.
They're actually creating
Yes,
space.
real ones, yeah.
Real ones, Valdez.
Real zoning ultimates. The real battle.
I mean, we
being
just
fought
showed
here.
Keen zoning ultimate in that dragon fight. I mean, it was sick. He's split them in half. He denies their entry, and
Rise
this
will be
is a
top.
situation now where Gen G are just cleaning up
Push
house
base
before
TP
that
to Drake,
dragon
I guess,
fight.
is
Chovy
Chovy's
can
plan.
clear this top wave because the turret was taken earlier with the bounty. He needs to clear this up.
Level
He has TP.
17.
This is such a good showcase of why Gen G is so oppressive to play against when they get ahead. So Chovy, make sure
Zonias?
that they get Bryo towards top side. They're going to set up for Drake now. I don't think anyone for Hanwha is
Merc
going
Treads
to
upgrade.
really play towards this.
Okay.
Gen G doesn't need to play for this Drake.
That's
and
a
they're
tanky
generating
fucking
goal
Rise.
just through the fact that that top lane is going to be pushing. And we'll see. They can just play for Nash.
Yeah, look at the level difference that was just
No,
highlighted
they'll
there.
fight this, they'll
Zek at
fight
level
this.
16
On Grum.
for this fight. Gen G looking to fight a straight up front to back here, it looks like. Zeus is going to be found
He's
on
so
the flank
tanky.
here. Gen G looking to push in and looking to declare this Ocean Soul theirs. Will they be able to do this? This looks like maybe the most straight up fight we're going to have in this game.
Glide needs a monster
It really
engage.
comes down to Hanwha Life Esports. Ruler is doing a very nice job of poking down, but Keen has taken a decent chunk here from the Corki, who is online. Peanut goes in, but again, that's onto the side.
Peanut
They're
needs to
trying
ult
to
now.
chip him away. They're not quite able to
Ult.
do it just yet. As this one is going to be engaged right onto the front line.
Pretty bad.
Duro is going to flash away. The Scion is taking everything up.
It's on
Duro
Nico,
is
right?
down, and the
Oh, he
redemption
knocked
is
away
used.
the
The
Vi,
ult
though.
finally gets Canyon away,
Chovy's
but
just standing
Chovy
there killing them.
accesses the back line. Peanut
Peanut gets
steals
the
away
Drake, but...
and Chovy
Oh, big
is
shockwave.
unaccounted for. The shockwave,
Where's the
though,
damage,
is
though?
pretty
Chovy's
gigantic.
so
Look at
tanky, it's
Ruler
ridiculous.
on the
Oh,
left
he died.
side. Nobody looks at him. The fight is heavily
1k
won by
gold to
Gen G.
Zeka.
You finally got this.
It's not heavily, it's three kills still for HLE, which is not bad.
Chovy, but the second
But I think they can
threat comes in,
two-man
Ruler's
Nash.
on the wall, and he's at full health, and he is just going to clean up the fight. That's the win for Gen G there. They lose
I think
the
if you're
dragon,
Hanwha Life, you'll
but they've got
probably
their
take
eyes
that,
on a bigger
sadly.
prize here in the Baron.
And Chovy, for me, was the difference maker.
Chovy
He
was
the
front
one that
lining.
set it up. I want you to look at how much
And
Freddy
Ruler was
generates
cooking so
onto
hard.
The back line here. Continuously knows he's on vision. The amount of damage that he does here
Ruler
onto Zeka,
hits
meaning
everything.
He can play as far
Oh
forward.
my god,
Viper
4-man
can't
Ezreal
really
ult as
join
well.
the fight, goes in aggressively,
Ruler
gets
hit
the kill,
every
then
skill so far.
Zhonya's,
Okay, missed the
and then
W.
here flashes forward, and yes, that is into a shockwave, and then
Holy fuck, Ruler
sees
actually owns
a
this
bunch
fight.
of tasty treats prepared for him by his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the flanking Rise is the scariest. On vision, as you mentioned, they saw it coming, but they had to overextend just to be in position to deal with the
Ruler
Ocean
and
Drake.
Chovy,
And yeah, they
holy.
got it, but now they're 5,000 gold behind, down a Baron buff. The Rebel Baron power play very much online. You've got these gigantic carries on the side of Gen G. The Rise, the Ezreal especially, has the largest gold lead.
And
Chat,
Chovy
why
just been
being game
untouched
one
this
endies?
game. He wasn't able to buy Zhonya's before that fight, but he had the arm guard. He has the Zhonya's now, so he's got that available again. But with his composition, also is able to get insane value out of Merc Treads. He's already so tanky, right? Because he has the Zhonya's on top of course, his Seraphs. This is the Rise build, right? He has Rod of Ages, but he also has that extra shield on top into this double AP threat. Like, the guy is just going to be so difficult to kill, nigh impossible. And you still have the safe Ezreal that you have to deal with on the other side.
We're also, look, it's 44 to 6.
Not to be that guy, but don't think you glaze him a bit too much.
That might be
Glaze
the
who?
biggest lead we've had.
I'm pretty sure
Glaze who?
ultimately they got Otacon, but that is kind of
What,
insane.
Chovy and Ruler?
I mean, they were a far cry from the 2-to-1 pedals we had after
Oh,
Grubs.
the best players in the world.
And
Oh,
I
stop
wanna
glazing
also
them.
highlight that unless Chovy and Ruler are standing on the same spot, I do think Hanwha Life's comp struggle to deal with both of them in an effective manner, right? So as long as Chovy and Ruler just ensure that they're never in the same position in a fight, the combo from Delight, from Zeka, might not be able to find them both, and I think at this point that's
The
what they're gonna
Glaze
be
police is
relying
in the
on.
chat.
If they can just kill Chovy or Ruler, they'd be great, but these are either extremely slippery or tanky and with an arm guard.
Yeah, and you see how Genji is really able to tear open the map as Canyon City is going to rip open the rift. They're kind of doing it here. They got the TP in the top lane from Zeus, who, by the way, still level 15. He's going up against
you got a
solo
license
winners
for
who are
that,
17 and
Glazen?
18 respectfully, and it's just really not online, it feels like. He hasn't had a big impact in this game as the team has been behind. The Sion has been much more of an impact.
Yeah, I
in this
just
one,
think
we can easily
HLE's
say. But
engages
they
have
just
been a bit
put their
shit,
Baron
and the way they
into the other
fight
lane. So they're like,
is
okay,
just
you're gonna
weaker than
TP top,
Genji.
we go mid and bot.
And
It's
sure,
fine.
the LDR is online into the frozen heart.
Don't think
that
it's a
King's
macro
now been able
thing.
to
I
put
think it's
together
just
here,
the
but
team
it still
fights
takes
are
so long to kill this Sion. It just gets
much
bigger
better
and
played by
bigger as
Genji.
time goes on in this game. That if you're killing Sion front to back from a deficit like this, it just isn't going to work. As Chronicler said, you have to get the backline targets. You basically have to cheat the team fight, or you are just not winning game one here. They have been able to stave off this Baron for the most part here. Base is still intact. 30 seconds to go. Hanwha Life hoping for another fight on Dragon, but man, Genji are not giving up any control. No vision here for Hanwha on the map.
Well, Peanut's going to find some. He's not going to
Very
like
well.
what he sees as he runs straight into Genji.
Insta one-shot.
And the amount of lockdown that they have with the Nico, the Vi, the Rise, is just not able to get away.
And it's been kind of the inverse. Peanut had an incredible start to this game.
Yeah, Peanut's been
but
kind
I
of
think
sprinting
as
it
often
after
is
the
the
first
case with
10 minutes.
Poppy, if you ever do lose control and you're playing Poppy from behind, it's not very fun.
Ooh, nice drift.
Sion straight
Oh, the
into
Nico
front,
Riseled.
and everybody gets delivered to the back line with the Realm Warp.
GG.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Over the wall they go. Zeus goes down, and
GG.
Genji are just rolling Hanwha Life Esports now. It is an ace, and they might just
Nice
end the
game by
right
Genji.
here,
I
30
think they
minutes
definitely
in.
showed their class in team
This
fighting
is
and
such a big
engaging.
shift of momentum here for Genji already in this first game. Bit of a rougher early game, but they turned it around so hard and crushed Hanwha Life Esports with a 10,000 gold here, 10,000 gold lead here at 30 minutes.
Ends up being not a very close game if you look at 15 minutes onwards or so as Genji run it from
I mean,
there on,
Ruler
and they
completely
take down
locked
game
in this
number
game.
one here at the 2025
Keen is so
Bank
consistently
LCK Grand
reliable,
Finals.
it's ridiculous.
And early
Does
on,
that guy
Hanwha
ever
Life
flinch
showcased
against
again the
anyone?
prep, look at the draft, the prioritization, it all felt like it made sense. But once Genji was able to find just a skirmish or two that was going their way,
Is it awkward you have to
they
walk
really
next to each
were
other?
able to run away with the game, and it kind of again reminds us Genji is one
Where's
of the few
Keen? They've
teams
left
that can
Keen.
run these two carry compositions.
He's
Now,
listening in.
Hanwha Life, losing on side selection is always rough, but particularly
Alright, I'm gonna
with
make a T
Fearless,
real quick. I'll
particularly with
BRB.
these
I'm gonna
two
blow my
teams,
nose and make a
it's
T.
a good
BRB one
start
sec.
for Genji, but I would expect
BRB one
Hanwha
sec,
to be a little
BRB one
bounce
sec.
back in game two.
And I
Behave, don't be ill.
underestimated the power of building
I need to make a
resistance
T.
into this double AP
Hold up.
composition on the Sion. It worked out so much better in team fights than I expected it was going to.
Hold up,
mid-game
hold
and
up,
on
hold
because
up.
of the burst damage available, but with the itemization there from Keen, the fact that the Corki wasn't going to be able to really do a whole lot to the Sion early on, this allowed Genji to, if they played it right, team fight nearly perfectly through the mid game and onwards. You could see that clear spot that you were mentioning, Valdez, around 15, 16 minutes in where Genji took control of the game. They never relented after that. And Genji, they mastered this composition coming into this series. They knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and you don't see a lot of Ezreals in game number ones nowadays, especially with Fearless, but Ruler, he picks it up alongside of the Rise and shows its power, especially when it's just unhindered. They really had no answer into the Ezreal. The Rel couldn't do anything, the Poppy couldn't do anything, and they just didn't have enough of a lead to, you know, do enough damage to push him away. And so Ruler took over the game alongside of the team, and Genji will take the lead in the series 1-0. We'll have a break and have the desk to break it down. We'll be right back.
Yo, we about to make history. So clear the air of the mystery. Just so you know what the mission be. We positive with the energy. Minutes still we never lost the vision. Sometimes you gotta take a second just to reposition and leverage every inch of opportunity to win it. We sow it for the future generations benefited. Let me flip it, yo. Ha. Everybody ain't equipped, we harness rawness. Ain't nobody on my team gon' quit, we all in. With our backs on the wall, we still be ballin'. I suggest calmness before testing all this. Should've stayed ready, no need to get. And if you ain't ready, you need to get. We are the timeless, no need to make hit. And we be everlasting, so all can benefit. Walk in my shoes, sit up and talk to my dudes. Running how I talk and what it do. We stay fresh, it ain't nothing new. Rule number one, keep it true. Really that's it, just the rules of engagement. Only real ones in it, so the party gon' stay lit. So right here, you can feel it burn. And everybody only getting what they earn.
옆에 막.
야 이거 니코 내공 타고 사이온이랑 앞뒤로 할래?
아 오케이 오케이.
야 이거 니코를 여쯤에 떨굴 테니까 사이온이 앞에서 박아봐.
오케이. 나 간다.
라인 들어갈 때
라인
들어갈 때. 얘네 막으면 하고 아니면 그냥 밀.
볼게 이거. 가자 보내줘. 야 나이스.
야 좋은데. 괜찮아.
천천히.
괜찮아. 탑 있자.
탑 밀게.
야 끝낼만해. 나 집 가다 텔러 올게.
우리 피 관리하자요.
아.
노플. 나이스. 끝내자. 밀었어.
텔러 올게. 탑 가면 끝날 때.
W 맞을게.
아쉽게 진출하지 못한 MSI. 하지만 멈춰 있을 순 없기에 우린 다시 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 항상 같은 자리에서 응원해주신 팬분들이 있었기에 많은 승부를 지나 여기까지 올 수 있었습니다. 이제 오늘 팬분들과 다시 한번 위대한 도전을 하려고 합니다.
너무 비디디 막다 들어갔고요. 트리플킬 비넛 히트 뭐지? 아니 지금 데카 아니 데카우스 뭐예요? 누가 먼저 전매식 딜라이트 정말 근데 지금
우리의 목표는 우승입니다.
Okay. Chat. We're back. We're back.
Yeah.
I found nasal spray. Oh my god, it made. I'm sorry if I'm like disgusting. I'm really. Yeah. Is it from the vapes? No, it's not from the vapes, you fucking rat. Alright, lock him for the next game. Why do I have to get sick on the finals weekend? I wanted to suit up, get my tie on, look all fucking fancy. Now I'm freezing cold. I have like 2 layers on and my nose is cooked. Nasal spray, yeah, I don't know how to use it. I think I used it correctly. Yeah, I got a tea with ginger and honey in it. W's. Whoever invented honey, big W to the bees. Yep. I mean, there was a pioneer bee, right? Like, who was the first bee to make... Who was the first bee to make the honey?
It was going to be a battle of styles in game number 1, and it happened to be action-packed as well. But Gen G come out on top in game number 1. Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox, and there was so much to cover. Let's get straight onto it, guys. It was the early ganks that really took over the narrative here in the early game for Hanwha Life Esports and Peanut.
We talked a little bit about the difference between these two junglers. Peanut definitely the more proactive jungler when it comes to ganks. Canyon definitely more focused on
Wadid
farming.
looking like a mafia boss.
Come out. Peanut immediately got going with his gank towards the bot lane, where with some initial flashes coming out, they're able to catch Duro a little bit overextended. And you see even Ruler goes for this ward in the river, but the cooldowns are used by Duro initially. Delight goes for this play, and we even saw Duro talking in a bit of the banter back and forth how he was nervous in game 1. He ends up throwing the root the wrong way, goes down. And then Peanut then, after getting this gank, transitions it into another gank in the mid lane. So being super proactive with these and really making a lot happen. You can see here Chovy pretty low, and even without the flash, now has the Hex flash enabled. Chovy low, you can clearly see he wants to get the wave in, reset, and
Back
go.
off.
The counterpoint is, because he does this, he now clears the Scuttle
Will we
Crab,
ever see a best
goes
of 7
down
in the
towards
future of
walls,
League?
takes
No,
those.
never.
He then moves
Best of
towards
7
his
sounds
Raptors
awful.
and then has to clear his top side. And this means Canyon, he can actually just move towards the Dragon. He ends up being a little bit behind on tempo because of these ganks, and this ends up sacrificing the Dragons, which we saw HLE really prioritize in this series against KT.
Yeah, this is the stats that we showed in the pre-show, that they are so good in the early games, and the difference between regular split and playoffs is that HLE, they actually control the objective, but this game, even though they had so much more in the early game, they couldn't manage to control the objective, and that's the reason why we showed up the highlight. Yeah, I think that was great gank on the bot side, but on the mid lane, even though you got the kill, it was too much of tempo.
Yeah, and I think the reason why this is important is because Canyon feels like he's been under a lot of criticism for not
Whereas
being
Atlas,
proactive.
he was on the cast
you
yesterday.
watch Peanut make these plays, but Canyon playing the larger game, playing to the team's identity, which is being the immovable object. They don't have
Did you
to
see
take
Kai
fights
Cenat?
they don't
No, I
want,
didn't.
so that in the first fight they take, they're ready to go.
So yeah, you can see the positioning as well. The setup from HLE was not optimal. You can see Zeka here. He cannot really enter the river from that position. And also look at the bottom side as well. Viper,
Are you gonna co-stream ASI? I think so. I need to figure out who to get permission from, but I'm gonna stream it, I think, yeah.
Sion is gonna zone your damage dealer again as well. So
I mean,
the
DK is
setup
gonna
from
own that
Genji was
tournament.
so much better, and the team fight is the key that we mentioned in the pre-show as well.
I think also Zeus blew a lot of his combo onto Duro. It's a great sidestep from Duro to avoid it. And Zeka, when eventually he can join the fight, does get this massive shockwave, but it just feels a little bit too little too late.
Yeah.
I feel like if we play this fight again, but Zeka and Zeus' position was swapped, Zeus on the flank and Zeka grouped with Viper, I think this could be a very different team fight. And the thing is, because they sacrificed that first dragon to play for those ganks, it puts even more emphasis on these dragon fights.
Yeah, they lost
Is
the
Bro
second
at
Drake
ASI?
right there. So that
I'm actually
means,
no idea with
I
ASI,
think
lol.
HLE, they're kind of in rush into the game.
Yeah, and so again, the game slows down. It's
And
about
these are the teams that are there.
fights here. Hanwha Life trying to find a way
Gam,
back on in.
Viking
So then
Esports,
here,
NIP,
third
Weibo,
Drake, they're forced in. They don't want to
Nongshim,
be on sole
JDG,
points, so they
Fear
try to
XD+.
take another fight that they're not ready
Holy.
for.
And I feel like Gen G just had such good target
just the
selection
Fries
here.
group
The
V2.
confidence for Chovy just to TP in, instantly going
Gam's
for the
not
Rel,
going?
removing
Oh,
that
okay.
engaged threat, and then Peanut goes for the ult.
DFM's
and
going.
immediately the Vi just slams him 2 of the frontliners dead immediately.
Teams will be split into 2 groups. Each group will have the minimum number of teams from each region. It'll be single round robin best of 3. Top 2 go to playoffs.
I love the decisiveness to
All matches except the grand finals will be BO3, the grand finals will be BO5.
It's all about the itemization as well, because
Winner gets
in that
84K.
fight, I don't think HLE wanted to take the fight because their item was not ready. The item spike was in the Genji's favor, but you have to take the fight because of what happened in the early game.
What time does it start?
In the early game, so
The
it was
6th of
all
October.
about the objective.
What time?
Genji was just so good in the team fight.
Yeah, from there, it then snowballed out of control, a couple of close fights, but it ultimately goes the way of Genji. Hanwha Life Esports, they regroup, they have their strategy ready, they try to bounce back as we move towards game number 2.
Thank you so much, Stigan, Wadid, and Ox for the breakdown. We are back here for game number 2. And Genji, they slammed them down from minute 15 onwards. It was not a very close bout after that fact. Hanwha Life with a great start, but not really able to continue with that momentum. And so I think we're going to learn a lot here in game number 2 about what this series might look like in the future of these grand finals.
Some great artwork there. Obviously, Chovy himself has been continuously tweeting and posting his Bleach shot. That was from Demon Slayer. Love to see the diversity in all the different animes here coming through, as there is... I thought I saw a Peanut punch down Jen Rungi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I thought that the early game looked really strong. There were 2 big turning points. That Dragon fight
now the
before
series
that,
really starts.
The fight that we initially had on Grubs that was nearly Hanwha
Kaisen North
sweeping
reached
it. And
1 million subs.
You know, when you look
Holy,
at how
you
the
should
game
do it
ended
too.
and how much Genji controlled mid-game and onwards, if a few fights go differently, that could have been a very different game 1. I think Hanwha Life fans should not despair after what was ultimately a one-sided game 1 here. There were really strong angles for them in this game. The early game went incredibly well. I think moving forward in this series, we could see a little bit more strategical depth here for Hanwha. Instead of our traditional game 1 top-tier champion picks, the Blind Aurora, those types of moments that we saw, I'm expecting a lot more strategical depth when we move into 2, 3, and potentially 4 and 5.
And this was also the first game that Hanwha lost this playoffs. Now, obviously, Hanwha's a team full of experienced players. I don't really think that would impact them too much, but it is something that we should think about. They had side selection. They had been winning throughout the entirety, and the early game did kind of go their way.
Okay, HLE back on blue.
Game number 2.
Yeah, they really need to. They're going to select the blue side here.
Galio ban again, so it's a 0 Wukong, Yunara.
Blue side didn't necessarily help them out
what do you
in game
draft?
number 1, even though we thought their draft was pretty good. As we're going to start with the same bans here. And we'll see what this draft does look like. As
Annie
we get
ban,
into
wow,
it.
okay,
There's
they've
that
swapped it up a
Annie
bit. So
I was
Yunara's
talking about
open.
that we saw often into Orianna, but now with Orianna and Ryze gone, Annie also going to be banned away.
Wukong ban.
The draft holds in store for us.
Corki's out, which is a 1 response to Yunara from Genji.
The Pantheon was banned in game 1. See if that or the Yunara do get taken away here once again as we finish off our first round of bans.
Pantheon,
there's the Pantheon
okay,
here
there's
on blue
Talia,
side. I imagine
Jarvan.
the Yunara will follow
Yunara.
on red side for Genji as that final.
Talia, Jarvan, Yunara.
Also, kind of curious. Last time they banned Jarvan, Orianna is obviously gone. We'll see if they just prioritized the Jarvan as heavily because of the combo that was available, or because they think that is just a type of jungle pick for which there really isn't a great way to play into it.
I think it's a trade, right, of the Jarvan and the Yunara here. They'll
Okay, they
give
banned the
Yunara
Jarvan.
while banning the Jarvan.
I guess it's Yunara
So,
first pick for
it's up to Hanwha
Viper,
Life Esports if they're
and
confident with
Genji will
this
snatch
pick to Viper.
Talia.
We've seen so many attempted counter picks by Ruler himself even.
I wonder
with
what
the
he'll match into
Smolder,
Yunara.
press the
He's gonna,
attack in the
I guess
bottom
he has
lane
Smolder,
response. Genji
Jinx,
definitely have
Seri,
something
I guess,
ready
to
for
the
this,
match.
So they would not have given it over.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to. It's very obvious that this comes through.
I wonder what the
Already
Genji
Annie
plan
and
is.
Wukong banned away, even Pantheon as well, the Jarvan. So many answers.
I'd be very
from the
surprised if they
jungle
don't go
that you
like
might
Talia.
see into the Yunara and from the mid lane.
Okay,
So
Talia.
it's just going to be Talia. But what else? This is definitely still a high tier pick.
Rumble?
But what
Galio
have we seen
Aurora
paired
out.
with
Yeah, I was about to say, I think
Talia's
Talia's
in.
in. They have had
Okay. I mean, Peanut will be very happy playing a tank jungler in this draft. Skarner, Sejuani, Maokai, whatever you need. Peanut will play a tank.
Crazy lucid game. But I did
And Zeka's pick
to win rate on the
into
champion.
Talia or
And it
Trundalia.
is
What's
simply
Zeka's pick into
ridiculous.
Talia?
This is a solid
Victor?
counter pick into it. It's good into Talia as well.
I
But
don't
there's a
like
reason
Victor.
why Xin Zhao Talia for a large part of this year was basically just not allowed to ever come through.
I'd rather see something else than the Trundle though in this situation. Only really Canyon's been able to pull off that.
Okay, they take the Rumble. Rumble Trundle makes a lot of sense actually. It blocks the Ornn a bit. I think Keen's gonna have to go Gwen or Ambessa then. He could go Ornn, but into Trundle, not the most fun.
Early and try to get her online a little bit quicker with this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports.
It's
not the most fun at all.
We're playing into Rumble. That matchup has been pretty manageable.
Okay, they're gonna go Rakan and drop top lane.
Interesting. Both in Keen's championship and in Duro's
I feel like there's definitely enough supports into Rakan.
Yeah, I think, you know, Duro wasn't really the highlight player of game number 1. He had a couple of knockouts, but it was
Bard
mostly
into
kind of
Talia
just
Sin.
follow-up. He wasn't really leading the play. I think Rakan into Nara now. The onus is going to be on him to make some of these big engaged plays.
Karma.
We'll see if they get any more engaged, because as you mentioned, the Ambessa, it's probably going to be banned away at this point.
Yeah, I wonder what Keen's gonna play. I would ban Ambessa for sure, yeah.
Should be denied away from Keen.
Ambessa Gwen maybe?
Tanks end up making it through because you don't really want to play a tank anymore here on Gen G's side with a Trundle on the other side, but if you want to try to Viper swap away from the Yunara lane, you probably need one. So ends up being kind of tricky here in terms of the 2v2. The Rakan will help you in sustain in that bottom lane 2v2 to kind of save off the pressure in those first few levels where the Yunara can take over with her Q. See what the bans are going to look like here. Obviously, the Nico
chilling. Okay,
is already off the table
okay.
here, so you don't have that insane Yunara kill lane that is never going to be allowed, and it's obviously Fearless ban here. The Sivir makes a lot of sense because the Jarvan was not a factor in this game, was banned once again.
It's kind of interesting that the priority on Rulers Champion pool continues.
I think they have Lulu Nautilus. I think Lulu is really good for Hanwha Life. If they want to play that game.
Thus far, but I would really expect them to
I think Hanwha Life should ban Ambessa still. I think there's an AD carry you can ban here, which is yeah, but I really think Ambessa has a better ban.
That said, Gen G can also just slam it.
Let's see, maybe he goes Gwen anyway. They'll pick AD now.
Is going to play.
There's not a lot of engage here for Hanwha Life thus far.
What would Ruler pick on 4 here? Jhin doesn't fit. Zeri is okay.
This kind of does
Jinx
feel like it could be a Smolder angle. They've tried it once before.
Smolder is alright.
You have a decent front line here. There's not a lot of great ways to lock the Smolder down.
He goes Gwen anyway.
Gonna save that pick for last though, and instead pick the Gwen into the Rumble.
They want to know 100% what they're playing into in the bottom lane. They already know the Rumble is top. They pick the Gwen here. For Keen, it's a tier list pick, and you know, especially after Rumble's
great
nerfs
pick.
and stuff, Gwen has done pretty well.
Bard, it's a good
and
pick.
It's a whole heaping helping of extra damage for this team.
I was wondering
I just don't know what Zeka's going to play. I hope he doesn't play Victor.
Ziggs, just to try and have an additional layer to the composition and just have something that doesn't really need to interact. But with the Gwen, that is kind of off the table, obviously.
When Zeka says the words, pick me Akali, you pick him Akali.
Coming through here, the Akali
he will know it's a
for
good
Zeka.
angle.
That's a big
I'm
risk.
sure he will
Into
cook.
Talia,
I mean, into Talia it might be a bit tricky, but I think his logic is Xin Zhao Gwen are auto attackers.
The mid lane matchup, it's
and he will get a lot of value against him. And he can match Gwen on side with Akali.
Into getting this Yunara online early, getting this Akali online early. You have
Leona is good against Talia, but I do think Nolt fits better because they have Smolder on 5.
In this game, it's all damage.
And Smolder at least locks Nolt locks down the Smolder a lot easier.
In Hanwha Life's mind with this Leona lock in here as well. A strong counter pick to
I think HLE's got this. Look at their champs. They're so powerful. Yunara, Rumble, Trundle into Xin Zhao. Kai'Sa, I didn't think they would pick. Chat, I'm going to ads if you know what ads. Want to try enough sub channel to want to back in the game. Taz big kiss. I'm going to run the ads so I don't get the ads during the game. I appreciate all the subbers. If I'm not going to get ads for the next 30 days. Much love. I didn't think he would go Kai'Sa because the comp is quite AP heavy in that regard.
Overall, I think the three of us liked Hanwha Life's draft. It had a clear identity. I don't think I could say the same about their Game 2 draft here. And on the side of Gen G, they have so many answers.
Really does feel like this is two very short-range compositions with some ultimates notwithstanding. And it's going to be whoever pulls ahead first. If you are playing either of these compositions behind, I think you're just going to be feeling miserable.
You're wearing the same hoodie for 4 days in a row. Yes, so what?
I gotta be very suspicious though of this choice for the Akali. I'm pretty sure we saw Cousin BDD run this exact mid-jungle 2v2. It was not pretty. Now that did also involve BDD getting solo killed.
Who's draft prefer? I prefer HLE.
That was just into Talia.
I think the Akali pick has a lot of value this game.
So I think that it's going to be a very, very narrow tightrope to walk here for Hanwha Life, and we'll have to see if they can pull it off.
It's Zeka. You know, that's the thing we haven't mentioned. It is one of his most iconic picks, right? Like, this is Zeka, one of the people who can get it done on Akali, has gotten it done at Worlds, his World Championship.
That's why you're sick, Caedrel. You're harboring bacteria.
Suits in this draft here.
So we have someone here cheering for maybe the side of Gen G. I see a lot of Gen G signs there, but also signs for Zeus. So we're not going to know who, but either way, it does feel like Humalife have they've thrown the gauntlets, and we'll see if they can do it here on Comfort in game number 2.
That was Da Young. Da Young.
Game number 2 already beginning. Gen G taking a strong lead with the first win. Humalife Esports picking Akali for Zeka alongside of Peanuts Trundle. Not the strongest mid-jungle duo, but
You da old.
oh
wow, good one, Chad.
And also to have an impact. At least they have 3 threats.
All right,
so
exhaust
even if
Gwen.
Zeka isn't doing too much, maybe the other 2 can pull the weight. But same thing on the side of Gen G with the Gwen, Talia, and Kaisa.
The exhaust picked up here for Keen. It's a common tech in this matchup, and will also help him out into the Akali later on in the game as well. Very powerful to shut down the Akali in team fights. And even the Yunara is a great exhaust target, so do like this choice from Keen quite a bit.
Not using his
Just the more I
TRX skin.
think about, if I could pick
You
as
might have watched me
like
play Akali in
three-man
solo queue
unit
yesterday and
of
thought,
Xin
damn.
Zhao, Talia, and Rakan versus Leona, Trundle, Akali.
Chovy spacing, actually,
I
already.
feel like Gen G really gave themselves a great angle here again. The lanes obviously have to play out the way that they like as well. Kaisa to me
Wow,
is such
Viper
an
burying
interesting
again,
character,
really
is,
early.
Viper and the Light actually putting the hurt on here because she is a really interesting kind of hybrid carry that obviously has a ton of damage late game, but also has really good self-heal between the empowered E as well as the ultimate, and we'll see how Ruler can use that to try and play into the amount of backline threat that's there for Avalon.
I like how aggressively Delight and Viper are playing this, knowing that at level 1, Leona feels very strong here. It is a Yunara lane, committing the barrier to try to chunk that health out so they can maintain tempo pressure, because if you just
Peanut
trade
not doing
evenly,
any early
the
game
Rakan
craziness.
just nullifies a lot of that. And Kaisa is relatively weak in these early levels, so trying to make sure they have that prio guaranteed here is going to make things a lot easier. Here in the mid lane, however, it's going to take a while before Zeka is no longer bullied.
Chovy 6-0.
Yeah, Chovy undefeated here on the
16-2
Talia
on
6-0.
Gwen.
Hasn't even played that
What?
much. I feel like it was
Has
banned
Chovy
a
gotten
lot
hit by an Akali
against
Q yet?
him.
I feel like he's just
And, for a
completely
lot of
spacing
the early
him.
parts of the LCK as well when it was very strong alongside of the Xin Zhao. But the Xin
Like he
Zhao,
has been hit by
16
nothing.
games for Canyon played. And Chovy is 19-2 in the LCK on Talia.
Still
So
hit by
that's
nothing.
even more impressive
Like
when we
he's
look
playing
at his
like a
entire
fucking
LCK
AI.
career.
With a KD of 9. That's,
They didn't lose a lot of those games, so I suppose
I guess your KD would be high.
still very
He
impressive
got hit by
stuff.
one thing. And
missed
he
the
lost the cannon though.
so
Wait, what the
we can
fuck?
throw those stats out the window.
How good is he really?
Zeka
I-
got
like,
hit.
come
He's
on
not
now.
Tovying very well.
Well, I do see a bit of a potential opportunity here for Peanut to make an impact in the mid lane. Nope, just going to grab Scuttle. It looked like he was going to potentially wrap around, but Chovy's positioning difficult to punish. Canyon a little bit behind the curve in terms of the jungle clear, but should be able to pick his Scuttle up.
Peanut's
I didn't
full clear.
actually catch what happened, whether he
Wow, Peanut's
took
quick.
a specific path and was trying to cover somewhere. Because this is an exceptionally slow jungle clear, right? Like normally, even on the slowest junglers, you're generally be done around the time that Scuttle Crab spawns. So
Canyon's in a
almost
little
gets
bit of trouble.
double-scuttled
I
here.
think he's okay though.
We're going to maybe turn this one around as the max range. When becomes lightning, he's going on in, but they're not fully committing to this. And now
Pillar?
the slowest there on a Canyon.
Maybe they
that
can
a
get his
pillar
flash.
follow-up as the
Can
flash
they kill,
away,
actually?
but still they flash jump on in. The
Ooh,
exhaust
the
going to
exhaust.
help out big time. And now
They're
Peanut
healing.
taking
Keen.
so much damage in this front
Does he have
line,
Q?
but so is
Oh, the
Keen.
W kills
But
him.
at the end of the day, Canyon
Oh my
turns
god,
one
Zeus is
around.
dead too.
This
Or is he?
this
Oh, he didn't get the auto attack off.
Take it 1v2, but instead gets sat down by
Oh my god,
Canyon.
exhaust is
was
so
able
OP.
to get the kill very, very close there in the final moment.
The exhaust
It's a
just
really
won the
strong
fight
2v2
so
here
hard.
for Zeus and Peanut if they get to fight second there, but they're not quite able to get it done. Peanut goes back in to the waiting arms of Keen. As you can see, the start here looks good for Gen G, but they end up kind of overextending here. This is where it looks like, okay, Zeus has enough heat here. They actually have the damage. The pillar goes down, but Peanut critically going a bit too deep.
And for me, Zeus is a little bit too early there, and he didn't actually get a lot of empowered autos off while he was overheated. And then, especially with Red Buff, especially with Conqueror for
Maybe if he
Canyon
doesn't-
and for for Keen.
think
Like
that
they
fight
have
could have been
so
played a
much
bit
sustain early on. The Xin passive
differently.
actually does a big number. I know he doesn't have Sundered Sky yet, but you still got to be careful in these longer fights.
Well, guess what? Have it pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
2-0 already. Canyon wasn't necessarily the main character last game. Started off 0-2. Now he's got the exact opposite scoreline. And just comes from being in the right place at the right time and winning a good 2v2.
Now, I don't want to be a game one, Andy, obviously.
Nice shove.
How about a game two, Andy?
Yeah, I'm starting. Well, hey,
Well, HLE did get
Hollow
reverse
Life
swept last
struggles
time they
this
played
year
Gen G,
did
so they are
start
setting up for the
when Gen G
storyline.
reverse swept them. So we're also not going to be a game. Maybe we'll have to be game 3 Andy's by necessity, though, if it continues this way.
I mean, the scary thing is since that moment, since Gen G's reverse sweep, they have never beaten Gen G this year. And that is a kind of staggering stat, but Gen G's dominance makes it very believable. And this big moment here in the second game, Gen G already taking a small lead.
I think the game's not cooked. I think Viper can carry.
Looking for more.
Yeah, Delay really trying to exert a lot of pressure down there and push them away. Zeus does not have his flash. Now the needles are coming in. Keen taking an aggressive trade as he is getting low, but not low enough.
You're just running it.
Kenny gets in, picks
He
up a
is
third
just running
kill
it, by the way.
As Humalife get the Drake, but now you've got a 3-0 Xin.
And Zeus disrespecting you are
Why
on
is
the weak
he?
side.
Why
Your
is he
team
playing like that on
taking
the weak side?
dragon.
He's
And
all
I'm sorry,
inning
Canyon,
with
I
swiftness
did
boots.
slander your Xin a little bit, if only, you know, relative to some of your compatriots. I apologize. I should have been familiar
3-0
with your
Xin
game.
Zhao.
Currently 3-0.
That champ is so fucking
850
tanky
gold
when
up
it's
on
ahead.
Xin Zhao, a champion that
Disturbing.
notoriously snowballs insanely well.
Yeah, he's refamiliarizing all of us with his game at the moment, and this is a misread from Zeus.
Just has to ult the wave in base,
to help
or
clear the
like
wave,
just
but
stand
does
back.
a bunch of damage to Keen, so he's like, maybe I have an angle here. He's a little bit indecisive with it, but as you mentioned, you're on the wrong side of the map to make this exchange while your jungler is taking Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, he was just too close. I think eventually once the needles hit him, maybe he realized, hey, I can't get out. I'm just slow. If Xin Zhao's here, I'm dead. That's me giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think he can't be that close to get hit, though,
Well,
because
mid's
he
pretty even.
needs to be playing carefully, as you guys have pointed out.
It's also a good sell by Keen. I think Keen purposefully takes a little bit of that extra damage on the equalizer there, which is together with Zeus just being a little bit too eager, what prompted him to go in. And that means that the gold lead towards the top side of the map, absolutely ludicrous. The upside for Hanwha is that this does mean that bot lane hasn't really been bothered whatsoever, which means we are starting to see a Viper build a bit of a lead. And I do think Rumble, as far
Just
as
let
picks
Viper
that
do
can
the
put
work.
behind and still
Stop
have an
inting
impact
top jungle.
go is still pretty solid. But then I look at the CC, there isn't actually that much lockdown to enable this equalizer.
Yeah, that's the thing about this draft to me that I have serious issue with, and why I often have issue with Akali in this meta is you need to have a lot of lockdown in most compositions in professional play
Akali
here
just
at the
does well
LCK,
against their top
and
jungle in
the Akali
isolation.
just doesn't give you any of that. She gives you burst damage. If she gets
It looks like
accelerated,
HLE, if they
her
play
CC
through
is
their
deleting
bot lane,
people.
they're getting
As we're
free
gonna see a
objectives.
potential all-in here, but once
Like, they got a free
Viper
Drake.
thinks better of it.
They're getting 3 grubs.
Yeah, it is, but now he got some needles coming
Zeus
on in.
is
Keen
still
taking an
fighting to the
aggressive
death in
trade
bot.
once again. The overheat comes out as Exhaust utilized Keen. He wants the kill, and he wants it now. He
Dead.
will pick it up, but he does go down in the trade.
I think Zeus is very
Has to
happy with
utilize
that.
Exhaust as well for that one. So
He is very happy with that.
I suppose Zeus will be happy with the way that one went.
Because they get 3 grubs and
By
they
the
trade
way,
1
as
for
that
1 in
was all
bot.
happening, all the grubs go over to Peanut and Humalife Esports.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly the outcome Keen was hoping for there.
There's no top
As
dive here.
Viper sitting on his ultimate here with Peanut on top side. This
This
is
top dive
definitely
is
a
mental.
diveable situation with the wave they have, but it's too high risk. I think they were Khan with Flash and ultimate available, and Canyon now spotted in the vicinity. They definitely wanted to go for it, but they think better of it.
I think they were kind of testing the waters there. We also saw Zaka roam up halfway through the jungle to maybe try and go for a collapse. But if Canyon's there, you just can't go for that play. 4v2, I think you can pull that off. When you're
Razork
4v3,
goes in there.
especially
Razork would
if that's
send it there,
Inzao,
yeah.
that's just not going to work.
Zeus here in this bottom lane, trying to make something happen again. The wave's not in a great spot. Equalizer here ends up getting a decent amount of value as he tries
Yeah,
to
I
trade
don't
back,
think
gets forced
Talia
into
can
this,
kill. Her ult
gets
range is
exhausted.
quite short.
Now, could have, you know, if he had Flash here, maybe turned this away and gotten away, but I think
Also, there's
Flash
no
had
wave
just
for the
come
tower.
back up at that moment, so it doesn't have it. Doesn't opt to have it if he did have it, or doesn't opt to use it.
Nice,
And
9
he has
minutes in,
Flash
Sun of
still
Sky
now,
sends
but you
out.
can see,
Nice.
in this collapse that we have on the bottom
But
side,
does it
maybe
really matter?
There's an angle.
He has
Now,
Sun of Sky,
Canyon
but
is
there's no
rotating
objectives.
down. At the same time, so is Duro. And what Hanwha Life want to do right now is get some kills on either this Akali or Yunara as soon as possible. So they're constantly trying to set up these dives. They're constantly trying to set up pinches here. But Gen.G have had so far good answers. And Canyon's
Guys,
here
you're
once
not
again.
serious, right?
Canyon is here, and I don't think that you can fight against Canyon. He got a 9.5-minute Sundered Sky. This Xin Zhao is unkillable. They have the man advantage, but they're not going to be able to dive this turret by any means. Well,
They have 3 grubs, though. They can just lane bot and chunk the tower.
Coming down, the turn coming out here from Gen.G.
Is this what it is? Just 4-man bot and hit the tower?
With the Akali out on the map, but they'll prevent any kind of dive from happening on the bottom lane as TP
almost canceled it.
interrupted there, actually. But Zeus does get back up to the top lane, and no dive or fight even occurs.
Yeah, I really liked, even though Keen ends up trading 1-for-1, I think that was still him going that aggressive was because Zeus's flash was like 9 seconds off as that play came through. So he was just trying to look for the punish.
Keen saves TP,
I think he
which
did
is
still
good.
take too much damage. I just don't think he goes for the final dash in if that flash is available as Ruler.
Yeah, a bit of an
Yes, no
all-in
ult
on
Viper.
here. We do get the charm. It's basically just for peel. You can see that Viper is still continuing to be as aggressive as possible, and Ruler and Duro giving him the respect he deserves.
I think they were trying to punish the fact that Viper used ult in the previous exchange, but doesn't really go their way because Viper has Kraken Slayer.
I think the 3 million raid
Ruler
much
has a
up.
cause. Oh, Canyon.
We got full summoners here for the side of
think
Hanwha Life
they're
Esports.
pretty
We'll see if
cooked here.
Viper can get away. He's not going to flash the knock-up. Uses
he
the
barriered. What?
And at the end of the day, he just goes down. And now the Talia's in.
Nice
That's
play.
2 kills now for
Cross map from
Gen.G.
Hanwha Life, though.
They have
Kill.
to get something cross map here. They have
Peanut has
to,
to tank.
or they're in big
Zeka
trouble.
tanking.
Might just be able to exhaust is still on
Clean.
cooldown and 3v1.
Very
They
clean.
will be able to at least take down Keen, but that is 2 kills.
Gen.G get the
one more in
Drake,
a Canyon's
but
pocket.
HLE have
One
grubs,
for
right? So
Ruler
they
to
can
help
milk this
catch
top
him
tower a
up,
bit.
And the Dragon on top of it.
And Canyon was able to get so much in this exchange. Like during that fight in the bottom lane, he was able to get Raptors, then wrap around to get into the bottom there. I think Hanwha Life just did
Zeka
not
Akali
account
getting
for
a
it.
lot
Then
of gold.
rush
Look how he denies the
to
whole
make
wave
play
as well.
topside. They will be able to get this turret as well, so that's a lot of gold injected here into Hanwha Life.
I do actually think that
Oh,
this
look at all
play
these
isn't
minions.
all that bad for Hanwha. They get first turret, and the gold swing is pretty sizable because Chovy also TPs to bot lane here. In hindsight, might not really have been necessary if you look at how the play shakes out, because it means that that is what frees up the play towards topside. And this is 3 plates, a turret, and what, about 3 full waves that are just gonna get blown up. There isn't a response ready as the dive from Hanwha Life is
Proto belt
clean.
Akali,
And that
12
does
minutes.
mean
Holy.
that Zeka is actually off to a great start in this game.
Yeah, he's been spending some time alone, getting some additional farm. He has that kill there as well.
Holy.
He does pick up a lead that he so desperately needed. And the question is, what
And
happens
a
in these
needlessly
next two
large
fights
rod.
here for Hanwha Life? Are they able to use this slim lead that he has right now, you know, maybe on this Herald fight, for example, to explode and get into this position where Viper is a threat faster than he otherwise would be? Because I think that's how this composition has to work for Hanwha. If they lose control of this game, I don't think they ever get it back.
Zeka's gonna
If game
fucking
one
cook.
is anything to go by, but if composition
It's crazy
is
that
anything to
Chovy's
go
still
by
ahead
as
in
well.
XP by quite a lot,
See
actually.
a bit of a freeze up in the top lane. Zeka going to join Keen up here and try to break the freeze. Should be successful. But a little bit of golden XP denied away from Hanwha Life Esports, but a nice little freeze from Keen. And it feels like, you know, somewhat of an even game at this point.
I think
but,
this game much
certainly
better
the
for
gold
Hanwha
where
Life
you'd want it,
because
I
the
would say
dragon
here for
fights that
Hanwha
are going to
Life
come,
Esports on that
well, the
Akali,
Herald
on
fight
Rumble.
first.
Yes, the Xin
The
Zhao
dynamic
very
of how the
strong,
fight's played is
but
much
it's
easier for
just
them than
one
last
guy,
game.
And your Kais is going to take a little while to get online.
It's a really important Herald here because it's a lot of map control that
I feel like you can just throw Leona ult at anyone.
They already have the top side turret.
You can
It
just
also
trundle
feeds
pillar
the strength.
anyone,
So these are
and
reasons
Akali
why
will
Gen.G
kill
might
everyone.
want to opt into this fight, but Hanwha Life absolutely want to
Just needs
fight
to be really
right
careful
now
of
with this
Talia E.
Akali and try to win a clean fight to get Viper further ahead here. So this is a really important timing here where Gen.G need to make a clean decision. Do we outplay them with a Weaver's Wall? Do we try to force this fight, or do we simply give it up and try to get something elsewhere? Because this fight could blow up in the game.
Trying to go on a Ruler here. That's already a ton of damage. As in goes to Leona.
Okay,
but
we're
Duro
all
is
just
there
ulting
for
on
the
mid-wave.
field. Takes a
50
bunch
seconds
himself
before
with
Herald.
the follow-up from
What the
Chovy.
fuck was that?
Gets there on time.
From
The
Hanwha Life.
equalizer only hitting
Oh, no
Canyon
flash.
as eventually Ruler
Clean.
doesn't have any way to get out, and they do collapse onto him. It's a 1-for-1
Akali might get a bot
trade.
tier 1 here.
Lots of damage done here by HLE, and they're
Another
pushing
tower
one at
for
the same
Akali.
time.
That's a big win for Hanwha because they're also able
That's
to
a volume
again,
increase.
get Zeka even more gold, make the player good punish.
Did Duro
there
have
on the
redemption up? I feel like he did.
Kaisa. Don't think it's going to lead to an objective So it does mean
I guess it wouldn't really matter.
that Humble Life isn't able to further build upon the lead if they got bot lane turret as well, but they still get the TP.
He
Out
used
of
it,
Keen,
really?
that's gonna be
It just
TP
looks like it's up.
advantage now.
I guess the HUD is
Only
just broken
downside
again.
is Viper flashed in that play, as did Zeus, and those are two very valuable cooldowns.
Yeah,
it's a delight that starts us up.
And I was talking about, you know, the Herald, but Hanwha Life, like, forget that. We're going to look for any pick that we can. And they end up getting Ruler's ultimate here early. The re-engage looks like it's actually potentially going to be able to
Viper
save
flash
or
as well,
heal,
he did.
but it's unsuccessful.
I mean,
Ruler
it's
gets
2
blown up
flashes,
here
1
in
for
the
1,
end,
but they
and
get
it's more money
Keen's
to these carries here
TP.
for
So now
Hanwha Life.
HLE's in a
Now we're on
position
this
where
fight here for
Zeka
the
can
Herald.
TP
Zeus
in,
does not
Keen
have his
can't,
ultimate
they're
back
locked in
online
bot.
just yet, though.
So
It
it's a
was
free
Zeus'
Herald
ultimate, though, that killed
for
Ruler
HLE.
there, 'cause he couldn't
I think
actually walk it off the way that he wanted to.
He can get out
They're
this fine,
committing
I
to a
think.
fight on the bottom side here with the exhaust. They want to take down Zeka, but he's a Kali. This is
Oh.
very difficult to lock down. Toby doesn't
Kali,
have his
baby.
ult. And meanwhile, Humble Life Esports were just getting the Rift Herald, so
Got the tower, got the Herald, got the TP, got out.
to get another TP out of Genji.
Canyon wants to try to stop his back here.
Or did he?
He'll be able to.
Might be able to just take him down at this point. No ult available for Zeka. We got redemptions coming in as Canyon says, I want this kill. And I want it now, but the flash is going to come out as there's the W. Follow-up kill from Ruler from downtown in the
What?
jungle.
He sniped him
Gonna
there?
take him out.
And
What?
thank you for the delivery, says Ruler. I'll be taking that kill as the Kai'Sa now 3-1.
What?
Oh, Ruler loving that moment there. Grabs the kill. A nice punish to come through from Canyon.
That
so
sly
at least they were
old
able to
fox.
get something in return. It looked like the heavy commitment had failed there right here on this play from Keen on the bottom side because they're getting Herald and they're also getting a turret. You cannot allow this Akali to get away with it. Zeka's able to ult over the wall here. Chovy shows up, and if they don't get him here after that much of a commitment, it's a disaster.
Does he
But
live if he
somewhat of a
doesn't get hit by
greed back
Kai'Sa W?
Location here for Zeka. Canyon gets the punish, and then watch Ruler on the angle here. Post flash. Snipes him. Ooh. And
Yeah, he
Delight
does
tries
actually
to
live.
flash for the interrupt.
Because
but
Delight
was
will chain
unsuccessful.
CC Xinzao.
Yeah, I think Canyon probably would have always gotten him, but denying the kill to Ruler would have definitely been a worthwhile endeavor. Does mean Humble Life have tempo on the next Dragon spawn.
I think he survives.
And they are a dangerous team if they can get access to a Cloud Soul. Genji, though, it's only the second Dragon, so they're going to get this one up.
Yeah, just one Cloud Drake for now is what they're going to say. It didn't look like Genji were really in a position to reset and get there on time anyway, so just kind of had to give it away.
Maybe
Life
Xinzao
Esports
flashed
will
some trades.
very much enjoy that objective. Viper in the mid lane, he's down at 1,000 gold, but still
Chat, why
his
saying my
presence
fraud
is
banger
felt, and they
series?
haven't even used the Rift Herald yet, so they want to chip away at this mid lane turret, take it down. We got a wall coming in, but the charge is still going to come down.
It's game
as it
2.
does not block the Rift Heralds, unfortunately for Jovi.
And that critical Herald that we talked about wasn't the team fight that they got. There wasn't a big swimming win there, but the Herald itself was picked up. They got the turret in the bottom side, and Hanwha Life down in gold technically, but have so much map control.
All right, really trying to lock down Ruler. He does have his flash. They use
Okay, no
so
flash.
much to get the flash, but it
They
is
had to use the
definitely very worth it,
Kamehameha.
especially when there's no objectives and your lack of ultimates.
They're just
don't really
throwing
matter.
ults
It's very
on
big
Kai'Sa
because it
on
means that the
cooldown.
pillar gets so much more value. It means Akali's life becomes a lot easier. Kai'Sa has good self-peel, but it really is relying on actually getting plasma stacks. And if the rest of Genji isn't in a position to provide this for Ruler to reposition amidst the fight, could end up really struggling as this long-range engage from Hanwha Life actually ends up being really successful, right? Like the pillar, the Light's ultimate, and these equalizers.
Try and catch Ruler on midway,
The way
5
that
head.
Genji's comp can work from behind oftentimes relies on you to set up picks with the shove or
Yeah,
a really
it is
nice
5 head.
catch on a single target where you can see the follow-up from Ruler, but he's never really going to be able to match
2-item
Viper's
Kai'Sa.
damage later on, even with
Is
the
Genji gonna
1,100
right-click
gold lead and an
Tatakan?
item lead right now.
Nah,
that
they
advantage
won't, right?
feels
Nah.
temporary in this draft here for Genji, especially when Hanwha Life Esports have those turrets down and can make those big dive plays happen with this Akali that's relatively accelerated still in this game. So Genji kill lead, gold lead, which is somewhat neutralized here. So we'll maybe try to grab back some map control.
How is this Rat Zeus like perma-inting on sides half the time, but he's always up in
will
gold
be able
still?
to make the pick happen. But I do think that for Genji here, you need to really figure out where you want to fight your battles now, because you only have a few left before Viper just becomes out of control, impossible to stop.
Now we'll see if they can make it to that point in time. You can see Canyon is roaming the map. He's trying to find a big impact on the very fed Xinzao from early on in the game, the 4-0 at like 10 minutes or something ridiculous. And that's Under Sky at 9.5 minutes. But hasn't really been able to. It feels like Hanwha Life have been able
Where is
to
Tatakan? Bot
control the
side?
flow
It is.
and really take the fights that will benefit them so far.
Viper has to be careful though, because if he ever does get touched by any CC from Canyon, from Chovy, or from Duro, if Ruler in a late game teamfight does get on top of him, Viper having one dash isn't going to change the fact that he will just get blown up by the Kaisa in a matter of seconds. And Viper now with PD done as well.
And also the Shadow Flame
Two
for
item midi
Zeka
carries.
coming in at the exact same time. The item buy times here right as the Otacon does spawn. Means that Genji need to be very wary of a potential take and or turn off of it.
Otacon.
As they're just going to go straight to it. I mean, Viper does an insane amount of damage. And
no
they don't
flash
have to
on
start
Ruler.
this right now, but the fact that vision is cleared means
Zeus has
Genji
TP.
need to pay
Everyone's laning
attention,
bot.
need to be in the area.
Second item here finished for Chovy, just picked up that Rylai's and TP'd into mid. So, as you mentioned, Wolf, they need to be in the area. They need to be checking in, as they don't quite have the vision control of this objective. But I think the fact that they come in here, and it's still very early on in this game, it's
They're
not
just
going to
giving
be
their
any
ping
ability
cords.
for them to just rush this down at this point. So they're going to take this opportunity as Gen G group up to send their
Nashor's
side
two?
laners to top and mid.
No Nashor's
Feels like
two on
Toby's
Gwen yet.
teleport is constantly under threat by Hanwha. He keeps having to teleport in to try to support plays, and then Hanwha Life either are able to turn into an even play or just escape entirely. And now they actually have teleport advantage here, and the push in the top lane is free for Zeus. He can take a free back right now, and that threat on the Otacon is still there. I mean, they do a lot of damage. Genji have to respond. There's the TP from Zeus. Keen will likely have to match here.
Zeus two
He will
items.
definitely have to mash. You can see that Duro's going in, but he's going to be
Delight,
locked down.
chunk,
He kind
Duro
of
out.
denied his way out. Still has the quickness,
Redemption.
but zoned away very low on HP now.
Otacon
As you
pulled.
see the flank coming in,
Flash the
has
shove.
Flash the seismic shove
No
already.
flash rumble.
And now the engage.
Delight flash engage. Can he get fueled off?
Zeka
looking for Ruler. Oh, Ruler. Oh, Zeka.
Can't take out Ruler.
GG.
Look at Zeka go so deep, but
Ruler
eventually
survived.
just goes down.
How?
Ruler
I don't know.
survives this entire fight.
How did
Viper
Ruler survive
doing
that?
an excellent job of kiting it out, but he's the only one alive. And
Rylai's.
Chovy goes in and shuts him
Rylai's.
down. Takes the kill, and Genji take a gigantic fight.
Chovy will take no chances. Even
What did
though
Viper
it's
do
just
this fight?
Viper, he's bloodthirsty for
Ruler
the kill.
ulted through the Akali to R2, and the Akali E was on Talia.
Genji find
I
a
think.
colossal fight.
And Hanwha Life Esports on the turn here, a little bit sloppy. Duro's initially caught. They could have slow played this, but instead they think they have an opportunity to collapse onto Canyon. Of all players here, they look for the engage. The light flashes in for the stun, solar flare follow-up, and tries to taxi his way onto Ruler.
R2.
But Ruler is too well protected, and you can
Ults
see the
up.
woes of the composition
E's
here
back.
for Hanwha Life.
Gets
in that
knocked up.
They don't have that much follow-up. They don't have great CC, and even though Ruler is initially kind of caught there, after they
But
taxi
I don't
through
understand this
Canyon,
engage.
it's just not enough, and there's just way more consistent damage here when you actually all in on one player.
This engage
Viper
on
can't get it
Xin
done
Zhao is so
alone when there's no
scuffed.
front line, and everyone else has already just disappeared.
And again, it's the combination of that reap. Oh, hold up.
Yeah, we got another fight here. Looks like Hamalay
HV is just sending it now.
just kind of running in there.
Maybe
As
the-
Duro's gonna get away. It's a big
maybe the
equalizer,
Akali
though.
can
They
cool-
take out Keen. The follow-up is there for HLE. They want to get Duro, but it's not enough. Finally, they do get him on the backside
Q.
there, but in
Oh,
goes
Ruler.
Ruler with the
Canyon dead.
assassination.
700
but this
gold to
time
Viper.
has tons of room. Gets the
Chovy no flash.
shutdown on the
That's a
Xin
shutdown.
Zhao.
Face
And
rush.
Chovy here
W's
on
them back.
the run.
Blast comes to the right.
Disengage
Zeus
code,
chases.
but
Kamehameha.
follow-up from the Yunara
Kill
is
to.
just too big.
Wait,
It's
hold
two
up.
shutdowns for Viper's Yunara.
Wait, hold up.
Good counter punch though. Coming
Viper
through from
just
Hanwha
got
Life,
like
taking a little bit
1.8k
of tempo
gold
out
there.
of Genji Sales that really wanted that mid lane turret. Ruler though stays alive. As I think Genji,
What is this?
just
What is this like
us, getting a
force?
little
They're
bit
just trying to
caught
take
off
their
guard by
mid
this
tier one. They
fight.
just send it and defend.
Unlike the last game
Respectable,
one
actually.
attempt here to defend turrets, this ends up being a correct sacrifice.
That rumble
The
ult
light
is
goes
really
in.
good. Look at that
Guys,
rumble
the
ult.
equalizer is massive value, but Keen is also cut off, and Genji can't peel because they have to deal with that equalizer burn.
Dies to the
and
enemy
from
burn.
here, Viper is just
Zeus
like,
fries
no
this
one
fight.
can touch me. I'm a Yunara. I'm online, and even though his team doesn't have a robust front line, when Genji are this split up and you have a ton
His
of
movement
tempo
as
in
well.
the fight,
Zeus's movement,
the
really good.
engage was enough to actually get him into position to do massive amounts of damage.
Okay,
alongside
Viper
his
just got
two
a
carries
shit ton of
there.
gold. But
And
what I
now
am
Viper
realizing
becoming a really big problem
is that
here
it's
for
very
Gen
hard
G.
for Yunara to
Later
do
and later in
damage
this game
when
as we get to
Xin
more
Zhao presses
5v5s.
R and Gwen presses W. There's
Something
just
we
two
haven't talked about
circles
yet,
in
but I
front
do
of him,
actually think
and he
it's now
can't
worth
do
to
damage.
mention as Ruler
Is the light okay?
You see, it's there.
It's the Ruler
Is he?
spot. He's by himself in the Ruler
Okay.
spot. Who
Oh,
could have predicted
Zeka?
this? He just
R1
goes
maybe?
down essentially for
Doesn't
free.
go for it. Oh, maybe
no
can.
flash, no way to get out.
Slow.
Uses his cleanse.
No Baron for 40 seconds.
Yeah, he just
Delight,
got
I
flanked by
swear
the
to God,
jungle
he just
and had
clicks
no
mid lane
idea.
and
It was
Leona
kind of a
ults
no
Ruler
man's
on
land.
cooldown. No matter what. And he's never hit the stun, but he just keeps doing
You
it.
see it right there. Ruler getting caught off guard, but also the immediate attempted collapse from Zeka to catch them in the rotation. And the fact that they were able to take down Ruler is a really big deal. The gold lead that Genji fought
How'd the Trundle
with a
get
bot
behind
lane
him?
fight now gone. But the fact that
Look at
there is
Trundle.
additionally the Akali, which is such a good counterpick into the Gwen, is why we see Zeka getting to display first. Why is he able to catch
did
him
Kaisa
in the
cleanse
rotation?
there?
You can see the
She
value
did.
of the mid-turret take, right? Like, that
no
allows you
cleanse,
to
no
wrap
flash
around.
from Kaisa.
They know Ruler doesn't have flash. You mentioned
That
it earlier.
sly
A lack
old
of flash
fox.
on this Kaisa makes it so difficult to get away from the Trundle. It's a really good proactive play there from Peanut. And Ruler just thought he was safe, just did not know about that
have
wraparound.
LDR
Is
in
punished
base?
there. Had to drop his cleanse as well. Well, arguably didn't have to, but opted to late on in that fight. Did not save him. Hanwha Life take a gold lead
shield,
here
though.
again. We're dead even on Dragons. But I do think that some of the hardest parts of this game here for Hanwha Life are behind them now.
I think for Genji, they have to be very decisive about how they take these fights. It can't be Ruler being caught out. You know,
He must
Hanwha
think
Life,
he's getting
if they
one
play
shot in
this
these
guerrilla
fights.
warfare and they get these picks, it's always going to favor them with the Akali, with the Unara, with space. But if you have a Genji that engages with the Rakan, the Shinjao going in, you've got the Kaisa to lock on to the
Chovy's
weakest
gonna hit
target in
level
the back
16
line, then you're
soon.
feeling good. But
And
a couple
Zeka's
of
level
fights in a row,
14. How
Hanwha
is
Life
Chovy
Esports
always up in XP?
catching Genji off guard, and they have scrapped their way back into this game.
And Genji, they need the prep, because I think we saw in that last fight that they won towards the bottom end of the map, as we do see both Viper and Zeus pumping some insane numbers.
7,000 up for Viper, 1,500 gold behind earlier. Doesn't matter.
Additionally, particularly with you, when we saw how that bot lane fight played out, if Ruler gets to reposition, if Chovy gets to just get rotation after rotation, I think their composition still works, but both these comps are kind of finicky. I think the Genji comp is a little bit easier, but they do need to not be caught off guard in that combination of the Pillar, the Light's ultimate, and Zeus's ultimate is such a deadly threat for a Genji unless they're willing to heavily invest tools.
And the Gwen's behind, they don't have map control, so it's hard to make plays. I think map control is so important for a composition like
I guess
what
the question is,
Genji
how much
have.
can Zeka
If
get
Zero
done in
grubs
these
on this
fights?
Gwen, if the Gwen was ahead, maybe she could do a little bit more insides here and start to threaten turrets, but that mid turret still being alive for Hanwha, that defense of the turret still plagues Genji in this game. Less agency for Duro to look for wraparound plays, and Hanwha Life just continue to
Because
force
Gwen has
those
exhaust.
scrappy fights you were talking about, the guerrilla warfare Valdez that has been so successful for them in this mid, and now
Delight
really
is clicking
late
forwards.
game.
Everyone run.
You see a fight brewing here. Delight
Never
kind of
mind,
by
just kill him.
himself. You see Viper not really able to help him out. That's the flash on in. Will they overcommit is really the only question I have, as this is just a Leona, but they are going so deep to try to kill Delight, and yes, they will. But
Ruler,
Ruler
isolated.
by himself behind the
Zeus,
play.
good flash
As they
over
look
here.
to
Oh
kill
my
him.
God, he did it!
Over the wall, tons of damage, but they turn onto him. Immediate double kill comes in for Keen, and now it's 5v3. Yes, some low health bars here for Genji. But they're still liking the way. They're still liking the
Chovy?
Chovy going in by
Oh,
himself,
he shoved
and
Viper.
knows he's tanky.
But Viper's
The
kinda-
damage from Viper is way too much for them to handle.
Oi.
As the flash shuriken is going to miss. Chovy has to flash away. Genji barely get ahead of this fight.
This game is crazy! It's
Are they gonna two-man Baron?
They're running for Baron.
Life.
They've got control vision. They've got control vision.
Does
They're gonna
Genji
try to
sniff it?
force Genji to rotate over.
They do.
They have to peel off. The peanut is just too low. So Genji will get the dragon.
Zeka?
And there's just no response, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life fans here.
Keen
on the
plays
other
with a lot
side
of
the map.
confidence. He just sent it on the Leona.
What a
It's just a
scrappy
Drake.
fight. Yeah,
It's just a Drake.
Just
It's
a
fine.
dragon.
It's just a dragon.
It is Soul Point, on the other hand.
Such a wonky fight. They go so deep to kill just the Leona.
Zeus is so, like...
And in this moment, you could see the power, though, of the flexibility that Genji have in their composition. Like, the Gwen can just rip through health bars here, and now they're set up. The only person who's not is Ruler, but he has Duro doing an insane amount of work here
He's
to
so
peel,
mental,
because if
that
Ruler
guy.
dies here,
He's
I
so
think this fight
mental.
looks completely different. And then Chovy's near death on the re-engage was very scary, but he knows he has to do something, otherwise Viper can just hound them down and take them out.
We saw Chovy, I think, justifiably so, get a lot of flack after the game against KT. That series, he didn't have enough impact. That's no longer the case. He's playing for max impact.
You mean the first
No, if
series
that was
against
Kennen,
KT.
I
Sorry,
see
the
it
first
true,
series.
yeah.
Very good.
A bit of a different
Very important
Yeah.
clarification. What I want to highlight though is that exhaust from Keen. I think that Zeus knew that he was going to die there no matter what. If he doesn't get exhausted and his health bars are a little bit lower, that could have actually been the difference. The immediate exhaust from Keen cuts so much damage from that rumble.
And the follow-up of Chovy's ultimate there from Canyon instantly on the Viper forces him to flash. Now there's no Yunara flash for an upcoming fight here. And so Viper is definitely a much easier target in this upcoming skirmish that we're going to have around the next objective.
I mean, Genji have Cloud Soul in 3 minutes, and I don't think Viper is going to get IE for
is to blow up this Yunara, who does have a shield bow, is very difficult to kill, but doesn't have much of a front line. So if you just get access to her one time, she can't flash that engage, the Rakan coming through, or a seismic shove, or even a Xin Zhao. Hanwha Life Esports fall apart at the seams once Viper is dead in these team fights, and that flash grab from Chovy, absolutely massive.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be liking that, especially if they can force a fight sometime soon, as at least the cooldown is about halfway through, so should have it for the Drake fight. But if we sit around for 3 minutes and they don't force a Baron, maybe he could have that flashback on time, as we'll see what Keen's going to get on his back here.
Zeka might end up being the big difference maker. If he actually can get on top of the back line, can get on top of Ruler, even with the reposition, with how much money this Akali has, can blow up Ruler in seconds. The exhaust from Keen, again, I think is going to be a big tool, though, that is available here for Gen G. So Hanwha Life's engage needs to be very deliberate. I really don't think you can give over a possible Cloud Soul.
The light caught again.
Okay, he's going to get away this time.
The Ghost gave him the extra step to get out of fucking knock up.
Yeah, the grand entrance looks pretty good. As
they have double buffs on all of them.
In here. Yeah, the Akali's got an angle.
Zeka
looking for it. They want to turn onto him.
Sniffing a bit.
So Zeka's angle going to
He's cooked, no?
And now the follow comes
he just
in,
cooked.
Zeka's by himself. He gets taken out essentially for free in the flank. It immediately
Midwave
backfires.
International. It's free.
Throws the flash and ult there to help secure the kill before Zeka can get out there. And that's a huge pick for Genji, and they'll finally take out this mid turret.
Ruler turns around and says, I am the danger, as Zeka is trying to find the flank, gets spotted. Genji read the play, and now they start up Nash.
Can you fight this?
Okay, this is still
they have Rumble ult, but level 15.
Viper doesn't have that flashback, but he is ready to fight.
Peanut has no flash.
But they immediately turn on
Dead.
him as
Bro, Genji is so fucking clean when it comes to fighting.
From Genji, and with no
They're
jungler,
so clean.
That just means Genji get a free objective, and this game was so close, but immediately it's
They're
ripped
so
open
quick.
again by Genji.
Ruler turning onto the flanking Akali may be what won this game here for Gen G, that choice alone. However, it's the play from Duro that guarantees the kill, and I think we've seen so many of these moments here for Duro in this first game, in game 2 here as well, and have gone, I think, appreciated by us, but man, those types of moments you have
I feel like Gen G's draft is so OP,
and
actually.
here, brilliant turn, so 2 turns back-to-back on this Baron
Well,
secure, and
not
suddenly
insanely
Gen G
broken.
have
I
map
think
control
Hanwha Life's comp can fight against
for the
it,
rest
but
of this game.
It's just insane. There's so many things
this
that come
Xin
together
Zhao
there.
Gwen
There's
is so
whoever used
annoying.
the Scryer to spot. Then there is Canyon
How
with the
annoying is this
immediate
Xin Zhao
turn.
Gwen?
Then there's Ruler already pumping
Like,
damage
what do you even
numbers.
do to
It really
Xin Zhao
is
Gwen?
the entirety of Gen G, and then in the fight afterwards, Keen leads with the exhaust, which sets up the slow, which sets
Like,
up for the
Yunara
guaranteed
can't hit
lockdown
anyone.
from Duro. They're just a well-oiled machine. Hanwha Life still in this game technically, but I do think they need to win this next fight. They need to find
Chat,
a way
can you stop
to
with the
take
my
down
frauds?
these Freds.
And
because otherwise they're going to not be able to play the game for the rest of it.
And I agree, and the timing of
I
these
still think
backs
Hanwha
here
Life's
for
draft
Gen G
is
gives them just enough
insanely
time to
strong.
rush back over as this
I don't think this is a draft diff
with
game,
the Baron
but
waves pushing.
Xin Zhao
that
Gwen
bought
is
them
so
enough space to
disgusting.
get their back. Zonya's done for Keen now. It's a huge spike for him. GA's up for Canyon. They want this soul. All they have to do is stop Viper in one fight. Viper got his IE for this one. This is likely the
Yeah, he
fight
has
to
IE,
decide
but
the game.
Ruler is so OP. Peanut, you got a steal for me?
Guerrilla tactics not necessarily working out as frontlining now. The light goes in, but look at the damage
Ruler's
on
low.
the Peanut.
Oi, Ruler's dead. Zeka finds something, and Peanut gets the Drake. And Canyon has GA, but he's gonna die. Chovy's low.
The dragon denies the soul once again.
Big kill. Canyon should die too. It's a triple kill for Zeka, or what? Double kill for Zeka. TP on mid-wave, Zeus. They're trying to hold the wave to try and end on it. Oh, they're gonna end bot. They're gonna end bot. Are they gonna end bot? There's no way they're gonna end bot, by the way. What?
Oh, that's hard.
33 seconds from tier 1 bot? No way.
I don't think so.
Can't,
I mean, it's still really long death timers here, but they have to
Game is
spend
saved
so much
though, holy
time
shit.
pushing this wave through an entire turret here, the inner turret still up. Peanut's
Ruler has flash and ult, but he got hit by a Leona
will
ult.
have a defense.
It's
close.
Yeah, no, I don't
It's on an
think
end, it's on an end,
15
no way.
seconds, 10 seconds on
It's
Ruler.
not-
I
it's
don't
impossible
think they
to
can
end.
definitely get an inhib though, and the gold lead is gone. Ruler, I must not have had flash there. He
Okay,
got
so
caught.
Akali actually
He
got
literally tanked
a
the
good
full
fight, finally.
equalizer. Are we still going? Guys, we need a moment!
But I feel like this is a good fight for Akali because she flanks.
Inhibitor take, actually.
Yeah.
So they're able
Actually
to get up
flanked.
and the Baron buff helping, but yeah, Ruler just kind of gets caught here.
Watch
Like
this.
you can see,
So
he
Ruler
wraps around the
also
back here.
kind of trolled by his own teammate, but even without that, if he had the flash available,
Oh
you just
my
need to
God.
flash over the wall immediately. You
Zeka
can't take
clean.
that much damage.
I mean, getting caught by a solar flare on top of it all. And, you know, when the fight goes like this, where you have so many threats getting through
Oh, this was kind of
quickly,
clean though. He
then
like
the
Qs two of them,
untouched Yunara is just
realizes
gonna make
it's
it
Sin's
impossible for you
Gwen,
to
so I
look for
can't do
anything
anything to
else,
them.
any sort of
Then just
follow-up.
flash
You don't have your
R1
damage
kills
threat
Rakan and
anymore. Your
solos
main
out the
damage threat
Talia.
in the Kaisa, and Keen's all left alone.
Yeah, the Chovy wall
and that
was
was a
not the
really
best.
decisive fight for Hanwha Life there. Snap engage onto the AD carry, and now we're in
This
terms
reminds me of
gold
the
here,
2024
at
Summer
35
Finals.
minutes in,
Just
practically
pure
even,
fist
just
fighting.
1,000 gold in it for Gen G.
And you can feel how much this match matters, because even though it would be just match point, Hanwha Life would still be able to fight back. Hanwha Life also must know, if this happens and Gen G in a fearless setting get free opportunities to find a better draft,
The
and are
2024
able
Summer Finals
to
were crazy good.
rely on the powers that they've shown throughout the
Was
entirety
it the
of
game
year,
with like Chovy, Smolder,
it is
Viper, Ashe?
possible.
Remember that?
Gen G showed it to us way back in the road to MSI, but it's so hard, and Hanwha Life's resilience cannot be overstated here.
On the top in
And
it.
just the fact that we've seen many times in this series and in this game especially a team take a big
Yeah,
lead.
Viper
like Gen G
is,
had the
I mean,
Baron push,
Rabadon's
they
on
had this setup for the Cloud Soul
Akali is
fight,
massive.
and yet
Viper is getting
still
close
Hanwha
to
Life
BT or
Esports were able
GA.
to fight back is just true testament to how hard these guys are fighting and the excellence
Soul
setup
in
from
230
HLE in
for
that
both
last
teams.
fight.
Chovy is looking for a potential punish.
Where's the
here
IE on
of
Rula?
the
Does he
collapse
have it?
onto
If
Keen.
Ruler has
Will
IE,
not come through.
then
Keen has the
Jesus
verdant
take the
barrier
wheel.
now as well, which gives him a little bit of additional safety actually when he is kind of spacewalking his way alone out to these
Oh, he
turrets.
does.
And the next objective is going to be the next
Roll
Baron,
Reggie,
right?
I
In
don't
90
feel
seconds
so
time,
good.
80 seconds or so, Hanwha Life Esports nearly fully
This
set to
this
fight.
Kaisa
I mean,
can
they
solo
don't
kill
really get
anyone
much
right now
stronger than
instantly.
this. There's one more item in the
Double
tank here
Randuin's
for
is big
Viper.
for
Obviously has
HLE though.
tier
Leona
3
and
boots on
Chondo just
top
bought
of it.
Randuin's.
And for them, they're ready to look for one of those fights where they can either collapse onto someone or just play it slow and front to back, because the composition now at this point has the damage. Their carries are so online that they don't actually have to have tanks to win it. They can just win through sure
Rumble
damage alone
200
with all
CS
these
at minute
items coming
36.
through.
It's so telling to me that Ruler was sitting on a BF start. I
Top
assumed
lane is
he was
such a
gonna goodbye
useless
GA.
role.
He bought IE. He is sending a signal there, and as you highlight, we're getting close to full build territory across
Viper
the board. We've
spacing,
seen
he should
the
have
win
his last
conditions
item
for
as
both
well.
of
It's
these
just going to be a
teams
pentakill side for both
consistently
ADs.
coming to fruition. For Hanwha Life, it's the
GA, yeah,
chaos.
it's
taking
pentakill
Ruler
central
out
for
of the
both
fight
sides.
early, and it's the amount of long-range engage and power that they have, plus the burst from Zeka and the consistent damage from Viper. Looking at the setup for the objective, we have Baron and Dragon on relatively close time as Gen G have full control of the top side with impeccable vision. They should be able to hold on to that.
I feel like Delight has done so much heavy lifting in this game, you know? Like, he sacrificed himself so much in these fights, because if you're shooting at a Leona, you're not shooting at Viper, you're not shooting at Zeka, right?
40
and
seconds.
That means those carries can close the gap, and in almost every one of these fights, he's either gotten a kill alone or has used his health bar to let Hanwha Life get into position or set up that proper equalizer.
Oh, Akali
He gave
would really
Duro a
love
lot
a
of
blue buff
credit
right now.
earlier. He has 15 of 19 KP, but I do think Delight is such an incredibly strong factor here for Hanwha Life. If they didn't have that Leona pick, fighting these neutrals becomes so much tougher.
Chovy.
You can see so much setup here for the Dragon, actually. It doesn't look like either team
Dragon in 20
decisively
seconds.
wants to
Why
go
does
for the
HLE
Baron at this point in time.
look like they're gonna go for
Not
Baron?
a huge amount of vision around there, but it is Gen G favored around
Viper
the
needs to
Baron.
glide so hard
I feel
this
like maybe
fight.
they could have started it
One
up
more
and
volume
looked for a
increase
turn,
before the
but
last
again, that's
fight.
a little
One
bit
more
risky
volume
of how
increase.
close this game is. And
Duro
the fact
walking
that,
up.
Of course, Cloud Soul is on the line for
Peanut
both
flashes
teams.
the
They
knock
try
up.
to get Peanut, but he's just going to flash
Duro's
away.
gonna get
And now
chunked.
Duro does get the double
Midwave,
dash out of
midwave,
there.
midwave. Everyone
But
ignores
that's
it.
going to be down a flash, but
It's
that's
Soul,
just on
fuck
the
midwave.
Trundle. That's another pick on a Peanut.
Peanut
He's
chunked
taking a
again,
bunch
but he has
of
Spirit
damage.
Visage and ult
They're
misses.
looking for the Solar Flare. That's not even going to hit Chovy. He holds on on to his summoners.
So worried about this Keen flank as well, the sandwich. But Hanwha Life have to make a choice. Collapse on
Ruler's
the
hitting the
Keen.
dragon. Peanut's gonna steal it. It's a
Oh, look at the
50-50.
damage
The
here
wall
on
comes
this
out.
one.
Peanut
The wall's
ults him.
coming down.
Oh, Peanut smite! He gets the soul! Kenyon's in GA! Zeka gets shot. Pops the stopwatch. Zeka's one shot here. It's a Viper Penta. It has to be.
That's his Viper. It's so much on a thin edge here. Ruler
Yes, GA. He's playing it. Exhaust. Ruler. 1v1 Viper. Viper in the GA. Is he going to kill Peanut too? Yes, he is. Down goes Zeus. It's Viper 1v4. Oh my god, Genji won it.
Genji, take it down with the Ruler triple kill.
Holy fuck, Ruler, you're a man.
Only his flash and ult
Zeka
necessary to get
completed
Genji
into
the
it.
team fight win.
He completed
Reaction on
into
the
it.
player
Zeka
cam is
just fucking
priceless
ran it
as
down.
well, because he knows the risk paid
He
off,
stopwatched
and he was
after
able
getting
to carry
shoved
his
instead of
team to
flashing,
this
so he
final
just got
team fight
charmed
victory.
and died.
It took 30 in the
He had
first,
ult
and
and
in the
flash.
second it'll be a nearly 40-minute game that Genji wrestle away from Hanwha Life Esports.
That
to
sly
go
old
match
fox on
point,
Kai'Sa.
One game away from getting revenge
Oh,
from the
that should have
summer
been a win.
finals
That
from
should have been a
last
win when they get the
year.
Cloud Soul. That should have been a win.
Cloud Soul doesn't
Ain't
do
no
anything.
way.
The steal does not matter. What
Ruler
it
is
came down
Ruler
to
is just so
was
fucking
the
insane,
80
man.
carry doing
He
more
will just
damage
send it.
than the other side, and Ruler is able
He
to
will
get
just
on in
send
there
it.
with this ult, get the big shield, isolate Viper, take him down, and survive with the rest of his team. And again, Genji, now they are up 2-0 in this best of 5.
And how poetic that this was the position that Hanwha Life was in at the road to MSI. And
I'm not gonna lie, the solo lanes of HLE were so fucking useless this game.
In gameplay, a very one-sided Genji victory, or Hanwha Life have the chance to repay them for the trauma inflicted during the road to MSI.
Ruler making such a huge impact in that game, despite being caught at times. It's just a quintessential Ruler game. You know that maybe he's going to greed. You know that maybe he's going to buy that IE instead. But
all right, go next. 2-0 for Genji is crazy.
It will be worth it. The risks will pay off. And yes, he's 10,000 damage down on Inara, but did so much more in the final fight that mattered most. And Hanwha Life Esports' comp, I didn't trust it. They were able to get map control. They were able to actually wrestle it back. But in the end, it's Genji who are victorious. Look at these giant dips in the
gold graph, man! And the first game, once Genji took control, they were the better team. This game, too, was so much more a back and forth, a constant struggle. I can only hope that Hanwha Life can continue that in this series, because it would be a disservice if this is a 3-0 to Genji.
Chobi's laughing.
See, it's huge tension on the side of HLE. Meanwhile, in the Genji locker room, it is all laughs. Everybody having a fantastic time. Genji leading the series.
It's nice to see Chobi laughing.
We'll take a break and be back.
What is this song? Okay, let's rewatch that last fight.
For the trauma inflicted.
The damage here onto this one.
So Canyon gets Trundle ulted, instantly dies, and Peanut steals the soul. It's like the best start to a fight ever for Hanwha Life. It's so good. But Zeka gets hit by the Talia W. And he panics. So here he insta-stopwatches. Which is a problem. Because now Rumble ult's on cooldown and he's in stopwatch. So now Genji's looking at this and HLE's looking at this.
The equalizer is big.
So Canyon comes up and dies. But Zeka gets insta-charmed, knocked up, and dead. He has ult and flash and everything. Dead. So it's 4v4.
Casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper.
The light's really low. Viper tanks a full Gwen ult almost. Exhausted by Gwen. Ruler fucking sends it. And just fights him to the death. His auto weaving from Ruler is crazy good here.
Casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper. It's so much on a thin edge here. Ruler going in.
Like, if you actually look at what he does, he hits the Rumble, instantly ults, like, on top of himself with a shield, and then swaps to the Yunara and flashes to follow her. So his APM is actually insane.
Equalizer is big. Ruler trying to frontline, but Canyon gonna be the first casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper. It's so much on a thin edge here. Ruler going in with the ultimate. What's that?
Like, what the fuck?
But Ruler survives at the end of the fight. He will be hit by Peanut as Canyon goes into his GA.
Ruler went mental, by the way. He went fucking crazy.
Casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper. It's so much on a thin edge here. Ruler going in with the ultimate. What's next? Viper to get
The gliding is ridiculous from Ruler. He's also spacing the Trundle with his flash. What? I can't believe, like, Like, I need to watch it one more time. Ruler is such a demon, man. How can he say his mechanics are bad and then play like that?
As Canyon goes into his GA, the equalizer is big. Ruler trying to frontline, but Canyon gonna be the first casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper. It's so much done.
Autos the Rumble. Ults in his face, autos him again. Rumble has to flash away. He sees Rumble flash. Trundle turns on him. So he flashes away to gap close away from the Trundle. And he just fights the Yunara to the death while spacing. Like... Yeah, the exhaust on Viper was massive. If Yunara didn't get exhausted there, I think HLE wins the whole fight. One more time. I want to watch Duro POV. Knocks up. Flashes out. E, W, misses. GA, E. Yeah. When you play Kai'Sa, you can auto, right? And it's like an auto attack reset, isn't it? And that's what Ruler does, right? Like he auto attacks the Rumble. There, the second one, and then he ult autos, right? To proc his Kraken. He auto ult autos, right? It's actually insanely quick, isn't it? What did Zeus do? Last one, sorry. I'm sorry if you're going schizo. I want to watch Zeus POV now. He overheats, runs away. Runs around in circles. Qs, misses E. E's the Gwen. Flashes away. Qs, dies. I think there was one other fight that I think Ruler kind of smurfed really hard.
On the Xinjiao going in, you've got the Kai'Sa to lock on to the weakest target. For free, no they can, and it
a lot of damage. Genji have to respond. There's the TP from Zeus. Keen will likely have to match.
How did Ruler play this fight? Because Ruler somehow survived this.
You can see that Duro's going in, but he's going to be locked down. He kind of gets denied his way out. Still has the
I'm watching only Ruler here.
away, very low on
Heal from Duro. Chovy gets Rumble Flash.
Has to flash the seismic shove already.
So, the light flashed onto Canyon. I don't really agree with that engage, but he actually E's and hits Kai'Sa on a Rumble ult. Ruler kites down. Auto, Q, auto. In Redemption, gets the heal and ults through the Akali R2 to dodge away. Still takes the damage though, but he gets away from Akali. Akali backflip gets knocked up by Xin Zhao Q3, I think. And then Ruler just gets the space to kill Zeka.
And now the engage is going to be forced here by Delight. It's in onto Canyon and onto Ruler in that backline, but they have so much damage onto that Leona, they can't take out Ruler.
Right, like these fights are just fucking crazy, by the way. But look at this, look at Viper. Look at Viper, this fight. How toxic is Gwen Xin Zhao? Just be Yunara right now. Yeah, Xin Zhao. Okay, Xin Zhao on ult. Gwen's in W. I can't really hit, guys. I can't really hit. I'm exhausted. Okay, I'm hitting Gwen. Oh, the fight's over. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Good talk. Nice. I'm dead. Like, what the fuck? That was the last fight, I guess.
Love it there from coaches Lynn, Helper, and Coach Kim there for Gen G. Gen G, you saw it after game number 2. One of the most dominant runs in the history of League of Legends. Just one game away from being completed, and if Hanwha Life Esports are going to make a comeback, they're going to have to do it in the revenge that was served to them in the road to MSI in a reverse sweep.
Odds on Hanwha Life reverse sweeping?
Hanwha Life Esports
Not sure.
At the LCK 2025 finals. Digon,
I think Hanwha Life might take the next game, but I don't think they'll reverse sweep.
A fight fest. We're talking about some of the ways that they were going to win, but it's only been through fighting here in game number 2.
This was such an intense game, and it came down to such small moments in the team fights. Individual members from Gen G stepping up to just bolster this unit who really delivered when it came to those 5v5s.
I mean, if we have time, we can make 30 minutes of analyst test. To be honest, like every team fight was so good. So we picked like only 3 highlights, but it feels so bad, you know.
Yeah, we were leaving out so many different moments, and so let's start here. 20 minutes into the game at Otacon, we are.
I feel like you can watch the team fight from so many POVs, and they're all just min-maxing the fuck out of everything.
I mean, just look at how Gen G gives up the wave and setting up for the team fight. So they don't care about the side wave. They see them trying Otacon. So Chovy and Ruler instantly opens up the way to have a better positioning for Gen G here, and I think that was really great setup from Gen G because that makes Viper isolated.
And what actually ends up happening in the fight is Gen G get pushed into this uncomfortable position on the back end where they get pushed into the terrain and the equalizer comes down. Look how low Duro is and the value he ends up getting because he's half HP. He ends up popping the ultimate. He charms the light. He gets Zeka and then he ends up moving.
Chat, why are you my fraud emote spamming so hard?
Both the Akali and the Trundle as he goes down, and that gives space. So despite the fact Gen G were kind of corralled into the wall, they fight their way out.
Can I just say one more thing about Ruler just to glaze him? He's an AD carry at the peak of the world, playing like this, and he won Worlds 8 years ago.
But you could see what he was thinking. It was try to catch someone
That
out, blow them up
is
before the
fucking,
Otacon
like,
could happen.
insane
However,
to me.
he does have a
Like,
bit of
I
redemption.
cannot
Hanwha Life
comprehend that.
Esports able to battle back
He won Worlds 8 years ago, and he's still playing like this. Like, there's only a few players in the whole, like, history of LoL esports that can do this. Like, obviously Faker is one of them, but Ruler's, like, pedigree and GOAT status is insane for the level that he delivers. 8 years! 8 years ago he won Worlds. Players' careers don't even last half of that. And that was when he won. And he's still going. It's crazy to me.
They found a way back into this game.
So yeah, difference between Highlight 1 and Highlight 2 is that
Oh, Peanut, I'm sorry. Maybe the last nut can be a fucking reverse sweep. What do you think about that?
It's really important.
I'm gonna tell your soul needs to
your
lock in.
damage dealer do their job, you know. So I think it's really important to just set up and tank for them, so they can have their zone.
Yeah, and you have multiple different damage dealers. So
Is
trying
the
to
la-
figure out
is the
which
last
one
nut
is
gonna
the
be a
priority
3-0?
in this fight as it's evolving. The landscape is evolving, which then led us to 3 Drakes to 3 Drakes. Time to fight for the soul, and Hanwha Life get it, but they get wiped afterwards.
So this started off really good for Gen G, getting the flash out of Peanut, and you know Duro's able to disengage from it. But it then ends up not going so hard because Canyon gets kind of exploded on the offset when we set up for this dragon. You can see Zeka and Zeus trying to just force Keen away, keep him off their backline, keep him at a distance. Solar Flare's been, so that's another tool down. But it's this initial fight over the dragon. We see it's Canyon who just gets exploded into his GA. The burst damage that comes through with the
Do
power
you know how, like, stupid as fuck Twitch chat is? Like, I just went over that rant about his longevity as a player, and this is the conclusion that this guy got. So you're saying he played 8 years without winning and you're glazing, XD?
And then I want you to focus
Like,
on
that's
here.
what he
Starts
took from
throwing
that.
out the ultimate,
That's
and
what he
actually
took
throws
from
the
that.
final ult charge into Viper,
Like, how fucking
and
brain
then
rotted
dashes
are you?
in to exhaust
It's
him and set up
disgusting.
for Ruler.
Yeah, and Ruler instantly dashes
Embarrassing.
in with the Kaisa ultimate and calling the target and flashing out from the Peanut right there. That was the playmaking. Also, on top of that, the keen setup on the enemy AD carry was just on point.
And it goes back to our points that we set up. The team fighting has gone the way of Gen G when they get to call the fights. And it was one of the first times in this playoff since they lost to KT where we did see Gen G
I need to see that
lose a
guy's
team
chat
fight.
logs. I need to see them.
Were able
I'm
to
gonna
call their
open up his
shot,
chat logs.
And in the final moment, they fall at the final hurdle, do Hanwha Life Esports, and now find themselves up against the wall. Their reign as LCK champions might be over, and Gen G might solidify themselves as one of the greatest teams in the history of the LCK, but it does require one more game. It's time for game number 3.
Thank you
that's
so
right.
much,
It's
guys,
just like
as
XD.
we prepare ourselves for game number 3 and see what we have in store. Does Hanwha Life Esports stay on the blue side after 2 losses in a row? Do they decide to try their luck
That's
at
literally
red?
what he writes.
Do they feel mentally prepared to
Man
pull
United
off
fans,
the reverse
XD.
sweep,
Meantime,
just like Gen Z were
XD.
able
Echo,
to do
XD.
to them at Road to MSI? We'll find out here in this
Dark
game 3.
Knight, XD.
And there is obviously, I think as we saw the camera focus on Peanut, the knowledge that
Alright, lock in.
as reigning LCK champion, this could be his final LCK game. Now Hanwha, with what they've shown here today, still will be one of the Titans going into Worlds.
One
this
of the
game too in particular, we
Titans.
saw their
I
resilience.
think we're robbed if this is a trio, so you better fucking lock in Hanwha Life.
But there is a chance that it is the one result no one predicted. A quick 3-0 for Gen G, but we were in game 1, Andy.
Is that XQC bottom right?
I think after that game 2,
No.
I'm even more uncertain, because even though Gen G is up 2-0, there's still the hope. The Hanwha Life bounced back because that second game in particular was such a roller coaster.
If Gen G get an early lead in this third game, as Hanwha has picked, again, blue side here, Gen G get an early lead in this game, snowball this one, and it becomes the most one-sided game of the series. Doesn't matter how close the leads were for Hanwha in game 1, with Peanut's early advantages, doesn't matter how close that game 2 was. People will remember this as a 3-0 Gen G stomp where they won 3 games on red side to take their title back from Hanwha Life. And Peanut's final series will definitely not be a memorable one, at least not in a happy way for Hanwha Life Esports fans. Hanwha, they've got to bring us to 4 for sure, Chronicler. I think they can do it. I think it's definitely viable. I mean, we've seen the gameplay today has backed it up. Gen G have just been that much, a little bit more consistent. See if Hanwha in this potential last chance can bring it back.
I'm going to be a little selfish. I would like more games, personally. I think that would
Annie
be
Ben.
cool.
I think you deserve it.
It's gonna be a zero. It's gonna be Wukong. These bans are locked for Gen G. Are you gonna ban Galileo again?
Get us that extra game. Would also mean that my prediction is correct, which I feel like would be a fitting ending. And Hanwha Life shown they have the skill, it just hasn't come together because Gen G, when it matters most, has been able to outperform them.
Yeah, it really just comes down to the little things. I loved how our desk pointed out Keen's little things that he did in that final fight to really
Renekton
isolate
ban.
and
Ambessa
kill
Prio,
Viper
Yorick Prio, Jarvan's
because, you know,
open,
even though Ruler got
Wukong's
the
open.
flashiest moments, it really does come down to everybody doing their job, and that's what Keen is known for.
Duro's turn is charm in that fight as well.
Yeah.
Every single player has a role to play, a part to play in these team fights. You know, Chovy getting the flash of Viper we mentioned earlier. These types of small moments stack up to big advantages.
Wukong out, so
Once again, the
Jarvan.
Wukong will be taken away.
Ambessa.
Annie banned one more time for Hanwha, but
Yorick.
take away Keen's Renekton. Bit of a shift here in this third game. The Pantheon,
Pantheon out.
ban will remain.
Galio up.
No Galio ban this time.
Not this time.
Probably for the best, I would say. They used 2 of those against Chovy in games 1 and 2, where you generally don't see the Galio that early on in a Fearless draft. So going to ban away the Renekton.
Maybe
instead,
Jarvan ban
as
is the
Renekton
best here.
becomes more likely as we come along in games.
Also might mean that the Ambessa Prio is going to be high. That is one of the A-tier champions that is still up. Lucian going to get taken away from Viper here. The bot lane matchup has been heavily prioritized. Gen G.
I guess Gen G will pick Galio 1-2 into Jarvan, right?
They have been able to find the matchup where they can generate that prio, allowing them to play for those objective setups.
A lot of discussion about this first pick. It might be your
Oof,
last.
Galio 1-2 into Jarvan sounds annoying. They could be like Galio and Nefiri.
Even if you win, if
They
Gen
could
G
do
pick
Galio
blue
and
side
Bessa and
for the
Nefiri
remainder
into
of the
Jarvan.
games.
This is a bit sketchy for
See what
Hanwha
that
Life.
choice will be. It'll shape the draft.
Graves? Wait. Okay,
Okay.
Jarvan. I thought we were
So
gonna
they
see
take
some
the Jarvan,
crazy
but I
kind
think
of
they can do
a
Galio,
spin
Ambessa,
against the
Nefiri
wall.
on 3.
We gotta
I
pull
get
out
it.
the
It's the
big
first time
guns.
it's left open. I get it. We make Canyon watch, and he thinks it's top lane Graves, and it's 2021 all over again. Because that's what
Alistar Prio.
Graves Harper did to me. The
Alistar
Delight
Prio.
Alistair needs to be denied, and Duro's Alistair is
sure.
amazing. We're getting deeper into the drafts. There's less and less tools available to deal with this. Does mean Silas needs to be taken into consideration.
Absolutely, especially with Zeka on the playing field here. One of the best Silases that we've ever had. The Galio is going to come through, which means Silas is even more likely.
Galio blocks Silas a little bit. Playing Silas into Galio is not fun, but I think Zeka might just tank it.
Respect.
They could do Silas and Bessa.
Okay, but Galio has a lot of matchups that aren't very good for him, right? So this is really, I think, a very,
Silas and Bessa would go crazy.
Depending on the result, confident or arrogant move here to just slam down that Galio.
Oh.
Yeah.
So obvious here.
Zeka Silas.
It is just going to come through. And obviously Galio is a flex pick in some niche circumstances. I don't think this is going to be one of them.
Oh, it's complete illness. You love to see it.
Locked in here
I wonder if Keen goes Yorick.
This composition has so much lockdown. No matter what ruler's playing, he's not going to be feeling comfortable in this one.
Is it Camille?
Could be Camille.
Skill matchup in the top lane.
Could be Camille.
Camille Galio?
It's tough though when you don't know what Viper's
Are we really going to have Camille Galio versus Silas? Oh, it's Cassante.
Oh, you got three tanky boys.
Well, Genji don't have damage yet. There's no damage. I would start looking at champs like Jinx and shit because I guess into Jarvan you can't really play it. Maybe Zeri. I feel like Zeri on 4 is really good for Genji. Zeri Smolder.
And now you got to play all these melee champs straight into Alistar, Galio, Cassante. So is it a bait at the end of the day?
I think the Xayah stocks are pretty high.
Lulu.
For ruler.
Yep, Lulu.
Just simply because there's a lot to lock down. Sivir feels pretty unplayable here.
I feel like a Aphelios Thresh 4-5 could win the game here if you ban Zeri Smolder.
I agree with you because obviously Sivir
and I think
into
HLE
Jarvan
take game
alone is
3.
really tough. Same for Xayah, honestly, because you can't actually get out of the ultimate. They might still bend him away just to deny ruler hyper carries, right? Because that is the one thing you do look towards.
I just don't see how they win if you do that.
Is this competition?
Exactly. There is the chance that Chovy goes for the more aggressive build, but that isn't what he's done
I always forget about Sivir because it's nerfed on the new patch, but yeah.
Not just in Galio, but
this patch
general,
Sivir is strong, but Sivir into Jarvan.
Just straight up tank builds. There is also Canyon's pick here, which is not known as.
Alright, there's Smolder, Zeri.
Kalista Renata not. I do think
Skarner ban. They didn't ban either of them.
I mean, if they go.
Okay, come on.
Would he really play Skarner though? I feel like he would play in a Fury.
There's no way we get away with even Genji.
I mean, that's like he's locks Aphelios, so they lose the game.
Or Lee Sin.
An interesting one.
Canyon Lee Sin.
But I mean, it's into Silas as well. And
if Ruler goes Vayne on 5.
I do worry about what Ruler is.
What is
Ruler playing? You know, just Aphelios?
I mean, it might be something like Ziggs as well.
They're gonna go Xayah, but I think Aphelios Thresh here is insane for Humble Life.
It has a lot of it has a huge range advantage, but
I don't know if anything.
Oh, he takes the Smolder away.
If they take the Smolder here, that could have been another late game scaling option that has a big front
but
line
Smolder,
here that they're not going to have either. I actually really like the Smolder pick here for Hanwha Life, and Viper is arguably our best Smolder. I don't even know if it's arguable at this point. Insanely fast stack.
I mean, Ruler will have to play Zeri, surely.
Slam Kalista here?
Surely it's Zeri.
You just go hyper all in.
Ruler. Oh, the Tristan.
I feel like am I crazy? Humble Life's draft is crazy good.
Would have an incredible amount of laning power. And Tristana Alistar, that's a classic bouncy house combo.
Decades with
is a
that
hyper
duo.
carry, actually has a lot of safety and range. I kind of love this.
Or it's just Ziggs. It is. Okay, it's just
I don't like Genji's comp, man.
And we've loved
Chat,
Ziggs
I'm going to add you for the
nowadays. I mean, we
to
even saw
sub
picks
channel
earlier
back to the
on
game
in some
because
drafts, but
I have on the answer the ads during the game.
I don't love it that much
I'll
here,
see you in a
though.
sec.
Ziggs solo damage. I don't know if it's enough.
No, guys, we're not falling for that.
Sorry, Genji's draft just looks fucking
I don't know if they have enough. They'll have enough damage. It's Genji.
It is Keen
I feel like
Sante.
HLE Game 2 and Game 3 drafts, they're in a really good spot.
It's like ultimate comfort. Jovi's undefeated
I think just
on
outplayed.
Galio, right? I mean,
Game 1 draft I didn't like.
I mean, this composition has... I mean, they have such insane mastery of all of these champions. They have great range with the Ziggs into a mostly melee composition here for Hanwha Life. Outside of the Smolder that scales incredibly well. I just don't know if you get access to the Smolder when the Silas has Alistar.
Seeing they put Smolder top level 1
and
farm the Cassante.
Unless they're going to 100 to 0 him. They have a decent amount of CC, but if you just play Cleanse Smolder...
This has to go to Game 4, by the way. No shot.
I think should be good. I'm kind of liking what Hanwha Life Esports have in this one. Or maybe it's a bit of a dislike for what Gen G are missing.
My only issue with the Humble Life composition is that I think that they are putting Smolder in a position where it doesn't feel like he gets the most value. I actually think Smolder will struggle, even with Brom later in the game, because the rest of his team has to play so far forward to have any value, meaning that he might be susceptible. If Gen G do fall behind, though, I think all our concerns about damage will be warranted, and Canyon needs to have a better performance than he did in the league last time.
He needs to here as we hop into the Rift for game number 3.
젠지 하나 둘 셋.
Fans have come out and forced big time. Keen being bullied up in the top lane. Might have to flash here. There it is.
And that's some stacks for Viper picked up early as well in this initial skirmish. So big win here. You mentioned the Lee Sin previous performance was against Cuz in that loss to KT Rolster. A
Cuz,
rare
shout out.
Canyon Lee Sin loss. He's another one of those champions that has the mobility to potentially find that backline access onto the
Maybe
Smolder.
Genji's comp just
Only one
wins
stack
because
Viper
they're
picks up
Gen G,
in this,
but I
initial
don't know.
fight. I thought he was able to get 2.
It's very burst heavy, isn't it? Lee Sin, Ziggs with like 3 tanks. It's so
Viper
strange.
Yeah.
I feel like they just don't have like
it, and look at this,
consistent
Gen G, the prep is there.
DPS.
Oh, they know.
They actually have already preemptively swapped.
Oh
You'll
my
love to
god,
see it.
it's Cassante versus Ambessa bot lane with supports and AD carries laning. I knew it was inevitable for this shit to happen where both teams swap the swap and then they do this shit.
Lethal, but you do actually need to be able
God, Riot,
to
please
play
fix
against
your
Rife.
game.
It's also a very dangerous topside. The setup for Lee is amazing in longer fights. As Gen G, they read the play. We'll see if Keen really waits to show until the last second, as they already know the lanes are locked in, and that is the case.
This is so funny. Smolder
So
versus
Silas
Ziggs
into
in
Galio
top lane here in
is not that good of a
2025. If we
matchup
just
for Silas.
only
Like
look at this,
Galio
you might be very
kind of
confused.
eats
Obviously,
him.
we know it's because of double Viper swap, but like
He's just too
it
tanky.
just looks so hilarious. 2
And he
minutes
just
into
pushes
the game,
you
wow,
in.
This is the top lane.
It's very predictable that they would go for this. I think this is in part why Hanwha then thought even further ahead, went for that aggressive topside play.
Now
to
supports
try
are
to
just.
guarantee
Is this
that they
it?
can get this
80
to
carry
happen.
swap to
It's
match.
still read by Gen G
Top
as
laners go bot to
support will
avoid,
pop
and
that
supports
dose
just
watch.
fist fight in the river to the death. Is this the meta?
Light, you are in the enemy jungle.
It's okay. They have prio.
Is that it?
A bit of extra damage on a Chovy. And
Chovy
so
has
he's
the
gonna
base
have to back
level
away
too,
from that
what?
one, as now we're just going to have the full-on lane swap, which
Let's be
eventually
honest,
does happen.
both supports know they're not really going to have a huge impact in the Ambessa Cassante lane. As Canyon 0-1, as mentioned, Chovy 13-0 on the Galio.
Human ingenuity truly knows no bounds. We will find a way to lane swap. It'll keep happening. We are not giving up on it. It's gonna. At this point.
Professionals want to avoid bad matchups. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. And we have figured it out. Jarvan on a 5-game winning streak. As you're going to have TP coming in here early from Chovy, and the lane swap will complete. Chovy all-time 16
Okay, so I was
wins
still right.
in a row.
16, yeah. That's all, including all time. Well, this stat came up in the KT series. It was a tough game. He was able to win it there and maintain that perfect win rate.
Some
Never
other wins,
lost.
guys.
Undefeated.
I got nothing more to add. That's insane.
Undefeated.
That's 16 games.
Yeah.
In internationals, in LCK.
He doesn't have any wins in Challenger League, though. That is the hardest league in the world, as we know.
Oh, I mean, everyone knows that. But like,
yeah.
I'm not.
So I'm a little bit worried.
Well, we can't always bring that up.
I just
right?
thought
Double
we were
Krabby Patty for
baiting,
Peanut.
Challenger's baby one last time.
One last
Maybe.
time.
We'll see what happens in this game. I feel like there were moments in last game, you know, when Ruler just
Canyon's just waiting for his Raptors to
on the full
respawn.
equalizer. That could have been one.
No Mariah's group baby either. So
Oh, we don't. Hey, we don't have to remind me of that, okay? That's I've dealt with that.
we can just
Fine.
keep the memes alive. You
They
know?
will. Oh, don't you worry. Well, I say don't you worry. I'm kind of relying on you guys for that. But I'm not worried about you guys doing it.
No.
Okay, we're doing our second clears.
This game is obviously going to, with the initial plays not leading to too much, kind of slow down.
The good news is
here.
Zeka still has
Teleport
TP, so
advancement
he's
to
kind of
Zeka
chilling.
early because of the early trades he took. He keeps it. And this is really good for Hanwha Life Esports because the slower the game is, and the inability for Ruler to punish really with the Ziggs in the 1v1, you're just kind of chilling, you know? You eliminated one target to stack on initially when you matched the Viper swap, and now that it's a 2v2 again, Viper's just back to business as usual here. We'll hit that first break point at 25. and then start to continue to scale. I cannot stress enough, Viper's speed of getting those stacks is actually insane. One of the most consistent smolders in the LCK.
Oh, not
he's
in the
dead.
prominent turret range.
Is he dead? No mana.
Delight, he's like, oh,
Maybe he's
no,
dead.
not
He's dead.
Delight.
Oh, he had mana for Q.
His first
Oh
blood goes
my
over to
god,
Ruler
you can't get
already.
2v2 killed into that
And
lane.
is so
Like,
early
you
on in
just
the game.
can't.
5 minutes is, we got to see how that even
just
happens.
can't.
Delight now down both summoners as well.
It has to be a satchel setup, right?
It's gotta be, right?
There's otherwise no
Throw
way.
didn't even flash.
I guess it was like bouncy,
I have no idea.
bouncy castle
Hopefully we're gonna
Ziggs
replay that.
Alistar.
That is a really big unforced error in the roll 2v2. Just Duro and Ruler giving over an early kill to the Ziggs is always going to be a big deal.
How does he get
as
him into tower?
It's probably a bouncy house
Oh,
combo.
man.
Oh,
No, it's even simpler
Oh,
than
he's
we
just double
thought.
knocked into stun.
It's even
Oh my
simpler than we
god,
thought.
it's the
and I
light
don't
going
even wanna
forwards.
Put it to words. You saw it visually there. Judgment error, you could say, by Delight. The veteran into Duro.
And if Duro had to invest Flash, I think you would feel a little bit less bad about that. But he didn't even use his subs.
They were just sitting there looking at him like, are you serious? I mean, it's Braum going into melee range of Alistar. Not to mention that the Ziggs is there. You're just going to get punished, and it's kind of
It's a bait!
It's a big bait here, as in goes Canyon and out goes Canyon.
Okay, I got baited.
It was 3v2, that's just the Braum.
Ooh, the backwards E
Cannon
to deny the
denied.
cannon.
Yeah.
Holy.
A little disappointed. I thought we were going to have a brawl. That would have been
What
fun.
the fuck is clean?
It's fine. I'm sure it'll happen. Any second now, right?
Well, Duro is wrapping around here. Delight is down summoners. Not quite a ton of damage on this Ziggs just yet.
You know, one way you can deny Viper some big stacks is just poke him out of the game. If he can't lane against the Ziggs, if the
Viper has
Ziggs
TP.
gets too powerful early on, then you don't really have to worry about the Smolder ever. If he just gets behind enough.
Do you rate
If
Ruler over
also
Viper?
is able to
Yeah.
get bigger and larger, and they
I
play
think
through
Ruler's
him
the
in
best
mid,
AD in
and
the
he
world.
is able to get rid of the mid turret, for example, with Satchel, then you can really remove a lot of the safety of this Smolder. But I do think once you hit 125,
I feel like sometimes
the
Ruler
stacks
doesn't
just
get
kind
the
of come no
appreciation he
matter
deserves.
what.
This
But
guy's a
slowing that
fucking
down,
demon,
as they
man.
have a little
That
bit
is
here in
crazy.
this early game, is certainly a big win for Gen G.
Ruler hasn't really been able to hit a lot of those bouncing bumps, though. We do see Duro using the phase rush nicely there to just go for these short trades, do a little bit of poke, but as long as Viper doesn't really go too low, he's not going to be too bothered in the lane. Does also still have TP advantage. There's 4 teleports on Hanwha, which I do feel warrants mentioning.
Yeah,
Did I say Guma?
Teleport
Or
will
what?
never not be the best summoner in the game.
Well,
I
I think
think Guma.
Flash is kind of giving it a run.
I guess, yeah.
But secondary summoner,
Flash
secondary
is number one.
You sillies. What about
Teleport is
Smite?
two.
Are we just ignoring junglers? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, well, there's only one of them, so, you know.
Well,
Yeah, how many smites?
I don't know. Sometimes sometimes chat spams a word, and I feel like I said the word, but I don't know if I did because I'm like a bit tired and sick, and I'm like, wait, did I say that? Sorry if I'm like.
You don't see Nunu all that often, do you? He's got Smite in his kit.
Yeah, so does Cho'Gath, but it doesn't.
normally when you spam something, it's like I said it, I'll say
Look
what?
at this. You think he goes to this without Smite?
Anyways, back to the
I
gameplay.
think you are forced to have Smite nowadays,
Peanut?
anyway, so.
Peanut
One
has
grab.
that here.
Yeah, we're
Still has
getting a
Smite
bit of a
Canyon.
skirmish.
Can get
It's a
two.
3-on-3
He
for
upgraded
now,
his
but
Smite,
the Galio
actually.
comes in a bit sooner.
Bomb.
As okay, Mom does come
Flash,
down the turret.
Galio ult,
Immediately on
matches the
right,
Galio ult,
Flash
double Galio ult.
backs away
Holy.
as the follow-up,
Duro no
Galio
flash, stuck in the
ult
pit.
stolen by
Zeka
who's
goes
in
in,
the thick of
E's
it,
back
behind
into
enemy
Chovy.
lines.
Where's the
And then
damage?
Chovy's actually the one that's in the
Q.
most
Oh, the
danger.
kick flash from
The kick
Canyon.
is
Knocks up the
gigantic,
Smolder.
but nobody has gone down yet.
Repositions.
Finally, Duro bites
Can
the
Ruler
dust.
finish off Viper?
There's the
Yes, he can.
damage
Q
comes in.
hits.
They take out the Smolder,
Knock up.
but now
Chain
the
from
Silence
Zeka.
just
Kills Lee Sin.
loves these
Procs the stun.
scrappy
The light
fights,
runs away on
and
1 HP.
Delight
Blocks the
will
hit.
not go down.
Flash from Ruler
Flash
finishes
through,
him.
and finally, Ruler gets him.
Killed
but
the
it's
Peanut.
Still a win in the fight going to HLE.
That is
Chovy gets out.
Challengers, baby. Let's
Holy
go.
shit, that was a good fight.
We got it one more time. In this fight,
Holy
though,
shit.
the setup is
Yo.
very strong for Hanwha Life Esports, and even though the execution of it from Zeka isn't the cleanest, he's still able to follow Chovy's Galio and get into the back line. Tries to focus down Duro, but he buys so much
Wait,
space
Chovy's
for
dead, no?
Viper.
Flash.
And
Did he play it?
Delight's looking
Does he have
for
E?
it.
Flash
You
on
have E?
in,
You have E, Chovy?
and Viper is, yeah, the stun comes down, and
Oh,
I
the
think
level up.
Chovy will be
Level
okay.
up?
Gets the level up, but eventually you just auto-attack him to death. Not seeing the Braum TP for some reason. Chovy gets baited and dies.
Viper is at 71 stacks.
This
and
fight was
fights
mental.
like this for Smolder
I like the
are
flash
incredibly
combo by
powerful if
Duro.
You have the right setup, and you're not playing against the traditional AD carry, right? Ziggs can
Into
do
the
a
Galli
decent
ult,
amount
but
here,
Viper
Viper has
flashes
so much
out and they have
setup,
Galli
so much
ult to
front line
match.
here. Look at this ult from Zeka.
Zeka
Gets on top of
flashes
Duro
in
as
and
well.
then ease
So
out.
much resources have to be committed to Zeka. The Viper's just
This kick from
tossing
Kenny
out
was really
rotations
cute.
to
Look at this.
spells. You're doing
Boom.
an insane amount of
Triple
damage.
knockup.
Smolder's a scaling pick, right? But does
But
decent
Duro,
amount in
I
these
mean, they just don't have
skirmishes.
damage,
And
man. Like, what the
even
fuck?
though
This
he's
Ziggs is
killed here,
trying his
even though he
best,
goes
but like,
down, he gets
there's
so
just
many
no
stacks,
damage.
does so much damage. The fight is won for Hanwha.
There's so much
Live.
CC, but
Ruler
Ziggs is
also
trying,
having to
man.
commit his flash here is another win for Hanwha. This is looking really good for us not having a 3-0 here, at least in the outset of this one.
And then this is one that I think is fairly straightforward. Just a nice TP from Delight, kind of making up for his early mistake, gets his AD carry a kill. Want to highlight in that previous fight as well that Ziggs is a lot more rotation-based. Early on, I think even though Smolder isn't that strong either, at least Smolder gets to auto. And the Jarvan value was actually crazy, which allowed Hanwha Life to kind of slow down the fight. Viper didn't end up going down, and these constant flag and drags in these early skirmishes are really annoying to deal with.
For me, it was the Sylas as well. I mean, he was totally unchecked. He had basically no items, right? He's got cooldown boots and a catalyst now. I don't even know what he had in the last fight. Maybe just like some crystals and a dark seal. And yet he was never in any danger of dying. They just don't have enough consistent damage to ever take him down. As now, maybe they have enough. As
Nice
the
kick.
Is good onto two. They're trying
Oh
to
my god,
burst
chain
down
CC is insane on Peanut.
And they will be able to do so. That's a shutdown
TP in
here
from
for the Ziggs.
Silas.
TP coming in as King Sante maybe a bit
What?
in trouble,
He
but he's
flashed
just
in?
going in. As now
Zeka
this
TP'd in.
TP,
He has Alistar ult.
trying to actually punish him for it.
He's in trouble.
As Keen
Team's
is still
dead, right?
going
Surely.
in, still eventually will be taken out by the Smolder.
Zeus.
As in goes Zeus 1v3. Just trying to taxi his way out. The big bomb and Delight is going to block the damage.
Bomba blocked.
Gets away from that one as Chovy just solo in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a Chovy moment, but there's nothing he could have done. He doesn't have teleport, not an ult range, and we'll be able to get some plate gold here in his pockets, but it's another fight for Viper where he gets a kill, he does insane damage, takes out the Keen Sante, but he's stacking out of
Look at the chain
control,
CC on
and this is
Peanut.
another part of this Viper,
Knock up,
or rather Smolder,
kick,
piloted by Viper
Ziggs
here,
W,
composition. If you keep
knock
scrapping
back from
early
Cassante.
into this melee comp
Yeah,
here for
I can
Gen
play.
G, you're just stacking on stacking on stacking, and Viper, like I said, he's one of the fastest Smolders, if not the fastest, but in this game, he might break a record
the Viper
with the
backstep
skirmishes
on the
they're giving
Q3
him.
was
And
nasty.
if Keen hits that W onto Viper, that might actually have been enough because there was still the ultimate available from the Ziggs. Instead, Delight kites it out nicely. Viper is fine, as this time Ruler can't get in position to flash. Drake will go
Drake
over,
to
and
Gen G.
because Chovy got a giant shove in, I don't think it'll be
Well, the
too
gold's
impactful
on
when it
Ruler,
comes
which
to
is good for
gold,
Gen G.
But this is exactly the type of early game
But,
you'd want to see
yeah.
if you have Mbessa, if you have Jarvan, any of you have the Silence, and as you've been highlighting as well, Wolf, if there is a lot of scrapping and Smolder, even if he ends up dying, as long as he stays alive, which he's been able to do in most of these, you're chilling. You're just scaling into that win condition.
Gonna win
the
the
gold
game.
lead is Rulers, but how much does that really mean in terms of...
Zeus? He's very behind enemy lines. Duro still has his ult and heal. We got a Ziggs coming up here, a 4-1 Ziggs, and they can keep him around basically forever. Zeus has nowhere to go. He's trying to dash his way to victory. That's not the best satchel, and eventually
No flash
he just
Alistar.
flashes out. So they get the flash out of Zeus. They have to bring
Chat,
3
you're
people
gaslighting
up
the
to
fuck out of
get
me.
it.
Chat, if you start saying
And
things I didn't
Viper,
say, I'm just gonna start banning people.
He's just stacking up in mid essentially for free.
He's
Stop
so
being-
close
stop
to
being a
hitting
bunch
that
of
first
freaks.
real break point of 125. You know, the first one obviously at 25, but when you hit 125, you just start stacking out of control. You're stacking off champions anytime you queue anywhere near anybody. And it just becomes so easy from there. And that's why even though Ruler has 4 kills here and has that 700 gold lead,
I did say
it
banger
feels like
series,
the
yeah.
position here in terms of AD carry value is so much higher for Hanwha Life Esports right now. You can see even Zeka's, because he can steal the Alistar, he can TP deep like he did in that skirmish around Dragon just moments before. There's just so many different win cons here for Hanwha Life in these early fights that Smolder doesn't need to scale to have an impact, but guess what? He still scales.
Yeah, I will give credit at least to the Ziggs, just up against essentially full melee plus the Smolder. They have the Mbessa for Engage, but besides that, you've got like Engage, Silas, and Braum
Buffer.
kind of. We got another follow-up here in the top lane, but Zeus just turning it 1v2.
And I'm glad you highlighted Veldas, because the one thing I am worried about is that all engage from Hanwha is purely hard commit, right? I think they have really great ways to start fights. You have Jarvan and Bessa.
Rod of
and
Ages, Silas. We
but they
are
all do involve
scaling.
you actually hard committing to the fight. Ziggs, as fed as he is, might not be able to chew through tanks as quickly as Viper is going to chew through Cassante and through Chovy. But I do think it's important to note that the range advantage, funnily enough,
Viper
in this
123,
game, I
not
think is
bad.
still going to be in favor of Gen G, whereas Viper later in the game is only going to be able to play off of his RFC procs, right? When you have the extra range, the bombs are going to be basically consistent. The big saving grace for Hanwha is that if you do kill Ruler, this comp does actually just immediately fall apart, right?
Yeah,
that
I mean, it's a one-threat composition. They cut the two-threat in half.
Is Herald just free for Humble Life? How does...
there, which is fine for like the first two items.
Chovy's running bot with no TP, and I know he has global, but
well, he kind of has to in this comp,
I feel like they're quite
Yeah,
useless.
Doing more AP damage.
Sylas just takes Alistar ult and
Guys,
right-click
there's a
Ziggs,
Sundered
and
Sky.
nothing will
That's
stop him,
enough damage,
apart from all the knockbacks,
right?
but then he will kill him.
Guys,
Yeah, for sure, Chronicler.
you don't lie to me just because I lost.
Yeah,
don't do
definitely.
that. No.
Anything you say
No.
goes today.
Sure, Chronicler, yeah. Well, anything he goes, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the worst. Ruler!
Ruler in the Ruler spot. He has the TP. Or
Bro,
turret
Unk
rather,
gotta
but it
stop
doesn't
getting
matter.
caught on
He's
mid
gonna
waves.
die.
Even if there's a turret there, it's still the Ruler spot. And this game is very quickly...
This Ziggs is supposed to be unkillable.
Well...
He's dead, though.
He is dead. Supposed to be unkillable.
So what are you talking about, Feldes?
Supposed to be. Supposed to be.
But he's dead.
He was dead a second time, yeah.
Yeah. And
TP's available, though.
Maybe
Canyon?
he goes in
Canyon?
and tries
Are
to
you
seal
just
the
a
kick
psychopath or what?
away, and eventually doesn't get onto the eye.
Okay.
So it's just an easy one for Peanut.
Braum, no flash.
And, you know, Cannon doesn't really use anything to get that done, as he is Lee Sin. Just the flash had a delight, I suppose.
All right, well, you know, there's
Nice
control
pick
vision
by
in the
Peanut.
brush. Ruler's just trying to clear this ward. It's that simple. Viper
job,
picks
Peanut.
up the kill, by the way, and some additional stacks for his troubles. And this Smolder is sitting at 160 at 16 minutes into the game, and he's just continuing to stack. And they keep trying to kill this Ambessa. It's not working.
Yeah, the Sonic Wave not going to land, but
Jarvan's
the
on
Lee
his
Sin does
way.
get in, as do they
Dead?
have enough
Not
damage
dead.
to take
Dead.
out Zeus?
Not
This
dead.
double
Dead.
TP coming down from HLE. Keen just flashing
EQ.
away as Keen and Canyon realizing they're in a lot of trouble trying to get out here with this Cassante.
Whoa!
With the chain.
Oh my god,
Gets
Spider-Man!
the turret, but they
How
don't
is
have
that
the damage.
Cassante not
Viper's
dying,
out
by the way?
Keen.
What?
Still not enough. And now the
How is he
redemption
alive?
Gonna get Keen down.
Oh! What is happening? Silas
Galliot.
Galliot. What is that pathetic piece of shit fucking jumper? Move it!
And Viper takes him out.
Zeka out.
Duro makes his way up, but look at the health bars now.
Herald.
And now
Herald
really
out. Someone
the
get out.
Ziggs is unkillable. Nobody can get onto him. As
EQ.
Peanut is desperate to do
Lee
so.
Sin down. Get in the
As
Herald,
Duro
someone.
trying to front
Zeka.
line, and maybe they just have
Kills.
enough people
Okay,
to
Zeka
push
Silas
him
is holding
away
the game.
from the fight. As the damage is there, the damage is
Jesus.
done. The Rift Herald also thrown down in the top
But,
lane.
like, I know he has W and shit, and shields and shit, but his health bar wasn't shifting when he was taking damage. It's gotta be bugged.
Trying his best to get the damage done. Ruler tries to show up and make an impact.
Did you
here in the end,
TP
but
bot?
it's too little, too
You
late,
fucking
and
rascal.
despite Keen's
Oh, he was
best
dead.
efforts,
Okay, never mind.
it's
I'll forgive
still
you.
a
He was the
successful
first one to
play
die.
here after
Never mind.
Zeus does go down.
I don't want to repeat myself, but that did feel like
Cassante.
a very Challenger-esque sequence.
40%
oh my
health.
god, it starts off with the kill onto Zeus. Then the
Jarvan ult.
extension comes through.
Flashes.
Viper obviously
Okay,
really
this part
wants
I don't
this
mind. He
kill,
Ws.
and they were
But now-
up. Watch this. Canyon actually tries to redirect Zeka.
What?
Not able to, but Keen still doesn't go down. Dodges enough damage, then gets redemptions. And this
What?
is where I thought they were in serious
How?
trouble.
Oh, that was a
Viper
heal.
ends up flashing for
How
the
is he
kill
permanently
with the
shielded?
Q, but it's
What is it?
Canyon
Is
actually
Jenna?
getting interrupted in just a moment here, because I think that Genji thought that they could turn the fight here. Even though Ruler is able to get a lot of damage down, right there, the ultimate from Delight, plus the knockup from Peanut means that there is no Sundered Skying for you, Canyon. He goes down, and Humble Life building a bigger lead.
Yeah, this is just getting bigger and bigger. The snowball as well, and truly
TP
running down the
in.
hill here in
Genji, no, they're getting outscaled. They gotta fight.
I mean, Canyon's right here looking for the steal, but Peanut
Cassante's
has
there,
been
guys.
so
Be
good
careful.
on his smites. Let's see what it comes down to. Just gonna be kind of a flip. As Ingo's
Yo,
the lead.
Peanut
Down to
smites have been
35, and it
insane
goes to
today.
Peanut anyway. As
Peanut
things
smites
he's
have been so good.
on the smites. And
Oh,
the
big
follow-up
six
here, the follow's
bomber.
Big, but these guys live
Viper's
basically
stacking.
forever. And
Zeka has
accessing
Silas
the
ult,
back line,
Alistar
Ruler in
ult.
a lot of trouble. They're trying to peel for him. But now
What
your
is
front line
Cassante
is just
doing? Oh, he's
gone as
dying,
well.
thank
Ruler,
God.
no escape for him.
Ruler!
Does go down even after the satchel used defensively. As this one threat comp not necessarily working out for them. Duro
Oh, he
in
lives.
a lot of trouble here as well.
All right,
They get
this
that
one's
kill
done.
over to Viper,
This
and
one's
HLE
done.
are running away with the
You
game.
don't get away with this draft,
200
Genji.
damage in the
You don't.
fight. He doesn't even have 225. got a lot of kills. He's sitting on rapid fire cannon, but there's just too much front line. The one threat for Gen G is really struggling to get consistent damage done here because he's spell-based, right? He's skill-based, skill shots tossing through, not always hitting the prio targets, trying to break through that front line, but it's an easy front to back here for the side of Hanwha Life. The timing of the smite, little bit early, just slightly here for the side of Canyon, but it doesn't change the end result of the fight, even if he gets that smite.
I didn't say quick
trio.
Wait, Chovy's Galio win rate is ruined.
And this comp might be too Gen G, even for Gen G, as the damage seems to be lacking. The comfort for Hanwha Life comes through, and it's the split nature of the calls from Gen G. Chovy going in aggressively, whereas the rest of the team is trying to turn into Zeus, who ends up really stalling for so long. And one has got to imagine that the dreadful fate of a 3-0, at least for now, seems to be slowly pushed back, as Hanwha Life, I'm sure, are going to be looking, never mind, I guess Gen G are going to be looking for Otacon?
Viper just is about to hit his threshold as he TPs in 225 on the dot.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it, and Gen G, they say, well, might as well throw in a risk, a big one that is, as Zeus doing a bunch of poke damage, funnily enough, on this Ambessa. And so is Viper. The Redemption can only do so much. They're trying to get that engaged.
EQ,
and the access to the backline is there once again. Zeus gets it. Canyon just trying to zone them away.
It's so
and
lost.
It was
it's
so
lost.
desperate
it's
from
lost.
Gen G. Eventually, Ruler will just be run
it's
down
lost.
here.
But who stops the Sylas, by the way?
Is gone. And King Sante maybe takes out
no
Zeus,
one.
but
There's
it's
no
not
damage.
looking good in that aspect either.
No
Finally
damage.
does, but he's the only one to get a kill. As Viper has so much room, and Chovy runs tail between his legs, and Hanwha Life should be able to pick up this objective.
It's only 21 minutes into the game. Baron hasn't spawned yet, but it's nearly the full wipe here for Gen G. Hanwha Life will be able to take the Otacon that Gen G so desperately tried to take moments before and further their lead. And I think this looks to be the most one-sided game in this series thus far.
Speaks volumes to the fact that Gen G are starting this Otacon, right? This is a pure desperation play, knowing that they're not going to be able to win the game, but the Hanwha Life response is great. The
Canyon,
teleports
like,
are available.
Lee Sin is just a bad
Everyone
champ.
is ready. Canyon
This is
tries
Viper's
to give
health
his
bar
life
after
to
a Lee
ensure
Sin
that
full
it's
combo.
a man-up fight with Viper not there, but at this point, they don't even need Viper. There's a fed Sylas, a fed Jarvan, and an Ambessa wreaking havoc in their backline. And the win streak for Chovy on this Galio sure to end. The Keen Sante, not enough. And this series, let's not forget, I'm going to keep repeating it, Hanwha Life was in the exact position where Gen G was during Road to MSI.
Yeah, and that was the win for Gen G that made it so that Hanwha thus far until potentially this series has not beaten them for the rest of the year. Could be another similar turning point here. Remember, this draft is relatively expensive for Gen G as well. They lose Canyon's Lee Sin, which is kind of a tech pick that you could see later on in the series, but the Galio, the Keen Sante, these stable picks, Duro, losing the Alistair, and even that counter pick for Viper Zaya in the Ziggs is now no longer an option.
I have a question, quick question. You know, in the early game, is the cannon wave the 4th wave or the 3rd wave? You have 1, 2, 12 CS, 3, 19. It's the 4th wave, right? I'm not cooked, the cannon wave. It is the 4th wave. Okay, sorry, my brain is so fucked this morning.
You just leave your back door wide open, essentially. It has not worked out for them at all. And,
I know it was the 3rd last season, but
it's very nice to see them showing some signs of life in the series,
so yeah,
because this could have easily been
it's 6, 12, 18 then.
And kind of a disappointing 3-0. So we're happy here on the caster desk.
So it could be worse for Gen G because they do have wave clear in Ziggs, you know, and it can be basically in 2 lanes at the same time. Now, I don't think that they can fight for Drake. So they are going to be down Infernal Soul Point. They also shouldn't be able to contest for Baron.
Actually
dying. At that point, it does kind of become a problem.
So where's the good news, Cronny, for Gen G here?
Can you imagine this Sylas rocks up to a fight with fully stacked Roa, Riftmaker, Zhonya's, and Alistar ult?
If they didn't have Ziggs,
yeah, that guy's going to die. Kappa Chungus.
It'd be a little harder to clear waves. They're going to contest. Anyway, by the way, 2-item spike have been hit for Ruler.
This just has to be. This has to just be a monster draft diff, right? So just go next.
Down and Zeus sits him down once again, and picks up the solo kill. You are not fighting over this dragon.
I think he had to play Zeri on 5 for a chance to win this game.
He could TP down,
but even then, I think the game's just cooked.
To the top side. There's just
the second I see this Lee Sin champ, I know it's cooked.
This dragon anymore. And this draft really didn't give Gen G a whole lot of win cons, especially face up into the Silas pick. The Alistair, the Galio, and Hanwha Life are just running away with this game. And, I mean, with this Dragon now, it's Soul Point, but it's so many additional
Caedrel, remember 2008 in DreamHack when you said that you'd sign my door?
Forget
Bro,
the Soul.
what are you on about? I was like,
already
fuck off. I was 12 years old. I didn't
Yeah,
go to
upon further
DreamHack.
consideration, I find it hard to see if it could be really worse. As Chovy stuck against the Galio, or as Galio into an 80 matchup, that's always a tough time. Also, isn't really that tanky. Zeus, really nice recognition.
Half this chat probably wasn't even born till 2008.
Keen is
How
supposed to be
cooked is this
tanky.
chat?
I don't really think that's how it's going to play out. Zeka having the best game that we've seen him have this series so far. And it's all looking good for a continued journey.
I am
with
really
the LCKer today.
Yeah, I'm really curious, Chronicler, what we're going to see from Keen going forward in this series, because he's played 2 of his most iconic tank picks so far, and then also the Gwen that we know is so incredibly strong. It's been one of his best picks this year, even from behind, and Pool's going to get a little bit more interesting, because the desk was talking about it in the pre-show about how he's such a multifaceted player. He can play more aggressive picks and the tank picks so
it's nice that we get another game.
He has the
It
duality
is nice.
of
What a
both, right?
blessing.
He's not really a weak side player or a strong
Ults
side
of
player
Hanwha Life
per
reverse
se.
sweeping. Zek is
Against
kind of running out of
Zeus, you're already
champs, I'm
thinned
not
out.
going to
Feels
lie.
like some of your options are a little bit limited. Not to say that
What other
this
Zeka
win for
champs are
Hanwha means
open that is
Gen G is
crazy?
out by
Like
any
Yone,
means, but I do
maybe?
think that with this momentum shift
Like a
here
Yone
and this
Yasuo?
expensive draft for Gen G, the series got a little bit more interesting than just a.
I think
okay, at
Victor
least
is
we
just
got
going to
to
be picked by
I
someone.
mean, when it comes to top lane picks
And they're gonna
that
farm.
are still very high
And I
tier
think
that are
Hanwha
left,
Life
you've
is going to
got
either have to
stuff like
ban the
Renekton,
Victor
you've got
or play
Ornn,
it.
Aatrox we've seen a lot.
Because if Chovy gets
Those
Victor
seem
and
like
just
kind of
sits
the
there
top
and scales,
four
I think
for
it's
us at this
just
point in
a
time,
horror.
So probably going to see again maybe a ban on Renekton, but we'll see if Hanwha Life Esports, if they go over to the red side, are they going to ban away the Renekton from red side? Definitely a lot of play at the top lane, so it's certainly a good point. This game isn't over, but it's kind of over. Like the Nexus hasn't exploded.
We can call it.
Yes.
It's completely over. It's
But
completely
easily,
over.
as long as they don't make any grave mistakes. All right.
Even if Smolder dies instantly before a fight starts, Silas just 1v5s them
That's a no-brainer.
with these items.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ziggs, so maybe. Ziggs Lee Sin, pretty good at stealing.
Viper gets kicked into Gen G, while Zeka is on the other end of the map without teleport.
All right, let's make this more interesting.
I think it's hard enough as is.
Duro. Okay, what I was going to
Sophie.
say is, let's just say, if Gen G win this game, Chronicle will shave his head for his next LCK cast.
Hey!
Just like Max, you know?
Yeah.
I get it. Next LCK cast. I get it. Because he's never going to cast LCK again. I get it.
Well, there's no vision here on the Sparran, and somebody's got to check.
Lol.
Eventually, we see the
Aware.
Alistair ult is stolen, and they
Hola,
just turn
Canyon. Hola.
to the jungler, and Canyon is down. And just like that, they don't even need the Baron. Just get the kills and push on in, and now, with those 2 kills, they will be able to take down this Baron easily enough. And they play it excellently. They don't make any mistakes.
And we had such a good plan. And they fail at step 1. Obviously, Hanwha Life
Wrap it up.
is very aware of this fact. So really clean setup here. They have full vision control. They don't need to flip the objective whatsoever. And they don't. Keep control of where Canyon is. Target him down. And this series will continue, gentlemen.
It definitely will. The game is certainly over from here as Ruler, no escape for you, as Peanut's got his eye on you, as the flash comes out, and you are taken down. Ruler, no hope for him, no more wave clear. Left here
Hanwha
on
Life
the
went
side
down
of Gen
2-0
G.
on
No more
purpose
hopes
just so
as
they could
Hanwha
reverse
Life
sweep him
Esports
to
will
get
be
revenge for
forcing
Road to
a
MSI when they
game
got
number
reverse sweep.
4
I just
in
can't
these
prove
grand
it.
finals.
Hanwha Life.
I
put
just
Viper
can't prove
on
it.
The Smolder, an expensive pick for them too, one they have really mastered, but it is well worth it in this one.
Yeah. At least you take it away from Chovy,
Hey!
I suppose, as you got Zeka in the pool, but you know who's not in the pool? It's Viper.
Nice, Silas
He's
lives.
just going to be burning everybody down. He says, hold on a minute, let me get these kills, as the little Elder Drake that could. As they take down the Nexus turrets, they will take down the Nexus, and we
All right,
have
nice.
finally got
I think
a
this game was
series on
over
our
like
hands
20
here.
minutes ago. Oh, Peanut takes the jacket off.
Hanwha Life
Okay.
Esports finally
Hey.
ends up showing up.
Okay, he
A
means
close game
business.
one, an even closer game too.
Yo,
Like,
he's going to be here for a couple more hours. He don't know about you, but he's going to be here for a few more hours. Hey.
A pretty large gap in the draft.
Not God ain't done yet. He ain't done yet.
But more than
okay?
that, the early lead that this
That's not his last LCK game.
Was just too
he's going to go to military next year, yeah. But he ain't done yet.
Genji going to be having side selection in the next one.
I think now Red side is starting to become better.
The run for Peanut still
the first picks are running out. Azir, Wukong are permabanned.
With a domestic title.
And the next best first pick is Annie.
Absolutely ludicrous. Look at the damage he did.
Victor.
Really, really high.
I think Red side cooks now.
Skirmishes. One of the biggest difference makers, I think, for this one.
Zayas focused hard in the side lane, handled it well, died that one time, but turned it into such a bigger win for Hanwha Life. Ends up doing 27,000 damage himself, larger than the Ziggs, and almost catching up with the Smolder. Hanwha Life bouncing back in a big way. We'll see if they can keep it up.
A Genji swap to the 3-1 prediction, as that'll have to be on the cards for Genji. We'll see if it can happen, or if Hanwha Life Esports will pull off the reverse sweep.
Like, we'll Keen Sante is gone now. Keen Sante is gone. What is this jammer? What is this jammer? Jammer. Chat, the end of the song, Chat, is Hades too good? Did you finish it yet? Someone in the chat just asked. You need to answer him. Wait, it's the boss spawn over here? It is, right? Purple! Where are the upgrades at? Where are the upgrades at? What the fuck does duration do? I can't get this one. Ooh. Chat, what are the best tombs on this character? What are the best tombs? Ooh, extra jump, but 13% damage is crazy. Fuck, I will hit a magnet. XP tomb. Oh my god, XP tomb again. No, I'm kind of cooking this one. This run's kind of cooking, no? This run is mega cooking. What the fuck is campfire? I'm dead. Oh. Oh my god. I'm scaling. Hey. What? I need damage now. I need damage so badly. Give me good luck. Hey! No, no, no! No! Oh, double moldy cheese, GG. No way. No way. No way. Ah. Please. I need the magnet. I need the magnet now. And then with this run, it's gonna be so good. Where's that other magnet? Fuck, should I get damage tome? We get bow. Where's the magnet? Where's the magnet? I saw the magnet was here somewhere. Yes. Big magnet proc. Very big magnet proc. Banana. Bow. Vanish. Wait, this run is crazy, by the way. I'm like monster stacked. Look at my damage. Luck. Luck. GG. Should I spawn another boss? I feel like I'm ending too quick. Fuck, I should have done another boss. Shit. I should have done another boss. Holy moly, I'm cooking. I need more luck, I need more luck. What does luck do? Just give you better drop rate, is that it? Bro, where are all the buffs at? Campfire, does that heal me or what? I need more damage. Ooh, regen. Wait, I'm crazy OP. This is actually the run. I need a magnet, then I need to level up a bit, and then I'm chilling. How many stages are there? Stone Golem, I one-shotted. Actually, do I one-shot it? Maybe I don't one-shot it. What the fuck? Swarm incoming and I have a nuke. Ooh. Chilling. Oh, I trolled. Okay, draft starting. Draft is starting. Lock in. Genji select blue side.
Again, some legendary esports.
I mean, this is a huge event here in Korea. Like, this is a massive sporting event. You could think of it like the Super Bowl, especially now with this new format where, like, this is the only finals of the year, right? So a bunch of celebrities, a bunch of gamers especially, famous players will come and watch this because it is the premier esports
so
event
the band
of the year
champs
here
that are
in
locked.
South Korea.
Azir.
Blue side is selected here. We won't have that Jarvan to threaten this time around. Since
Is
they gave
Annie
it
the
over
last
to
ban?
Life Esports last
Or do you want to
time.
ban
See what
Victor and
Genji
play the
have in
game?
mind.
It's kind of insane to me that Jarvan has been a thorn in the side of Genji for
Yone
so
banning
long.
against Zeka. Yeah,
Even when it
headshot.
was Peanut on the roster, 2023, that series at Worlds against BLG, I think still stinging in the mind of many a Genji
Lucky target
fan,
banning against Hammerlife.
and no longer available now thanks to
Severe,
Fearless. This
yeah.
is where
I mean,
these two
Zaya's up,
teams are
which
going
is
to
good
get
for
tested
Ruler.
more than ever. We already talked a little bit about the top lane matchup.
Wukong ban.
Genji are not guaranteed anything when it comes to counter pick, so we'll see what choices they make on the blue side. What is the prioritization going to be of the picks that are still left in the game?
It's pretty interesting to see immediately they're cutting down on some of the big tier list
Okay.
carries that we still have left over.
I think a Peanut Maokai's on the way.
On top lane, none on jungle just yet.
Annie and Victor are both open
here of Genji, whereas on the side of Hammerlife Esports on the red side, they kind of just have to follow the playbook that Genji were doing.
Did mention the Sejuani pick. It's been a big favorite of Peanuts in the past. The Yone, obviously a big favorite of Zeka's, so I do think that ban makes a ton of sense. When you're on the blue side, you can afford those extra resources.
So all roads lead to Sejuani Maokai. Is that what you're saying, Wolf?
Oh, Peanut Maokai
Not
ban.
in this
No.
one.
Oh, it's Peanut Sedge game. It's Peanut Sedge game
I don't know if you can
then.
even force a
Victor
double
Annie's up.
melee
Yeah,
Sejuani
Jax is
draft
really OP
anymore
right
with
now.
what's gone
I
in the mid
don't
lane.
think
No Silas, no
Canyon will
Yone,
play
no
Kiana.
Akali even.
Yeah.
I don't know what your last ban is.
got
You
Jax
could ban
in the
one of
top
these
lane.
two.
Yeah, you got Zed.
Yeah.
You maybe have to ban
right,
Pantheon
guys?
actually.
No Kiana mention, please.
Maybe.
Wolf,
No, they ban the Annie. So Victor's up. I think Zeka will take it if they don't first pick it.
B1 though.
You
We'll
can't
wait
give
and see what
Chovy
this comp
Victor.
is going to look like here. As
What will it be?
I mean, so many of these prio picks are gone.
Lucian's
Pantheon also available here for Canyon. I feel like Canyon's
Lucian
Pantheon's
doesn't
been
have
very
Braum.
hit or miss though throughout these playoffs.
I like Pantheon.
It's going to be
I think that's a
Victor
good
first pick, I
shout.
think, or Pantheon.
Easy setup. I do agree with you. I don't think Pantheon performance for Canyon has really been anything standout. Also had a pretty lackluster game on the lead, but it is one of the biggest power picks in
Do
the
you
current meta,
take
so
away the
picking it up
Victor?
should not come as a surprise here.
On red side here, you get 2 picks. You could lock up a jungler for Peanut.
You could do like
and
Victor
a prio
Skarner.
bottom lane pick.
It would be a pretty
I
simple
mean, so many
Hammerlife
of
draft.
the
I think they will
engaged
play it.
tools are gone here. If you want to go for something super easy to scale with, that's definitely an option here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
I'm looking at
What are we
Nocturne
doing
and
here?
possibly.
Was?
This has popped up more and more
Okay.
in jungle, but it's just going to be the
Skarner
Not
for
very
Peanut.
interesting. Also like this from a pick-away perspective. Genji have actually been one of the few teams that still consistently look good with the Skarner. And you
If
obviously
they don't
have
take
an
Victor
insane
here,
amount
that
of
means that they...
scaling.
Okay, Victor
The
Skarner.
Victor
Yeah, I
pick
think it's
was
good.
the one I had in mind when I mentioned scaling, though,
I think you
because
need to do that
there are
against
very
Genji
few-
or you're
very few
cooked.
tools available
And now
to
Chovy will play like
collapse
Asol.
onto a carry like Victor
Or he'll
left in the
play...
pool. And like Camille Galio, for example, one of those
Hui
types of combos
or something.
now completely off the card. So you could even scale further here if you have a strong front line. They already have the Skarner.
Or I don't know if he'll play Zoe.
I really don't like it. The combination of Skarner, Victor, to me, just screams, you have zero mid-game.
Cassio into Victor?
Like,
Really?
absolutely none. It's such a weak
What?
2v2, and you're
That
playing
lane is...
into
Isn't that lane
Cassio
pretty tricky?
Pantheon. Chovy played it
I mean,
for the
Cassio
first time
Pantheon is
in his
good together because you can
competitive career, as we
WW.
saw very
But
recently.
Victor kind of
Had a
owns
great
Cassio,
game on
doesn't he?
it.
He just poked the fuck out of her.
Genji, I think they were lacking a lot of power. Those issues, at least in this first part of the draft, have been solved.
I think Hammerlife should just go full range now.
It's
Jin,
definitely a very interesting start.
Ezreal,
We're already getting some of those weird picks coming
MF.
through. Stuff that we just don't see all that often. In the Cassio, at least, as
Oh,
Blitzcrank,
well,
a
the
big
range is
one
hard
for
now.
Duro,
He just raw dogged the
and
Blitzcrank.
he's just gonna slam it down in the first
I think it's okay.
rotation.
You just have to pick Nautilus.
It says, I see Victor. I look to hook Victor.
Yeah, that's,
I think you have to
mean,
pick
that's
Nautilus
certainly
here,
one
don't
way
you?
you can get some engage to pull the Victor out of a fight, take him out just immediately. But it is going to
but then you
require
lose
a lot of
Jax.
other
I
things
feel like
to go
Jax, but
right.
Jax
You're
and
gonna have to hit that
Cassio.
hook, and there's going to be more.
I think they have
frontline
to go
here
Naught on
potentially
3,
for
right?
Zayas.
Surely. What are you
They
going to do
could
if you drop
play the Ornn
Taric,
here
Naught, and
just look to scale completely with this draft? I would not hate it here for Hanwha Life. Instead,
What?
we match one grab with another. Oh, right.
In game number
What?
4.
A bit
Delight
outright, by the way, by
Pike
the Blitzcrank.
from Delight into Blitz Casio
That's
Pantheon?
insane to me. I like the matchup into Blitz specifically. Obviously for Blitz, Pike should never be able
How
to
many
be a hook
Pike
target.
games does
There are
Delight
still a
have
lot
in
of
his
AD
career?
carries that in short range 2v2s
2,
have
100%
an
win rate.
amount of impact. But if Delight doesn't have a crazy game, I again want to
Atrox
remind
Ben.
everyone, we've seen Victor really be passed over very often because it just feels like the champion early on doesn't do enough. And I still think that the Gen G composition has really good sideline impact, has very scary pick potential, and a lot more power
Jesus.
in
All
those
right.
early skirmishes that I think have been so game deciding in this series thus far.
What AD is he playing on 4?
Best things you could do when you roam around the map is clear vision.
It has to be like Jean or some shit, doesn't it?
But without
Actually, he can't. Oh my god, what's good into Blitz? I don't know.
It just feels like it's
Okay,
going to be hard
Jin's
to
banned.
pull that off.
I don't know,
in
do you
so
take
many of
Xayah,
these
maybe?
scenarios.
Just take Xayah away?
Aatrox is banned here. Might see a Renekton to
Xayah
follow if
Pike
they
sounds
are kind
like-
of
is that a
angling
lane?
for that Ornn pick potentially here in the top lane, as those are two of the stronger picks in the matchup left available. Kalista
Kalista?
instead, however.
Yeah, definitely not that many AD carries left up
Yeah, I guess his
either.
best option is Tristana, but I don't know if
Xayah-
it's
One's a
good.
pair with Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Xayah's one of them.
Do you really want to play Xayah
Tristana?
either into like Victor Pike or on the other end? I think the Tristana actually is a really good shout, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's something that they
Tristana,
hovered
Pike.
last time.
Yeah.
A lot of thought going into this one.
What about Lucian?
This is such a unique scenario. Really quite
They
some
ban the
picks
Jax.
like this. They'll ban the Jax away here from Zeus.
Is Lucian playable? I feel like these teams love Lucian, but I don't know if it's good without Braum.
And a lot of discussion into this one. Do you want some strong side lane power to buy time for your scaling, or do you simply just want to sit on Ornn and build ornaments and say my late game is going to be better than yours no matter what?
I just don't think you can get away
Viper.
with
Is
it.
Viper
I
happy
think you
with
have
his
to
AD
pick for
pick?
Viper, find a power pick and a counter pick for Zeus. Let's not forget this man made his name on Jace. On
Oh my
Cannon.
god, they just take Ornn on
But
4 to deny it.
Look at the top side. It's Ornn.
They're full scaling Humble Life.
And this really weakens the Pike pick, I feel, extremely.
Yeah, the Aatrox ban makes
because you
sense
just
now, and the
don't have
Jax
an
ban
angle, you
helps
don't
this
have
Ornn
damage
blind.
to follow up on any of his potential
I think you
flanks
have
or
to play like, I don't know,
roams. This Pike pick really sticks out like a sore thumb to me. The Ornn, I feel, would
Yorick,
have been better served with
Camille.
any sort of melee engage support. The
There's
Xayah
Ruler
you
Xayah.
mentioned is now looking
Gnar,
to be
maybe?
locked in here for Ruler. And I think this was just going to lead us to a Zeri pick for Viper here in the end, ultimately. This draft here for Hanwha Life is almost as gritty as Gen G's in the previous game.
Almost. At least they have a bit more damage, especially if they slam that Zeri last. And now you've got... You don't have that many picks, but you could still play Renekton here.
Yeah, Renekton's
I think Gnar, Camille, Yorick, all good.
I don't love the Renekton. I'd rather have something with more side lane pressure, because Renekton into Ornn isn't a great matchup. We've seen Ornn picked into it a lot. The Yorick would make sense. What I want to highlight, though, is that, especially if they go
I don't know
Zeri
what AD
here,
you're
I
picking
think
here.
the
Like
Humble
Ezreal would be
comp is
nice or
way
something,
better,
but
actually, I would
Zeri
argue it's
feels
even
weird.
greedier. Like, I think your damage issues aren't
I feel like
nearly
it's
as
not enough
prevalent,
range.
But you
Like, MF
legitimately
is...
have so little power in the early game, in your lanes.
I know Ezreal's
You
outside, that's
of,
why I
like,
said.
big wombo combos.
I think it's
Yeah, you have to
Tristana
basically
or
just give
it's
up every objective,
Varus.
trade as
But
many
I
as
don't know,
you
Varus
can.
is so
He's
ass.
saying
Lucian, yeah,
Oh,
Lucian,
man,
but
this is not
that's a good
what I
pressure
expected to
point.
see, but it's
I don't
great
know.
with the Pike. It kind of saves
Chat,
the
I'm gonna
Pike
add
for
if you know
me
what
a
I feel
little
to
bit
try and
here,
have some of the one to back
because
against
now you have a
I from the
strong
answering the answering the
2v2,
game.
and
Much love,
even in
appreciate you
early
for being here.
skirmishes, there's some extra power the Victor, the Skarner, and the Ornn are not going to provide. Sure, the Ornn
Lucian.
and the Skarner have great CC, but they didn't. If they went for something like a Zeri, you just wouldn't be able to follow up with it very well. But the Lucian burst in those early skirmishes may be able to get Hanwha Life.
I mean, they have a lot of good scaling, a lot of good engage, and a lot of good range. But this comp, I don't know, they have like global side lane, Blitzcrank hook. I mean, I don't know. Which side do I prefer?
The extra insurance policy that Gen G has. I'm gonna have to lean with you, Chronicler, on this one. I think Gen G ended up
I
with a
kind of
much
like
stronger
Hanwha
draft
Life
here in this
side.
fourth game.
I think they have a winning mid matchup. They have
It's just
insanely
hard to
good
see
scaling
Hanwha Life
top.
get to a point where I think that the draft, if you can
I feel
get
like
through the
this
early
this
games,
series
way
is
better than
heavy
what Gen G
team
did
fight.
last
Heavy,
game.
heavy,
Just
heavy,
think
heavy
actually
team
getting
fight.
there is going to have to be
And
an
Hanwha Life scales in
incredible
team fights.
exercise of
I feel like
being
they've
able to
drafted
know when
according
can
to
we
what the
fight,
series
getting the
is.
big combos, and it might be
And
through that bot lane. Maybe
I just don't know,
Peanut
like,
can have an early impact on the
bot lane is just
Skarner,
Armageddon
get the
though, so I don't know
Lucian
if
ahead.
bot lane just
That
goes 0-10
will
or not.
unlock the map at least in a decent amount, but I worry for Hanwha Life. If they can get to that promised land, I think they have a good shot.
So much comfort here on the side of Gen G. Just can't wait to see it play out. As we are ready, let's hop onto the rift for game number 4.
젠지 하나, 둘, 셋. 한화생명 하나, 둘, 셋.
Homolife Esports fans are desperate. They want a Game 5. They want Silver Scrapes to be played once again. There's something interesting we actually saw earlier on before the start of the day, that we have an equal amount in these playoffs of 3 0s, 3 1s, and 3 2s. It felt like we've had so many
I don't know,
Silver
seeing
Scrapes,
Delight playing Pyke
but
is so
actually
weird though. Is he gonna cook or is he gonna fucking burn the kitchen?
So far from the 9 matches that we've had. So it's, you know, there's no pattern here really. It's just up for grabs here in match number 10, the grand finals.
I think it's in part due to the fact that we've had some cool upsets in some series that went the distance that you didn't expect. That is why it feels that way. We do have the Viper swap to come through here once more. And this is not a surprise considering that they have the Ornn here, so the Ornn can absorb a lot of this bottom 2v2.
Oh, you have a winning top matchup? What if you don't lane versus the enemy top?
So power pick there for Viper. Yeah. That also helps the Ornn alleviate some of that pressure there.
You waited for the conference to fall off.
Is just a fantastic solo laner. We saw actually the replay in the pre-show of him laning against a Jace. I forget.
So this Victor Cassio matchup, normally playing Cassiopeia against Victor, Syndra, Azir, and Orianna is quite hard because they all outrange you and they just poke you. So Zeka is just gonna get E and just spam E on Cassio, and Cassio cannot do anything against it. Oh my god, little rat pathing.
We'll see if Zeka spots this out, but I mean, he's just level 1, more concerned with his own lane, so there should be a little quick steal away here without too much of a hassle.
So Delight's ganking mid, but doesn't lane swap detect it?
Obviously, you're always going to look for the roam. We'll get found here, but there is Canyon.
Yeah, Zeka just going to flash this one and try to get away. The poison is down. They don't have enough damage. It's Delight. Still level 1. Saying hello, you know.
+1 World Atlas stack.
Yeah. Huge.
Well, this is something that Woodid has mentioned a lot in terms of the Viper
He's
swap.
Just taking
is
Victor's
how
XP. What's he doing?
For the supports to make the right calls, often sitting at level 1 throughout this early game, the first 3 minutes of the game, you need to find value somewhere. And in this case, unfortunately, because Canyon was able to predict that, go to the Raptor camp, and then be able to cover for Chovy, not only
Victor
is he unsuccessful
at
finding anything, but it's a flash get onto this Victor early on. So really well played and prepared here by Gen G.
And as a reminder for everyone, Homolife's composition.
Did he put 2 points in Q there? The Ornn?
Did last game. They actually do have a good amount of damage.
He's ganking mid again, Delight. He gets level 2 on this minion now.
Duro is here.
He's not.
Right? There's just not really anything that I think they can threaten onto Chovy, and Cassio is one of those champs where if you mess up, life gets very hard. There's also the fact that Delight is playing Pyke into a good amount of point-and-click CC, as well as the miasma from Cassio, which is going to be very tough to pilot here.
Yeah, definitely will. I think Delight just hanging around mid, trying to pick up level 2, which he did do.
Yeah, he's not able to do anything pre-level 3, of course, here in the top lane because of the lane swap detection. So has to find what he can, but is unable to get anything on the Chovy. Now that we're post 3 minutes, he can come up here and try to further the lead here into this Yorick.
Well, can't lane. Well, can lane, but can't last it.
Yeah, you can hook Ornn, but obviously he has W, so he's not bothered.
He's just threatening him, you know. Always keeping him on his toes. Got that finger on that W key. And Peanut's going to take down the first scuttle.
Are they going to look for a dive? The wave state is kind of awkward here. Peanut will get spotted, and I don't really think there's an angle. Keen has actually been doing a good job of keeping his health bar full. Still has 2 cookies, so should be okay.
Nice. That's what happens when you keep him on your toes. You never know. Lands the hook, it doesn't matter. We do have a bit of a dive here. Setting up in the top lane as let's see if Keen can survive with a flash stun into the wall.
Well played by Peanut. I think the flash E there from the Skarner is really good.
Away, but his first blood onto Homolife Esports is 80 carry.
And this is the
Zeka, no flash. 07, buddy. He's dead, no flash W.
Yeah, this was very confusing, trying to go for that control ward. He is going to have the flash come out here from Canyon, but it might be enough as he's going to taxi out of the Raptors, and Victor with no flash.
Oh, Zeka is running it a bit. Why is he contesting that pink with no flash?
Gets punished here, and it's kill over to Chovy as well.
Canyon doesn't even get the assist.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the Q. But at the end of the day, like, especially in this case for Zeka, when Canyon doesn't show up here, I think it might be a sign that you probably shouldn't try to clear that ward.
Yeah, that's especially with no flash. That's
so
definitely
oh
not
my
something
God,
that Zeka
Zeka.
should have been allowed to get away with.
We've been talking about this, I feel like, for the last 3 years since Zeka won a world championship about his improvement
movement,
in
though.
champion pool, but I don't know if Victor ever really made the Zeka list of champs that really he has mastery on. He's not really the type of guy who plays control mages or scaling mages. You never see this guy pull out the Aurelian Soul, let's just put it that way. But yeah, in this case, really overestimating what he could do in the mid lane there with no flash.
For Hanwha Life, it's still a goal positive trait because a big wave went into the turret, and Keen not being able to grab a lot of that makes his life a little harder. Did go for the call. The biggest thing is that Viper picked up the kill and is currently sitting on a pretty sizable gold lead, which you want with your Pyke and Lucian bot lane, obviously. And that is going to be the intended bridge into this point where the Skarner, the Ornn, and the Victor really have reached that peak level of efficiency.
There's just so much strategy.
I'm really skeptical of the Delight Pyke.
To see it, you know, in this fourth game of Fearless in our grand finals, like all of the micro things, like Canyon going for that counter where he's able to shut down Delight's level 1 on the Viper swap, then the dive comes there topside.
But we let him cook, we let him cook.
They didn't go for scaling, they went for burst, they get that success, and you know, you can see Hanwha Life Esports have really mastered this composition, but Gen G have also expected so much of this and have been able to answer some of it here in this early game.
Level 6 is available here for Canyon. Did actually pick it up off his ground.
I'm waiting for the Pantheon on top on the no-flash Lucian, but he's not doing it.
Jay's going in trying to beat this one, and he will be successful. Now can
Do
they
they
get the
have
kill onto
damage
Keen
for
is the question. And with Peanut here at level 5, I think you've got enough damage, but the sustain here for Keen is pretty large, and Zeus is being chunked
Yorick's
down,
OP as fuck.
away. It's just going to be Keen versus Peanut.
Peanut, you
And
can't
this is
kill him, I
a
think.
very long lane
Unless
down
you
the
have E.
bottom side, but eventually going through the wall, and the follow-up comes
Oh,
in
they
from
got him.
Zeus to clap him down and
Is
get
Pantheon
the kill.
ulting top? He's
With
not right.
being annoying, but
Well,
it's
it's a
still
kill, I guess.
An eventual kill to HLE.
Imagine Pantheon was
Close
ult range.
margins on that one.
I was a little worried. I've seen Yorick's turn those around. Maybe if we had Flash, could have outplayed that, but Flash was used in the earlier attempt. We'll get a TP towards mid, but Zeka should be fine this time around.
Peanut's
Flash
early
is back
games,
up,
his ganks have been
and
good.
it is Peanut again making
That one was
the
fucking
early
risky, though.
impact. 2 kills already here on this Skarner as the bait. Very successful here.
Yeah, this is really well played by Zeus. He baits it incredibly well. Obviously has the ultimate here, he knows cannot be stopped. And then Peanut gets max range here, the shove into the wall. Zeus
Peanut's getting
recognizes here that if he stays and tries to chase
I think this
alone,
is
he will
probably one of the
actually
last
die.
times they should
Backs
gank the
away.
Yorick. I
Peanut
don't
gets
think
into
that.
melee range and also has his cooldown
I think he's
just
only
going
going to
back
get tank
to
here,
the
and it's
wall here, but
only going to
guarantees
become more
those slows
useless
so that Zeus can
to
flash
kill him.
for the finish there with a brittle proc as the last hit.
It's a big deal that Zeus flashes though. If he doesn't and Keen gets a moment to maybe get
Losing
another
grubs
Q
for
off,
Drake.
that could have been the difference maker.
Chovy's going bot
It's gonna
though.
be grubs
Kenny needs to be ready to ult bot, or
traded
Duro
for
needs to be ready to
Dragon.
base
It
to go
looks
bot,
like
because otherwise
Hanwha
Chovy's
Life,
just dead.
Anything that is in the gold deficit, even the slightest of gold
He's
leads,
going mid.
staying even, are immensely big wins for this composition, I would say.
Yeah, you're definitely feeling very good, especially with the wave pushing into you. And bottom side, there was a big wave that just went into Zeus, so you're getting even more gold's effectiveness across the map, essentially.
Well, I guess Cassio's
certainly
chilling.
the Victor at this point is a weak point. You know, he's behind on golds compared to Chovy. But, you know, as you mentioned, if you just sit back, you scale, you farm, you just wait until Zeka has 3 items, he will eventually be a threat in this game, even if he's not going to be the main character of this one, which at this point appears to be Viper with that first blood he picked up. And this last pick, Lucian, in Game 4. Weren't sure exactly what to expect from him. We were thinking about Zeri. There wasn't a lot of options left, so had to
I
go
think
for
the Canyon
something.
pathing was really good, actually.
And Lucian's got a dash.
Kind of cooked mid lane.
Can deal with the Blitzcrank.
I mean, it's a bit of a trade-off in terms of what you could do with the early game as Delight. Let's see what he can get done here.
Now looking for the hook, but Duro, nice block. And at the end of the day, we're going to have a big trade win to HLE as Viper throws in the culling. And Roller has to back off.
One of my biggest pieces of criticism when it comes to Canyon, his Pantheon specifically, is that it seems like he really always wants to play it 100% with the ultimates. And as a result, I don't think he gets off enough. Now, a lot of targets are actually quite hard to play for. Ornn is
God.
obviously very safe.
What
Has
if
his
Pantheon
W,
ults you?
A lot of
Oh,
tankiness.
it's so freaky.
You need to be aware of where Peanut is, and the bot lane is hyper mobile. But if I see Canyon again go without a single ultimate until like 15 minutes into the game, your assignment as Pantheon is to snowball this early game. Full clearing on Pantheon is something that I remember him doing in like 2021. Dumb one. Back when that did still work. It's not the meta we're in right now.
No, certainly not. But he can still later on empower this Yorick in sides. The problem is the Yorick has already been killed twice and is significantly behind in this game. And so that win con has kind of thinned out a little bit here.
Why are we talking about DK?
The question will become for me, the vibe I have in this game is, even though Zeka scales incredibly well, we'll have an ornament. Will he be able to perform with the gold lead, or not the gold lead, but with the scaling elements that Hanwha Life have for him? That's the big question, as he's played 15 games of Victor in his career. He's got nearly a 50% win rate, just below that right now. And I wonder what the performance is going to be. It needs to be big, as Canyon's got an angle here, potentially.
Duro? No.
It won't be.
Yeah, thought maybe he could get Zeka's flash. That's really the most he should be able to get. And we talked a lot about Hanwha scaling, and I do think that it's absolutely insane. There are, though, when you look at not only the Gen G comp, which is Yorick, Cassio, and Xayah, all of which are big late game threats, but both Lucian and Pyke, I think, will actually struggle somewhat when we get to the later stage of the game, where very small missteps will get punished heavily.
I feel like the game going in this direction is good for Hanwha Life.
Insane scaling towards the top side of the map.
I don't know who outscales. On the one hand, you have like
scaling really feels only like
Cassio Xayah,
when it comes to scaling
which scales
range.
really well.
That isn't necessarily
But
there.
Ornn is helping Victor Lucian a lot. But Pyke falls off quite quick.
Canyon kind of just farming it out, whereas Peanut's
But
been
Skarner is probably more
very
useful than Pantheon, I guess, if the game's even.
Every lane, essentially, he's
So he
been
does get
everywhere.
shredded.
He's
I would say
fine on
Genji
farm,
probably
of
outscales a
course, and
little
he's
bit.
going to be a bit behind on gold, but
But
he
actually
has
have a lot of
assists, and
range.
he's still going to hit his heart steal eventually.
Like Culling,
so
Ornn ult,
he's
Victor,
not
Ease
really
and ult,
bothered
it's
at
like
the end of
it's
the
hard
day
for
playing
Genji to get in
Skarner.
range.
Goes back to Canyon's quote in the trash talk at the beginning of the day. You know, you want to go for ganks, I'm going to clear your jungle, I'm just going to clear fast, I'm going to take the whole thing. And he has done that in this game, and it's still only 180 gold that he has the advantage over Peanut, who has those 2 assists. You know, you mentioned the range, Chronicler, that is sometimes really one of the biggest elements of scaling. But one of my kind of maybe counterpoints to what Hanwha scaling could look like in this game is the front line that allows you to, even at fairly low range, still find big damage. But it's going to be about positioning. This is where I'm sometimes concerned about Zeko doesn't have an escape on this Victor into the Blitzcrank, or Viper is going to be trying to dash to follow up to maybe a Skarner knock into the wall, who might find himself getting hooked by the Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Genji has a ton of setup that actually is really good at taking down frontliners, right? Cassio and Xayah both. Even Yorick, I think, actually do a decent job of that. Now, if you'd asked me which comp would I prefer, I'd still go Hanwha, but I do think that mention of some of the Genji scaling might be warranted. Because based on how Genji is playing, I feel like their read leans more towards that.
Like, I do think there's
to win early game.
Genji, like on raw items and damage, is probably stronger late game. But I think if you factor in the idea that Lucian like walks up, Cullings, Ornn ults, Victor Ease, Genji, it's kind of annoying to play.
A bit of an issue if
a hook misses, they're just going to get poked like
the Skarner are just getting double Drake, and you can see that Genji going to be moving in here. The Thunder Sky just picked up for Cannon at about 12
This Drake
minutes.
looks really hard to fight.
Really want to utilize this power spike for the side of the Genji
they need to
jungler.
retake slowly. That ward is doing a lot though. That's a really nice ward.
This is the dragon you probably don't want to force the fight.
I don't really know
what
the Pyke's going to do this game, but I'm still waiting to see.
Yeah, I just don't think this is going to work
Get
out.
Chovy flash maybe? Oh, insta-cancels, really?
Pretty good against Skarner.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? The W.
Immediately shut that down.
Grounded.
Doesn't take back from the fact
Cannon.
that Zeka's actually doing a pretty good job in this lane, even though he did die that one time kind of awkwardly.
Yeah, I guess that interaction gives Cassio a lot of value, yeah.
He has been able to exert some pressure, at least in the 1v1. Still behind on gold, of course.
Genji want more than a dragon. You could just tell. They're not starting it. They're looking for picks.
Yeah, Cassio's getting chunked a lot here.
They're really trying to force Chovy out of this lane, but it's
Victor
not
ult
going
was
to work.
quite useless, though. And Victor is also out of mana.
Healing up a bit, and as you mentioned, yeah, they're just
He
kind
needs
of
the
roaming
base
as a
TP.
death squad.
I'm kind of wondering if they swept that brush or like Scryer orbed it, because they really don't seem to be aware of the ward. They keep trying to go for these bait setups.
I mean, Dural's
Flash
just going to
hook.
flash away from the damage, just to make
Two
sure
smites,
as the
really
burst
easy.
comes in. There's the hook
Hook
on
on the
Peanut.
Peanut.
Do they have
He's
the
one shot,
damage,
right?
though? Yes, they absolutely
Ornn
do.
ult,
As
no
Zeus
flash
on
blitz,
the flank
double
gets the
knock.
double knock-up as the burst
One
comes
kill
in.
from
The
Pyke
Arcane
ult.
Storm is out.
Our flash
And
doesn't
now
really
Chovy,
do
he
too
wants
much. No
more.
flash on
He is
Chovy.
desperate for something more, but not
Zeka
gonna
has
keep them
flash.
around for
Flash's
long
stun
enough.
comes in from Canyon.
But he's
Surely
taking
there
a
it
bunch
is.
of damage. Flashes on in onto Zeka.
Snipes out the Ornn.
Zeus as well. Just chunks the two
Oh, the short
down.
dash.
As Viper finally going to get the one. Delight.
Good
Also
luck for
picks up
more.
yet
Chovy no
another
flash.
kill.
Hook,
Now
show me hook.
looking for Chovy. He's going to get in close and
Does get the hook.
down.
Another kill to Viper.
So
It's
much
pretty
more on the
even, you
back
know.
of this Viper
It's
for
pretty
HLE.
even.
And Delight
Slightly
ends up
HLE
getting 2 kills
favored.
with the cut.
Delight
He's
and
getting
Viper at the end,
so much
clutching
gold over
it
so
big
many of the members
time.
Here, to Hanwha
Hey.
Esports, and he just played that.
He is
that,
clean
that
with it.
skirmish so incredibly well.
He's a good pike. He's a good pike.
saved it
The
for
pike
Hanwha
check,
Life.
pretty good.
Rare mistake from Keen there. I think really overplayed his hand towards the end. That was what started that chain of events. But as we take a look here, really nicely done here.
This R
No
flash from
playmaking
Zeus was
potential,
massive.
No impale there. Even with Zeus trying to save his jungler.
Zeus
it's
did a lot
trade
there.
That's favorable for Gen G. But really, their chase without Blitz isn't that great, right? You see Chovy trying to hard force with the ultimate, but it's when Canyon arrives that it looks like this is just a complete win here.
Here the fight's
for
over,
Gen
but
G.
Keen
Then
chases.
Keen and
Not sure why.
Chovy overextend into Viper for I think no reason. You'd won that play. You got the dragon, you got favorable kills. Instead, Delight gets to start the resets, generate a ton of gold, and it's a gold positive play for Hanwha Life.
And now he's got his Umbro Glaive, which with his composition interacts kind of awkwardly just because they don't have a lot of power just yet with the Rod of Ages, Victor, and Ornn. But it can be a problem if Hanwha Life Esports later on start to get a little bit more map control. He could really start choking out the vision here and give Hanwha Life the opportunity to further scale. As you can see, that's a lot of money.
Chat, you're being a bunch of freaks. Stop it.
On.
Yeah, the biggest gold lead by far in the bottom lane. Going to Delight over Duro, even though Delight is down a level. Doesn't matter. That's just the way that Pike works. As Heartsteel finished for Peanut, they're going to look at this Rift Herald, and they're bursting it down quite fast with the
Wait,
Lucian.
is it dead?
In comes Canyon.
Over the wall? Over the wall?
I'm certainly curious about this, but yeah, they just can't even get close
Easy
to
Herald.
it.
And Delight gets it.
Delight actually going to pick up the eye.
Not bad.
A safe
Not
call
bad.
there, I suppose.
Not bad.
This is the kind of situation for Hanwha we were talking about before, though. It's like any gold lead you have feels pretty good. Any objective
I'm
you can
standing in
take
the
feels
line
good.
for the
They got a
LEC
dragon.
Expo and I'm watching the stream.
Now
Yo,
they
Captain
have the
Volleyball, big
Herald.
W.
And with the Herald, you can, basically guarantee a lot of prio around the map, or even that turret early on into the game, and that just makes you so much safer now through a mid game where you're a lot more comfortable now than I think you otherwise should be as Hanwha Life.
For Gen G, the fact that they got the free grubs, I think, is actually a really nice setup, because what we haven't really talked about yet is the potential for a 1-for-1
Victor wants
from
that
Gen G,
top
'cause
tower.
both Cassio
First
and
blood
Yorick
tower
are
to
insanely
Victor would be
strong
nice.
side
3
laners.
grubs on Gen
You
G
do
though.
have the Pantheon as well to cover from a really large distance. My only worry with that is that if Delight is able to just play his game, Pike can rotate so quickly.
Oh,
from,
that's a lot of damage.
Oh, he doesn't
Ooh,
want to
the
use
little
that
short
ult, but
dash.
he will be forced to at the end of the day. And he could have avoided a decent
Delight,
amount of that
Delight,
damage.
Delight.
He just used it early.
Delight's looking.
First blood
Delight's
tower.
looking for it. The
Oh,
ult
Delight!
comes in and Ruler's
Delight!
not looking, doesn't barrier, doesn't flash.
Isn't it Herald? Is he out?
Is he out?
Oh, the Victor. No, don't go back in!
This gets out with the Rift Herald.
There's no turret.
There's no turret. Delight is just a menace in this game. He's 3-0.
Cancelled.
He wants a bit more than a redemption. I think is going to stop the play as Delight
Cassio
takes one
TP
step for
mid.
the maiden, but
It's a big lead to Hanwha Life Esports now.
This is where Hanwha Life
Monster
can say,
play,
"All right, that's
Herald
enough.
top.
We'll take this.
First blood
100%."
tower to the
Now,
Victor.
almost a 3,000 gold lead for this squad here.
And
in
then
18
the
minutes.
ruler was what in the shop?
As he is able to get that pick onto Ruler, caught shopping, not ready for the Pike to hunt him down, and the
50
turret
seconds
falls
on
in
Drake.
top. They don't get the counter kill, and Ruler here, really, as Veldis highlighted, wants to hold onto his ult.
And look at where Delight is before this even all transpires. Like, he was already heading over.
Knows he's not being spotted.
Easy.
There's a control ward there. He has Umbro Glaive. He
Easy.
knows
That was
there's
easy.
just no way Ruler's going to be able to react.
Feats of warfare for Hanwha
I
Life.
suppose he could have if he was incredibly fast or not with Tab or Shop.
You gotta know Pike is looking for that though.
that's the thing you have to keep in mind is that there's a Pike on the enemy team. And then even if you're backing under your turret, you're not safe. If you're at that low of health. And that's just to
Chat, you guys are the
expound upon
biggest
fact that he
hindsight
holds
hold
himself
accountable
early on
Andes
to
ever.
avoid the damage
I
from
still think
Viper.
Pike is really hard to
Wanted
play
hold
this
on
game.
to everything, and he got
He's
punished
just
for that
gotten
and
some
got
really
low
good
enough
kills.
that Pike was able to
Stop being
just
such
take him down.
freaks.
We didn't mention that there is a Chemtech Soul on the Rift here, which, you know, you got an Ornn, you got a Skarner here on the side of HLE.
Like,
Feeling pretty
it's
good
not an
about
easy
that.
Pike game.
Even Cassio and Yorick, I think, aren't too sad about it.
That's a really good. It's a really good angle for the Chemtech Soul.
Oh, might be looking at an actual 5v5 here again.
Like, he's
After a
3-0-2,
lost
but
Drake
I'm
fight.
still...
Delight. Half of second item also done. Ruler does have his cooldowns back available now.
Yeah. I do feel like if Gen G keep a
Gen G's
phalanx, if
starting
they all
Drake.
stay together and keep the Casio and Xayah together, it's not going to be easy for
The cleanse flash was quick though.
Out of Viper, and the cleanse. The culling on top of it all, and Peanut's just trying to get any.
Oh, Peanut got it! Bro, Peanut has stolen 4 or 5 now from Canyon.
The bank and goes all the way away. As yes, they are going to get this hook here.
Did you not have W for the hook?
But it's just the one kill here for Gen G as they lose the Drake in the trade.
We'll see if Gen G wants to turn it into more. I think Otacon might be an option.
There is an Otacon click angle here. There definitely is.
They are not happy with that first play, but that might be Delight's opportunity to shine.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, this was still a huge win for Hanwha in terms of the
there definitely is. There's a Blitzcrank. How many
Peanut
wards does Delight have? Probably not many.
Today.
Oh,
Chovy
here. It's not quite going to work out.
Is it just gone or what? It's gone.
And with that
It's
cooldown
just gone. They're giving it.
Viper doesn't have flash. They cannot continue any further here to try to take this objective away from Gen G. So Gen G will take it. 11-9 Petals will explode into a larger experience lead here with the adaptive force that'll come with it. 22-9 now. But I think it's the right call not to force that fight after that does miss from Peanut. But Hanwha Life, the lead was much larger than it is now. As long as they can stem the bleeding here, it's not a disaster, but Gen G kind of got what they were looking for after this, and this getting both summoners out of Viper also furthers the issues later on.
A bit of miss there from Zeus as well, because if Duro gets caught by that, he's dead, right? But the flash comes through, Duro's fine, Peanut finds a really nice steal, but Zeus, it's so hard to get away from the Blitzcrank, his effective range. What this does highlight, though, is something that I think we're going to keep seeing as well, particularly with the amount of single target damage that Gen G has.
Did he have W up? I didn't see him use it.
Remain an issue unless Hanwha get to the point where they full control the map, right? Which, thus far, haven't seen yet as
yeah, goodbye.
Down it goes.
50 gold.
Significant win. But not going to be too impactful in the grander scheme of things.
Also, a lot of the gold for Gen G is on Panther,
yes,
which obviously not really where you want it.
And I think the gold lead that Delight
Victor
has
is scaling
relatively more valuable
very happily.
Ways,
Bot tier 1 is pretty easy to take.
It's a larger gold lead that he's
Casio
holding,
can
but they
answer
also
with...
have the Viper angle.
Oh,
nice
now he's got it.
breath.
Very nicely timed. It didn't look like he had any vision or a thought that that would be there, so he's just got a great reaction time. Maybe knew he was kind of going through the scary visionless jungle.
I mean, this is a victory
Peanut
that
says
now
I
has
can defend top or what?
completed. His stacks are done of the Rod of Ages, even though he doesn't have the Otacon to boot. Gets a free turret down there in the bottom side, and Hanwha Life Esports still relatively chilling as Chovy tries to trade for turrets, but is only able to get half.
Little moment of tension there. Delight on a ward, but always going to be fishing.
0 stacks hard
always
steal.
Always going to be looking. And
my favorite.
These fights have been so explosive. Really feels like a single hook from either Delight or Duro can be the difference maker. And as I say that,
very close, gonna dodge everything actually.
Hey, wait, Ornn TPing, what?
Now we got a TP. Zeus very far behind enemy lines. They want to turn.
Oh, the flash hook onto Ruler.
And the hook is going to miss.
See what I mean by range? Now Gen G can play the fight, but he's already kind of dead. Peanut flashes.
Peanut! He's flashing it at 4 people.
Oh, Ruler.
Not the time.
Wait, he actually died to the bleed. What?
What? Funnily enough, I don't even know how he died.
How did Canyon die?
The hook.
Oh, we'll have to take a look at the replay. Canyon died to something.
The W stun.
Still going forward.
Viper.
Yeah, I mean, the stun comes down on a Chovy. Lots of poke damage coming down from the Victor.
Guys, that's rude.
We
can't just summon the maiden.
Another hook
right
on
here.
the wife. Hey!
50 gold this time on a Zeka.
Now, there is no objective up after all of that, after our junglers are down.
Pure chaos.
So just a lot of chaos with the Chaos Storm coming out.
What the Shelly? I mean, Delight gets value here, because Ruler, look, he just Q flashes, fuck it.
Zeus does end up flashing, and yet Ruler goes
Gets Ruler sums.
face first into 4 people, has to ult and
See what I mean by the range on
and
Hanwha Life? It's kind
a bit of a step too
annoying
far.
for Gen G,
Right?
Ornn
With
ults
the
and
flash Q
Lucian
knocks
ults
him
and
back over.
Victor
So
ults
the rest of the
and-
team of Gen G does his best to try and collapse onto Zeus, but Zeus is happy to draw the attention, and that's why Ruler gets caught by Delight. He ends up having to use his cooldowns, doesn't go down, but that does mean a lot of damage is out of the fight.
Ruler getting close to IE. I think Viper has Navorian
Really,
base.
what all that means is a
Surely.
lot of sums are now down. Ruler not having his flash
Isn't
is
rapid
a very
fire
big
kind of
deal.
good this game though?
No flash for Keen and Canyon either.
Or is it just a shit item for
But the
Lucian?
same is the case for Zeus, for Peanut, and for Delight, and you have to imagine both of these two teams are going to be fighting. Hanwha Life want to get Soul Point, Gen G want to deny it.
It's just wild to me that Delight's able to find that angle. After having such a great start in this game, maybe I shouldn't be, as he has just really been high impact. Same to be said of Duro, though, in some of these longer extended fights.
Drake in 5 seconds, and Lucian hasn't based.
Secure kills as we are.
He's sitting on so much gold.
For a real objective. It has Swan, Hanwha Life looking for Soul Point.
No flash on Pantheon.
First for Genji.
Where's the Ornn ult, the Lucian ult?
Yeah, Banana Brush control as well, but the Scuttler actually did go over to Hanwha Life Esports, so they have a lot of vision around this Baron, or rather this Dragon.
This turret's going to go down, it looks like, as
Peanut,
well.
you got another smite in you? I don't think you can, right? No way. Not this one.
Flip, and it goes over to the Saya of all people. 3-man knockup comes in.
Yeah, I can move, guys. Yeah, my champ can move. What if they go Baron right now?
Well, we got the pick. Rotate big time up towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, they want to grab this mid turret, it looks like
they
here.
Can't.
Just push this wave in.
Mid tier 1 is good, though.
They can clear this ward super quickly. I just don't think Genji can come up to save it.
Look at bot tier 2, though.
Look
at bot tier 2.
Here onto the Yorick. They will grab that turret as well.
Look at how deep Chovy is pushing. I think he has to be really worried. Ornn's there. He might be in deep trouble. That could be Dash if he dies.
He's so far behind the lane. Oh boy. Well, Chovy, you've cooked some great stuff before, but I'm not sure this is it. As you got a Skarner, you've got a Pike, everything is missing for some reason.
3 of them!
Knocked
up though, into stun. Yeah,
but eventually, you're just going to have too much damage on top of you.
Kill to Victor. Easy kill to Victor.
As well. And
base from Ruler to get Infinity Edge. 3k gold lead to Hanwha Life Esports.
No one's on it.
He did go rapid fire on Lucian. It is a good item this game. See what I mean though? Look at this. Like, how do you walk up as Genji? Like, who's tanking all this fucking shit? It's the Yorick apparently.
Yorick here, so no one else can follow up to protect or peel. They go straight to the mid turret, and then Chovy greeds here inside and is taken out.
I think if they don't get anything from those ults, then it's winnable, you know.
Moving towards Nash, so he wanted to threaten an inner turret and then TP towards a play if they do actually go for it, because they don't have that much vision in the jungle. Instead, obviously, gets collapsed on heavily. Hanwha Life had the response ready, very nicely done on their end. Third item is done
Lucian's
for
so
Chovy
strong.
And for Ruler, but Hanwha Life
Ruler, Viper can dash forwards on mid waves now and
in
chunk Ruler to half HP on every wave with this rapid fire. Just E auto.
That set up that pick onto Keen as well.
And then culling him if he's low or some shit,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Just makes it 100% certain that they were going to get that Yorick, who, as frontliners go, Yorick not exactly the best. They don't have much outside of maybe the Pantheon, but they were just kind of all lining up trying to take that Drake, and they got punished big time for it. HLE, 3,000 gold to lead at this point in time.
Zeka doesn't even have his ornament yet. You know, this is a composition that's going to get stronger and stronger as this game continues to progress. He's level 16. Again, despite the Otacon going over to Genji, Hanwha Life just going toe-to-toe.
I'm waiting for Lucian to dash in and just start fucking up the Zyre on mid waves.
Next fight is likely over the Baron. And Ruler does have his flashback up. This is a huge tool that he will likely need, especially with how these hooks have been going here for Delight. And speaking of,
thanks to, I think it was Ruler that actually ended up securing the Dragon in the last fight.
Oh, the Feather Pull.
It is a guaranteed soul denial otherwise, or soul point rather, otherwise Hanwha Life would have had that. Keen is in the side lane, pushing.
Yeah, Ornn's grouping though.
Hola. Hanwha gonna be looking
Delight is sniffing.
to try and pick someone off. Canyon needs to be very careful here. Even with his E, he's an easy target to collapse upon.
Level
16
60
You can see all the
Lucian.
vision denial with this Pike. It's just so oppressive. They're still going to try to get Keen in a side lane and get this pressure going and hope that, you know, he can pull Zeus away.
Does he need LDR this game? I don't think he does. He
Doing
can
a
just
pretty
go
good job
BT,
of
no,
just
like
clearing
look
the
at their
waves and
items.
not really interacting too much with Yorick, mostly
But I
just
guess
with
base
the
armor
maiden.
does get pretty high.
The chagrin of Yorick, of course.
Hanwha Life, they don't have to force the Baron. They have so much vision around it that it's basically there's no way Genji could sneak it out underneath
Edge of
them.
Night on Pike,
they just
that's
continue
good.
to sit back and farm out some of these additional items. The arm guard for Zeka, and we turn into his own.
Chovy's gonna have to like R-flash 3 people to win the fight.
This is just the full composition here for a Hanwha Life nearly online. Once Zeus hits level 16, it is just going to be nigh impossible. And that's where the Blitzcrank insurance,
It's the only way to close the gap.
policy comes through, right? Maybe Duro makes a miracle happen in this game.
There's also Pike, who just becomes harder to play as the game progresses, right? You are going to get one-tapped by basically
It's a Baron
anything
start
that
angle.
hits you. That's what the Edge of Night has come
Actually,
through
don't
for
do it.
Delight.
Don't
That
start
is
Baron,
a big
please.
spike for him, and with the way he's been playing thus far, I think the trust that his team has clearly given him is warranted.
Don't start Baron.
Really, the only scary thing for Hanwha Life is if you do start up the Nash, that could be where Genji can just fish for a
It's a
pull,
good
right?
timing,
Everyone grouped
but
up around that objective.
it's a free lose
We have
if you
Soul
fuck it
Point
up.
Fight. It's possibly there, but neither team really wants to commit too heavily to that, because if you commit to that, guess what? Other team might get Baron.
Every time this mid wave gets cleared, look at the top wave. Gen G don't know what's going on around the Nash pit, right? So they have to be very careful. They're constantly grouped up here, and Hanwha Life are just
you know he wants to dash forwards, man, but
so incredibly well. And I mean, even now, Zeka has been able to rotate over here, getting closer and closer to level 16 for Zeus, just spending as much time as he can, grabbing that final bit of experience. And this is a really tense moment here for Gen G. They had so much control in the series. They were up 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you're feeling really bad at Gen G if you do lose it, but now they're just going to send it into the Baron.
They just sent the Baron! What the fuck?
We'll see if this
they just sent the Baron!
Lined up in the bowling alley as two of them get knocked up by the Ornn. They pull off of the Baron, and now Keen is zoned away from the rest of the team. HLE staying together as a 5-man unit. As we do see,
what was that play? What was the trigger there?
Chovy, but that's a Cassiopeia flank. Not the most dangerous thing I've ever seen, but now trying to get the engage going onto this front line. Zeus is going to be burnt down.
It's a monster play by Gen G.
Nobody's there. They were staying together, and then they split up as they were following
Hook.
Keen. Hook goes down onto
Peanut,
Keen.
ult.
And now
Do
Peanut's
something.
in a really rough
Peanut!
spot. He's going to be taking
No!
the amount of damage Gen G.
What the fuck is happening? How did this work?
They're just not paying attention to it at all.
It's one by
They're
one.
gonna keep
As
Nash
we
and
said
get Drake.
earlier, the hook from Duro
What?
is the difference again as Chovy finds the flank, sets up the miasma, and they have enough damage. That's going to be Nash.
Hanwha Life just have to take this concession of getting soul point in exchange.
They
There's no
just
way they can
walked up
fight
and
this
died.
anymore. They don't have a jungler. And the chase, the over chase onto Keen there is part of the undoing, but it's really the Duro grab that changes things here for Gen G. And they set it all up. They were the ones who started the Baron looking for a turn.
Just
and
walked
Hanwha
up
Life
and died,
just did
really?
not have the cleanest chase down there. They didn't have the cleanest denial of that Baron. And now with Baron, Keen's going to take out this inner turret. The game is suddenly turned on its head in just a matter of seconds.
I mean, it's anybody's game from here, but you gotta like Gen G's chances.
Canyon
after
just
this
ulted
play
into
where
a
they're
Baron
just
pit.
able to isolate the front
And then they
target,
got
any
this
target
play.
they can burst through. They
Flash
have no
W into
damage.
Cassio W into
I
kill.
knock him up, I pull him in.
Easy kill.
He's just split in half, and then now Keen's
And then
like,
Peanut's just got a
I'm
flash
baiting
out
them in
here.
as well.
Oh, he
the
did.
rest of the team is cut off.
It
Didn't
just
have E, I
starts
guess,
with
up either.
Canyon. The
Comes up
most
late.
skillful benefit, Flash W. They get Zeus, the miasma follow-up is there, then is the hook. And even if you're the tankiest member on Hanwha Life, as we see there, that was, by the way, before LDR was done.
Holy
Chovy is
shit.
also about to finish his next item.
How much can they get with
and
this
Hanwha
Baron?
Life, the team fighting
If
power
Viper
is
dies,
still
a lot.
there. There is still a fat pike. They just need
mid-tier
to
one,
be
maybe?
so careful, because if anyone
What does this
gets
Baron get you?
singled
It gets you
out,
gold,
they're
but
in trouble. But I think they still have the 5v5
It's still
power.
pretty
They can
even.
find the front to back.
the
Instead
gold
of
lead
getting
is
picked up
Pike,
one
but
by
I don't
one.
think that matters.
Zeus running straight into them. Nice culling to
Hook.
do some damage, and that's a hook on a Canyon, but that is the Pantheon. And Zeus who has to find
He's
the hook,
dead.
but Canyon goes down.
Pike ult
At the
reset.
end of the day,
Duro
this Pike
getting
is about
low.
to get some
Delight
big
could flash
value.
ult him.
Looking for-
Tags him on the left.
That's the second one
Flashes
on the
out.
board.
Viper gets rooted.
Delight. He is here to party. He says this game is mine.
Chovy
and I want to carry it.
flashes
Zeus
out.
Going in. Maybe trying to take that away from Delight. Gotta be careful.
Delight sniffing for the
Delight's still
for
on
the
base
Yorick.
here. He's gonna find Keen. On
Misses the
backside,
hook.
Not gonna land that
Blast
hook,
comes
and
out.
just disengages out of there, but still so much money given back over to HLE.
And it takes away from the Red Bull Baron power play. That's a lot of tempo
Stops the
gone.
Baron.
They hold on to their mid lane turret at Hanwha Life. Swing back. Get
What's he
back.
doing? Fucking making items there.
Of the gold lead as well as this game 4. Clearly not done yet.
And they overextend because they want to get the most value out of this Baron possible, because even though they secure
the blue
Baron,
buff, get the blue
as
buff.
we've talked about, the
Good
lane
hook
clear,
onto the Pantheon.
The insane team
No
fighting
flash.
power is there, and so they want to try to make something more of this. They see, okay, maybe Viper overextends, but they engage onto the Ornn.
Too deep by
And
Canyon.
that's so problematic here.
Hook
Not
into the-
right
into
call
the Ornn
from
W.
Canyon. There's not enough follow-up. Chovy's not really in range, and like, even if you have everyone here, like Zeus is just so tanky, the turn is insane because this Lucian is fully online. This
Okay, the Baron stopped.
mid-victory
HLE
is
get the
fully
lead back.
online, and you just cannot be making overextensions like that. That takes all the wind out of Gen G's sails. And one of their, I mean, look at Ruler's face on the player cam. Like, they know this was really their one chance to maybe just close this finals out now, and it falls completely flat.
Was the follow-up from Zeka there as well, having the W ready, making sure that Canyon
Does
couldn't
EU stand a chance against this?
just walk his way out of there. But it's also understandable for Gen G, because outside of Duro fishing for hooks, it's either him or
NA
Canyon
doesn't
needs to
either, buddy.
find
Don't fucking
someone.
kid
That's
yourself.
the way their comp works. They need to pick them off one by one. Barring overextensions from Hanwha Life, which I think we shouldn't be expecting with how they've been team fighting, into a Cassio ult, there really isn't that much CC available, right? We're talking about the feather pool, which requires a lot of setup. We're talking about the cage, which isn't that great. So I understand why Gen.G wanted to push.
Randomins for Peanut. Boom.
Mid lane turret still standing 35 minutes in.
1 minute 20 seconds
Take
on
a
the
look at
zone for HLE.
From the front line here of HLE as well. Just Randuin's picked up for Peanut and Thornmail for Zeus. And you think about this Xayah just getting poked out by
400
by
CS Lucian on my screen.
Culling, and also the Victor. We haven't
He has
seen
QSS because his cleanse is on
he's doing
cooldown.
some damage to the front line when they're charging into them, but that's not going to win you the game.
You got to be able to kill the carry somehow.
Yeah.
Killing the Ornn and the Skarner just takes too long, but they can't get access. It's similar to the Smolder situation as Light's going to fish here, but won't be successful. But when you look at the Victor's itemization as well, and you're like, okay, he's got a decent amount of damage here, but also his safety is immense. He has the Zonius, he has the Rod of Ages, he's so difficult to take out. It's going to take some time there. He's level 18,
gold is even,
has that extra
basically.
ornament as well.
Oh, the Edge of Night off. Good shot by Canyon. Canyon has GA.
They have a lot more pressure in this upcoming objective. They can force Gen.G to
30
make
seconds.
a move, and Gen.G really want to set up to an objective first. If they can do so.
Oh, Peanut just shut his pants.
Yeah, the pixel flash there just to get away from the hook. It's going to work. He doesn't get over the wall, but it's not really what he cares about. Meanwhile, on the side lane, Zeus having some trouble with this. Yorick Keen seems to be on lane himself with 3 items.
God, this Yorick champ is
he's
toxic.
chunking through this Ornn, so
that cleaver,
they're going to have to deal with him somehow. It's not going to be Zeus alone.
And that gets Prio, and this is going to force a response.
Yeah, Hanwha's on a timer. They have to be quick. They have to be quick.
Oh, Viper!
Goes into Duro. That's not the target you were
That's a
looking
lot
for.
of.
Keen's gonna keep going. He's not gonna stop.
Hanwha need to be fast on how
Oh
they
my
get
God,
this
Viper is
fight.
trying to chunk him with
So
rapid
just
fire.
being
Hook
there, you
misses,
would
hook
imagine
misses,
down
hook
it
misses.
goes as, we'll see what happens with
Redemption.
the TPs, but now
Oh my God,
we're just
Viper's
gonna
rapid
have a
fire.
4v4 team fight at this point, and it comes down
Xayah
to
gets it with the pullback.
As Ruler steals it away. I mean,
Xayah gets it with the pullback.
Started it, but yeah, no steal away from Peanut.
TP top from the Victor. Let's just kill the Yorick.
His job is done.
What
he
the fuck?
avoids the second
Zeus?
activation.
Oh, there's 5 man.
He's out. No. Ult. Cancels.
No way.
Oh, they stopped the channel with the ult from the Victor, and this is right before the Baron.
What the
As he's
fuck? He
trying to
flashed?
turn this one around on Azeka. I don't think
Why?
so, but he flashes for that one.
The fuck is happening?
And now he's down for a minute
Baron's in
with
10.
Baron up to
Baron's
12
in 10. Bro,
seconds.
it's
feels
crazy,
like
isn't
Gen.G
it?
should have pushed
Hamalife
further
flipped
there.
the
They
Drake. They
needed
don't
to
get it.
apply
Okay, we didn't
pressure,
get
so
Drake.
not
Everyone collapse on the Yorick
Hanwha
now.
could just
Full
run
send it.
towards
Kill
that
him and go
top
Nash.
lane.
It's
And
like,
now
what the
Hanwha
fuck?
Life, they only lost the dragon.
Okay.
And they might get a Baron as return.
And this is such an easy turn here for Hanwha Life. They have the Impale.
Zeus, you gotta
Duro
TP in early. Just
fishing for
TP
hook.
in
He
and
wants
block.
to get one of these carries.
You gotta
He so
block.
desperately needs to.
You gotta block.
He really does, but I don't
You gotta
know
block.
if he's going to have an option. The culling is just
What the
used
fuck is
the
that culling?
zone. Delights in stealth as well. Duro looking
Oh
for
my
something
God, he's
to
in.
hook. They want to access
Yes,
that
GA.
backline, but the peel is insane. Canyon getting on in.
Victor
No
got who happened to that guys? Go flash up! Finish the Baron! Oh, yeah, Ruler got it! Ruler got it!
But Ruler will not be denied these objectives.
Dashes out.
And he's full health.
He just keeps getting them. But
What
he
the
might have just
fuck?
saved the game. He's
What
able
happened to
secure
Zeka?
the
Why are you
Baron.
Arnolding?
Zeus desperately on the chase here with
Knock
Viper
up,
following
flashed.
up into
Hook
life.
misses. Zeus
But
dead.
Instead, he's just
Top
desperately
wave,
giving
top
kills
wave.
over to Ruler. He says Ruler hasn't had enough. Let's give him some more.
They have to look for something. They know that this Baron might be with the top lane push, with the death timers. Could be the difference maker. Gen.G somehow pull out the win out of the 4v5.
Yeah, I mean,
Top wave.
Ruler's just pulling these objectives out of thin air. And Ruler,
What is
level
Zeka
18
doing
is gonna
again?
be ripping this turret off the map. That top inhibitor is already down here. I don't think they'll be able to push for the mid one right now, but they can take out all of those inner turrets. It's a big injection of gold. Less important right now at nearly 40 minutes in.
Keen. Pipes on
Keen, no flash.
They want to try to isolate
The blast
this
cone.
once again, but the disengage cone gets him to safety. And not much you can do about that. Would have been nice to pick him up. There's no big
Gen.G get the
objective, but
gold
maybe
lead.
take some power
Zeka,
of the
what did you
Baron
do?
push.
What did
And
you do?
It's the play from Ruler here.
Oh my
on
God,
top
it's the
of-
same
like,
play
Canyon
again as the
sacrifices
Akali
the
game
grab
load.
on the
Oh
Zeka
my
is
God, it's
massive
the
because
same
that's
kind
a
of
lot
thing.
of damage gone here. And then when Ruler's able to secure the Baron with this ult from Chovy as well to deny any sort of follow-up, now even though Delight gets one
Delight
reset,
was kinda
they
frying
just
there.
cannot team fight without Zeka.
It's Duro, flash, rocket punch. That's what sets up the play. That's what takes out one of the carries. And I can't believe we haven't mentioned yet, but it's a 2-carry composition. Victor
Well, no
cannot
flash
be
Xayah worth.
dying at the start of that fight, especially with flash up.
That's just not allowed, but he's just caught off guard. And luckily, He is Victor. He was able to push out some of that top lane. He has a ton of weight there to help defend this Baron. There's only a minute left. A minute left here on this Baron, and
on
Genji
Victor.
wanted more.
Just such a close game throughout all of it.
Spellbook cleanse.
It's not even game over. The Baron
It's
is
not,
the best
no.
part.
They didn't even have Elder spawning yet.
Yeah, we got a minute on this Rebel Baron power play.
Just don't get hooked.
You can see that Genji aren't exactly confident. Okay,
Just don't
that
get
is
hooked.
Very nice spell, just in case. I think it was barely out of range, but still.
The victory is really
going to be
strong.
denied. You see that Genji, they don't really have enough pressure just yet with this Rebel Baron power play, especially because Keen doesn't have Baron himself. And so you're kind of just pushing, you're getting the gold lead back, but we're 40 minutes into the game, so you're not.
Yeah, the gold lead matters.
It's a 50-minute game, I think. Surely it's an Elder fight.
Happy with what the
Maybe
end
it's a soul
result
fight.
of
Maybe it
the
ends now.
play
Fuck it.
and the grab on the Zeka was, but I don't think they're happy with what they got here. They're still in a position where they have a lot of map control, a lot of vision was gained from this, but they, I think, wanted really to get a pick from this with Duro and then end the game, because the scaling elements are still online here for Hanwha Life, and it feels like maybe it's any rocket
The
grab
feats upgrades.
that
The
could
feats
end this
upgrades.
game, right? It's any pike hook or potentially a flanking Skarner. But in terms of just straight up raw 5v5 power with these ornaments here, I don't think it gets much better than what Hanwha Life Esports have. You've got to avoid those hooks if you're Zeka, if you're Viper. They both have flash. 30 seconds until finally a soul will be decided here in this game.
Oh my
You're
god,
playing
it's decided
Pike
on this
without map
mid-wave.
control though, and that is the biggest difference. Even though Genji weren't able to end the game off of this, top lane inhib is
Ooh,
still
Viper.
down, right? Will be coming up
That's an
soon.
early
This
culling.
takes a ton of damage.
That's a lot of space though. Ult onto the canyon.
Finally get an impale engage, but Canyon is
Hook onto. What the fuck is Zeus doing again?
Casio is way too much for the Ornn to deal
They have
with.
to give the soul.
Oh,
Chovy!
Follow up from Chovy is
It's a monster ult!
golden.
Hook onto the light!
Comes through, and that should be it, Genji.
10k damage from Ruler. 10k.
10,000 damage for Ruler! 10,600! He had the smite button in this game, and his damage is off the charts. Who says the Victor scales? This Zaya
It's over.
is
It's
the
over.
biggest
It's
on the
completely
rift.
done so.
Feel like the Blitzcrank is scaling better than the Victor in this one. As Viper, he's desperate. He's trying to clear the waves, but he's not gonna have
It's
it.
cooked.
Genji, get the revenge from
Holy
last summer, and they are your 2025 LCK Finals champion.
They just don't stop winning.
And Ruler leaves for the LPL, has an incredible first year on JDG, the second year not what he wanted, comes back and makes clear why
They don't stop
Genji
winning.
brought him back with an absolutely exceptional performance in this final game.
Every single member for Genji had a big part to play in this title win. Duro's first ever LCK title in his first appearance. He's picked up the win in an international tournament
Another one.
already, and now comes
Another
in
one.
as one of the best support players here out of Korea to go to Worlds. Ruler's performance, Chovy's performance.
Bro, those team
This
fights were great,
team
but Zeus was completely
world-class
running
all
that game
year
a bit.
long. Was stopped short from going to first stand by Hanwha Life Esports. Was stopped in summer last year by Hanwha Life Esports, but revenge is sweet for the Tigers this evening as they take the 3-1 victory. And Duro, listen, LCK Trophy, maybe not getting the justice for supports in POM, but right here he gets justice
W
for
Duro.
Duro on the final stage.
And it is telling that his team is like, yeah, sure you can Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
This guy was the weak spot at the beginning of the year. He wasn't able to perform the way that he did, but as Ruler said, he is not the same player.
Another
he
one
was
for
back
Chovy.
then. And Chovy, compared to the first couple of playoff games, he was not losing in this one.
They were on a mission to get revenge tonight. That was very obvious. And you can see how sweet it is on that stage.
Oh,
Every
Peanut, I'm
player
sorry.
individually
I can see him in the
lifts
back. He's like
LCK
so sad. Yo,
trophy.
Peanut.
And they have their
Peanut, you can
moment
do it
as
at
now
Worlds,
the
I
coaches
believe.
will as well. And it's a
The last
3-1
dance at
victory,
Worlds.
Chronicler. Your prediction is correct. The most important thing to you, Chronicler, even more than your final LCK cast.
That feels fitting.
You get it right at the end.
There was the one game which the draft didn't pan out, and for Hanwha, I think they had a much better run still than many of us were expecting in this playoffs.
And for Peanut, the last Rox Tiger will give one final bow.
The final Rox Tiger is gone.
LCK game
That's it.
on his iconic Skarner. But his
well, he's got
journey
World
for
still, but for the LCK, that's
is
it.
not yet at an end. He will have an opportunity to win a Worlds title this year. Maybe that is how he caps off his season. But for the LCK, it ends here.
Peanut.
I still can't believe that this was a 3-1. If you look at game 2, if you look at game 4.
It could have been a winning game 2 for HLE easily.
Incredible.
It was a great final, actually, at the end of the day. We don't go 5, but we have 4 excellent games. You know, I guess game 3 was the most one-sided, the one that actually Humble Life Esports did win. But it all comes to an end, as it does for you, Chronicler, as well. How do you feel about your final cast here at the LCK?
Well, fortunately,
Farewell,
unlike
Chronicler.
last week, I'm still on an adrenaline high, so I'm riding high. We're going out with a bang. I'm sure that as the adrenaline will sink in, I will be very sad. But right now, there's none of that.
Worlds is going to go ballistic,
will
though.
never be the same without you, Chronicler.
It is.
I'm really going to miss you.
Yeah, we're definitely going to miss you. You are a beautiful human and an excellent caster.
Oh, there we go!
We
Oh, he's crying again. Oh, hell no.
We got
Now
him!
you're going to make
You
me
said
ill.
one word, Wolf. That's all it took. But seriously, we're all going to miss you so much. Hearts out to Chronicler.
I miss you guys a lot too. I'm not going to repeat everything I said, but it was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
We went out with an incredible series, and that's all we could wish for.
Chronicler in the chat.
I was to look at Worlds as well. Got more casting to do over there, so hope it all goes well.
I'm blaming you for this one, Wolf. You got me.
I don't know how to put it into words. I'm emotional because I don't know how it's going to be when I go to work without you. I don't know what it's going to be like when I don't get to see Cronny come over and clap his hand to say it's going to be a good day at League of Legends today, when everyone else is like, it's 100% a 3-0.
Yeah.
Farewell, Peanut.
It was a pleasure, man. It really was.
It really was. And,
likewise.
Won't be the same.
No, we need to stop saying goodbye. It's still Worlds left. Let's stop saying goodbye.
I'm glad we're not giving more Peanut shots. That will make it even worse. As I'm sure the Alma fans are feeling as well. Yeah, okay, the adrenaline calm down now is set in. And
we've got all night for more crying as well.
Yeah, we really do, obviously. Yeah. Even though, especially with 2 40-minute games, I think we really were served what we were looking for.
You know, isn't it fitting that the Genji copy pasta came from you in your last finals?
I didn't even get my Renekton to Zir. They banned the Zir the whole series.
They banned it the whole time.
Too. Didn't get banned, but they just didn't pick it.
Unacceptable. It's obviously having gone to 5 would have been peak, but that last game, that one's gonna be memorable.
Ruler.
Still fighting as much as they did. Just as I'm trying to keep it together and think of stuff to talk, which normally I feel like we always do a really good job of collectively.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's so much more to say, and I'm sure that people will tell the tales of Chronicler for ages to come, as you will go down in history.
The tale
at
of
the
Chronicler.
LCK. Anything else you guys want to say before we toss it into interview, into winners interview,
I won't
recap?
Be able. You go first.
Yeah.
I go last.
I mean, look.
Who's the MVP?
I thought it was a pretty good final.
I think Ruler's the MVP.
Decent, but it's been an even better last few
I think that in the Ezreal game, he was flawless. In the Kai'Sa game, he completely won me on the ending. In this Saya game, he just completely won me on the ending. And in the Ziggs game, he was still the most useful player by miles when his draft was horrible. I think it's hands down Ruler. Is my mic loud? Sorry.
History and do the finals with you.
I've been an LCK fan for 12 years. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's been the biggest honor of my life. I guess I'm repeating myself a little bit. Let's throw it to the interview.
Yeah, take it away, dear. We got the interviews going right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Lovely casters and awesome analysts and hosts. This is Seer for the post-match interview translation for the 2025 LCK Finals.
Yeah, I think Zeus and Zeka had a stinker.
Keen, you're back on top after your first title. My tears coming up, but I feel like
디펜딩 챔피언 하나생명을 상대로 작년에 서름을 딛고 우승을 거머쥔 젠지 선수단 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 긴 캐년, 초비, 룰러, 규로 선수.
We have our champions, Genji, over the defending champions, Hanwha Life Esports. They shook off last year's heartbreak, Genji. Please welcome Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruler, Duro, Coach Kim, Coach Helper, and Coach Lin. Congrats! Keen, you're back on top after your first title. No tears today?
No tears today.
After seeing Coach Helper cry, I felt like my tears come up, but you know, I didn't get to the point where I needed to cry. So what does the second title mean to you? No, I've been a professional gamer for a very long time in my career, and I feel like, yeah, it's always a great feeling to win the title. I think I'm pretty proud of myself today. You said you'd stand above God. So, in the top matchup against Hanwha, what mattered the most? You know, Zeus has a deep champion pool. So I think during the draft phase, I just really tried to think about in depth about the champions.
For context, he was asked in an interview, they said, Zeus is known as a god, what will you do to beat him? And he said, well, I guess I will just stand above God. That was his answer.
So you keep impressing us as your form keeps rising. So how do you keep yourself grounded as a pro? You know, not underperforming for a long time actually makes... You know, I feel like the long
God was kind of mid today, not gonna lie, he was fucking trolling.
Makes me even harder and stronger. So I think that's what really makes me who I am today. So Worlds is up next. How do you want to be remembered this World? No, last year was such a great opportunity, but there were some regrets. So I hope that we are able to
Keen
play
stood
our
above
hearts
God
out
while he was
without
sitting
regret
down,
this
you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was fucking holy.
And Canyon, this is LCK title number 5 for you. How do you
Number
feel?
5?
You know, now that I'm able to win today, I feel like our coaching staff and everyone worked so hard for this moment, so it makes me so happy. You were huge in today's win, and in a final where jungle variables were crucial, what did you think? What was your read on the pathing this final? You know, when it comes down to the pathing, it really depends on the right turn. Your turn comes in, and you have to wait for the opponent's turn. And I think that's just something that I constantly have to think about. From the draft to gameplay to strategy,
What a good year of LCK.
did everything go as planned? You
What
know,
a good
in
year
the
of
early
LCK.
game,
What a
in
blessing.
game 2, we had some risky moments, but afterwards, I think it went well, and you know, we ended up winning that one and winning it all today. So, how would you grade your own performance today? I got picked off a few times here and there. So because I'm not completely happy, I would say maybe 7 to 8 points for myself out of 10. And this is your 7th straight Worlds. And starting as LCK's champion and the #1 seed, what is your Worlds mindset?
Win.
Worlds is such a precious opportunity, so I want to make sure that I take this moment to make it all the way to win the championship. Next up, we have Chovy. You met your defending champions, Hanwha, as your opponent today.
Chovy stepped up in the last fight.
You were the champion with a 3-1 victory. How do you feel? You know, I really wanted to get a 3-0 victory, but it was a 3-1.
What?
I feel like we could have done better to get that 3-0, but regardless, I'm pretty happy.
He's critical.
Since last summer, you've always gone the distance with Hanwha Life Esports, 5-game series every time, so it looks like the Tiger of LCK today was unstoppable.
Thank you very much this year of LCK Casting. Started watching around Worlds. It's been a blast. Thank you,
were you
Yo,
sure that you
I'm
won?
glad you enjoyed it. Yo, much love. I hope you enjoyed the LCK.
When
LCK is always a blessing to watch.
Victor got petrified by the Casio, that's the moment that I was certain that we have won.
Certain.
And fans were watching with anticipation, and you've won
I wanted
before,
one more
but
game,
what
man.
does this summer title mean to you? I feel like we went the long way, I guess the scenic route to get to the finals and win today. But I feel like we definitely could have done a lot better. I think just the memory of losing in the last summer season, I think that was what drove me to win today and get our revenge. And you'll be the first seed for Worlds, so what is your mindset? Yeah, we are the first seed for Worlds, and once we are there, we have to do well. And I think I just have to try to do our best to think about the draft and the meta to make sure that we are able to come out as the best team. Thank you for that, Chovy. Ruler.
I love it how Ruler said in an interview before the game started, he said, I didn't sleep very well, I don't think I'm in good form. And he plays like that.
Again.
Psycho, that
This
guy.
is your second
He also said, I'm
LCK
quite
title.
old now, my mechanics
How
are
do you
getting
feel?
worse. I'm a sly old
Today,
fox.
I did come in thinking that I
And then he
would
plays
win.
like that.
But every game was so tough and exhausting, and I had doubted one in a moment. So, but in the end, I feel like my teammates did so well. I'm just really happy that we were able to win together. And you once said, with my long career, the AD carry god should be with me. So, after today, can you say it? I am the AD carry god? Well, to be honest, we have some more matches left. It's not over yet. I think if we're able to win Worlds, then I will be able to say that. So Ruler will prove himself through Worlds. Today was a 3-1 victory. As expected from a veteran, you did so amazing. And with that Baron steal at the very end, who's your pick for the finals MVP?
It's you. It's you. It's you.
You know, I had some mistakes, trivial mistakes here and there. I feel like that's why it has to be the remaining 4 players in my team.
He's a humble king.
So if you had to pick one, who would it be? Well, as for today, I would love to be the finals MVP, so me.
What? 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 What?
And
What?
this was actually Peanut's last final.
Oh, I don't deserve it. My teammate should win it. Oh, but if you had to
him?
choose someone, who would it be? Okay, it would be me. What?
Yeah, everyone's saying that it will be Peanut's last LCK. And since this was his last, I'm sure he was even more desperate. But I was just as desperate. I just didn't want to give it away. And that's why I came with the mindset I have to win the title. And back at Genji and back as champions. What is your mindset for Worlds and what do you want to show? You know, at Worlds, rather than being remembered as the World's champion, I feel like I want to make sure that our fans are always happy to cheer and support for Genji. That's just the type of player I want to be. Someone who actually gives our fans a good memory.
The last Galaxy ruler.
That was Ruler.
The last Galaxy ruler.
And Duro. First,
Isn't Core JJ still playing?
Finals.
There's 2 Galaxies, no?
And with the fans going so rowdy for you, this is your first title. Your presence really stood out this year, and I'm sure you must have dreamed of your first LCK title, so how does it feel? I already knew that we will obviously win the title today.
Okay, did
And
you?
yesterday during the interview, I said that we will prepare well for tomorrow and that we would win. And today, I think because I played well, we were able to win.
Ah, okay. I knew we would win and I played good, so I knew we would win because I'm good.
So
You
the
fucking
duo from
rat.
yesterday has proven the duo from today, right? You said no more thumbnails, but you are not escaping today. So what do you think today's thumbnail will look like? You know, to be honest, my other teammates did so well that I don't think I'm going to be on the thumbnail today. Well, since we're sick of the horse, well, how about Game 3 Alistar or maybe
What
your
about the
Pike?
crank?
Who are you looking forward to? Well, no, nothing in particular. I can't think of anything. So we heard that Ruler taught you a lot and guided you along the way until today. So anything you would like to say to Ruler? Yeah, since LCK Cup, I felt behind a lot of times, but I feel like it's all because of Ruler that we have achieved the title and we came so far.
The ads running. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry.
What a beautiful friendship.
Hey.
And now with your first LCK title down, you will take your first step onto the world stage. What goals are you bringing? My goal is most definitely to win. And as long as we're able to continue our performance from today and keep up our momentum, I believe that we can definitely win Worlds. And that was Duro. Now, head coach Kim. Looks like you are celebrating with Genji for their 6th LCK title. How do you feel? It's such an honorable place. I feel like my players did so well and we had such a great season. And you said you'd lean tier picks over counters, which was a shift in your draft approach. So what triggered that decision? I feel like it was actually an alternate thing where we tried going for the tier picks over counters, and then we would go back to counters over tier picks, and then we would actually have to constantly adjust. And I think every time we lost throughout those experiences, we actually grew as a team. And I think just from all the feedback and all the great performance from the players, I think we had grown so well to be such a strong team today. And any message to your fans? You know, I feel like my players have said such great words already. Of course, Genji, our goal is always to win. And for our fans, our Genji's players, I hope that you get more used to seeing Genji lift the trophy.
Yeah, the LCK format's a bit cooked. I mean, Genji should have they basically won Spring, but it didn't count because there was no final. They won MSI EWC Summer, so they're on a 4-title win streak, but this one doesn't count, so they're technically on a 3.
When I saw our players holding the trophy,
they would have the craziest golden road ever if they won Winter, but they got 2-3'd by
I'm sure there
HLE.
was a lot of effort put into this, and Genji...
I still count Spring as a win, but it doesn't really count as a cup.
How do you feel? Yeah, I think this season is a season where you see a lot of the coaching staff's efforts. And I think, yeah, we actually felt a lot of pressure throughout the season. And what would you like to say to your players? You know, it was such a tough match, but you guys did so well.
Aww.
Thank you so much.
W Helper. He was on Ever 8 as a top laner when I bootcamped in Korea in 2017, and I shared a room with him for 2 months.
All the great reactions at Worlds, right?
With
yes,
him,
I'll try my
Malrang,
best.
Septed.
Let's hear for
Random
Coach
story.
Helper. And next up we have Coach
laner.
Lin. This season you have returned as Genji's coach and took it all the way. How do you feel? You know, coming back to Genji, I just always thought I need to work really hard. And I feel like the results, just looking at the results, all the efforts paid back. And I feel like we've been on the grind non-stop. And I feel so proud, and it feels so amazing.
Unk just did a random lore drop.
So
yeah, it's crazy.
For this priceless win, what would you like to say to all your fans? Thank you so much for always coming out your way to support us. And you know, it always becomes such great energy, and that energy always translates to us, and we can always feel it. So I hope you always know that.
WLCK. LCK back in January. I'll be there.
And that was the Genji
there.
players and the coaching staff. Once again, let's hear it for your 2025 LCK champions, Genji.
Alright, Chattermans. I will be back later today. I need to nap because I didn't sleep very well, and these 5 a.m. wake-ups for LCK are cooking my brain. So I'm gonna nap real quick, and I'll be back in like 2 to 3 hours. I need my whole head and nose is all cooked. So I'm gonna sneeze it. I'm gonna raid Reckless. I'll be back in like 2 hours, okay? 2 to 3 hours I'll be back. Deal? 2 to 3 hours I'll be back. Alright? Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifts, chat, stars, and resubs. I appreciate you all for hanging out for the finals. We got LEC finals in around... It starts in about 5 hours, but I'll be back in like 2 or 3. And we'll play some games for a bit and hang out and talk. But yeah, massive WLCK season. I hope you enjoyed being a part of the LCK journey for 9 months. It was a great league to watch. Now we focus on LEC finals, and then we focus on Worlds. Big kiss. See you later. See you in a few hours. Bye. 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 Bye.